Welcome to the grand final of the Blast Bounty. Through 2 weeks of play, we've narrowed down the field to just 2 teams. And now the question's going to be who will lift the first Tier 1 trophy of the year. Any way you slice it, it's been an unexpected road to be here. And joining me on this unexpected journey, I have Mr. Maui Snake and Mr. Pimp. How we doing today, Pimp?
What's up, Mike?
What's up? What's up? Pimp in here on the desk. Maui, quite a journey that we've been on here through the Bounty.
Mostly ups for some unexpected heroes. I'd say some downs for some of the big dogs. I feel like this kind of tournament, though, I mean, you just get so many surprises. Single elimination, what can you say?
And speaking of surprises, we've had a whole lot of those in the Bonanza. I wasn't sure we were going to hit the big Bonanza spot on the wheel. We did last night to wrap it up. Of course, it had to be James.
Was that rigged?
Of course, it had to be. It wasn't. It wasn't. The plan was if we didn't hit it, we might rig it today. And James made it happen last night. That dude is truly one of the magic man of Counter-Strike.
We need a follow-up. Whoever won that table, I want to know if he's going to hang it on a wall, if he's going to sell it off eBay, or what's going to happen.
It's already being sold.
I actually have some details, which is that apparently Nico might be reaching out to them to see if he can purchase it himself.
What? Wow.
I don't know if it's going to happen, but
I saw it on Chinese eBay last night.
I don't even want to know what it would go for at that point.
If he's a negotiator, let me know, Nico got cash,
Exactly.
We'll have to see. We have had some crazy surprises, not just on the wheel, but also in the server here. Some seriously disappointing and encouraging teams. Some teams that we're very worried about here, Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, from the beginning of the tournament, we had upsets from round 1. I think what stands out was obviously the FaZe not making it, the Na'Vi losing in round 1, Team Liquid as well, coming into this tournament. Yeah, they made the playoff, didn't really look too well in that quarterfinal, and ever since we learned that they're going to play Krakow with a stand-in as well. So I feel like there's been enough surprises so far in this tournament, and there's a lot of those teams, Mike, right now where you're thinking and looking at them, thinking to yourself, if they don't do well at Krakow, I think there's going to be another little roster shuffle happening for some of them relatively soon.
Alarm bells ringing, but there are also rosters that we see that aren't here that maybe we expect in the grand final where it's maybe too early to sound the alarm, Maui. Any of those you're thinking of?
Well, I mean, a few of the teams that were here at the LAN playoff portion that didn't reach the grand final would definitely jump to mind immediately. I mean, Vitality obviously has to be a roster where you're thinking, isn't it just championship or bust every single time? Fury as well, Alpha not really being able to just bring their major forward. And Spirit, I mean, a team that I feel like didn't nearly get what they needed to done here to prove that the Magic's captain project is working for them. I mean, some of the ways that the calling looked incredibly flat in the mid rounds, especially. I'd say that the frustrations, which I thought were going to be lifted, especially given the fact that it's a new roster, you think that they would maybe have some of those honeymoon sort of effects. None of those were apparent because everybody just looked like they were molding by the end of the series.
They did indeed. They did indeed. We'll see, right? This is the first sample size. Yeah. This is the first data point that we get. We need maybe a little bit more on some of these rosters to really know how much it might rattle them down. Reminder as well, right? The year of Vitality did start with a Bounty loss to Eternal Fire at the time in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, not too worried about Vitality, to be completely honest. Sure thing, it wasn't the greatest tournament, wasn't the greatest outlook yesterday. Sometimes you lose, sometimes you win for Vitality. It's more often the latter. They have been winning quite a lot. I expect them to come into Krakow and be just fine. Fury are the same, a little bit of rust, maybe played off here in this tournament. Again, sure, by their standards, it's disappointing. They're not part of the grand final, but in terms of being worried on behalf of Vitality and Fury, not really.
Too early. Too early to be worried, but very encouraged by the teams that have made it to this grand final. I think it's the way that we have to spin it, because both of these teams had strong reasons to be able to write this thing off, right? For PARIVISION, making it to the LAN portion was already cause for celebration, already cause for victory. Well, why not? They're here on this stage. And for the Falcons as well, stand-in, coach dealing with a personal emergency, stand-in new assistant coach coming in to replace him behind the players. And they make it all the way. Kind of crazy storylines for both these teams.
I mean, I think PARIVISION's is in some ways even more surprising. I've seen Falcons in that core go deep at tournaments they're not supposed to go deep at when they are under duress. So for PARIVISION, in a way, I'm much more excited because I feel like this is a team that, to me, I thought they kind of hit the end of their road at stage 3 of the major, but now it feels like they're building on all of the flaws that they found in the off period.
Now, looking at the Falcons, looking at the schedule that we have going forward here, it's a grand final, obviously. It's a best of 5. That's also the treat. It'll be starting in just a little bit. You don't have to wait long, folks. And it does mean that we are going to get a banquet of Counter-Strike maps today. I'm just going to ask early on. We have a lot of pre-match to get into, so we'll dive into it first. Gut check. How long do you think this final could go? Are we going to get all 5?
I think there's potential for that, to be completely honest. I don't think neither of the two teams right now is probably in a state of mind where they feel they're comfortable on 5 maps in a grand final setting. For Falcons, obvious reasons, they're playing with a stand-in. You know, there's going to be certain maps where they're probably a little bit uncomfortable. We saw them, you know, already have a tough time on Anubis yesterday, so I think that's going to be an interesting one if it's being played out and when it's being played out. Same could be said for PARIVISION. You said it. It's a big surprise, the fact that they even find themselves in a grand final. Are they ready to go toe-to-toe versus Falcons on potentially 5 maps? I think both of them are coming in with a bit of a, I wouldn't say they're scared of the format, but they probably wouldn't have minded if it was a best-of-3 grand final.
It's also crazy when you think about the Falcons, right? That even, again, for anyone who maybe didn't tune in last week, this wasn't the roster they played the online portion with. The stand-in was specifically for this week. Kyosuke couldn't get here for the LAN portion of the event, so they bring in Nucleons for that. You look at the teams that they've beat in the online portion. Ecstatic, okay, maybe that's expected. Bounty were playing really well online. Then you've got a Liquid team that took them to OT in the first map, and Vitality as well. There's some serious scouts being stacked up for this Falcons team.
It's definitely the Vitality one where it makes you pay attention. I'd say that versus all the other rosters, Ecstatic and a Monty that seems to be powering up, I would say it's almost a formality. I think Nico and m0NESY should always be beating those guys, almost regardless of the roster that they have around them. Liquid, on the other hand, probably had their chances, and I would say that's more of a worrying sign for Liquid. They couldn't get more done, but against Vitality, to take down 2025's world #1, to be able to actually make it look like Nico and m0NESY are 2 of the best players that we've got in the world right now, I mean, that is a huge comeback off of a previous year where there was a little bit left to be desired. There was a dearth of trophies. There was just a dearth of individual accomplishments between those 2 players, even though we know they're so incredibly skilled. The fact that they took the fight to a Vitality team that wasn't necessarily even playing that badly throughout this tournament. It wasn't like a Vitality in the middle of last year where you kind of could just let them slide. I'd say in one of the maps, Vitality looked like they were all of the dominant force that they needed to be.
Yeah, and in reality, we didn't really learn anything new in regards to Falcons, because they have been dominating, you know, in qualification processes, in group stages, getting into semifinals, getting into finals. The problem for Falcons is they're not winning a lot of those tournaments, if anyone. You know, that's the issue. They haven't won with m0NESY just yet. So in terms of being solid, in terms of being stable, in terms of, you know, winning against the likes of Ecstatic, Monty, as you said as well, that was almost expected, because they do that every single time. It's just for them to get into the grand final and actually get the trophy lift. That's what's been evading them for quite some time.
You're very reasonable to bring this up, the lack of the actual trophy, right? Making it to that second place, you know, first loser, as the saying goes sometimes, but they don't often have a team like PARIVISION on the other side of the server. Usually it's a team that's up at the top, and while PARIVISION are certainly clawing their way up, it's been the journey here, playing in the boot camp house, living together, coming here to LAN, inexperienced team, a team that honestly, if you asked us 6 months ago, I don't think any of us would have even really had them on our radar to make it this far. But after that major run, after this, it's been incredible.
The conversation about PARIVISION last year, or maybe 9 months ago, 6 months ago, is can they make it to the major? Like, that's how low the bar was for this group of ragtag up-and-comers that Jame and Dastan seem to have scouted and put together. I mean, they basically have picked and plucked so many of the best players from tier 3 Russian rosters, made in their, instead, basically the tip-top tier 2 Russian team, and now that team, under the tutelage and guidance of Jame and Dastan, is now showing that they are actually, at this point, a tier 1 team. You have to take them seriously.
It's also the willingness to better the lineup and jump on the opportunity of getting Sway into the fold, even after having a major where they broke expectations. As you said, they were so close not even making the major in the first place. They had kind of to game the VIS system. Smart GMing, by the way, in that sense. And then after the major, you're like, okay, you just did very, very well. Why would you change your roster? Well, when you can get Sway, a guy who's won this trophy, by the way, before, who's won inside this studio before, that's a clear upgrade on towards AW. So I love the fact that we're looking at a PARIVISION who's coming together. Not only are they willing to listen into the Jame system and actually buying into the project, but the organization as well is willing to make the moves in order to strengthen the team whenever an opportunity is being presented. And getting Sway was a big upgrade.
Is Zway maybe the honeymoon king? Came into Spirit, they win 2 trophies, Cologne and then Bounty back to back.
Is he Maui?
Comes into this team, they're in the grand final right now.
I think Rop still holds the title of the honeymoon
fair.
legend. I mean, how many rosters now has he just immediately catapulted to #1? I think I guess Zway is probably it's a shorter honeymoon so far. That's what we've learned from his time with Spirit and now his time with PARIVISION.
We'll see if he can keep the honeymoon vibes going in this grand final, but it is a very exciting situation they find themselves in. I mean, these kind of upgrades, right? Propelling a team that is going to be in the top 10 of the VRS, regardless, right? If they win here, they're going to be in the top 5. It's crazy. PARIVISION catapulted up the rankings.
Yeah, it is crazy, and for PARIVISION, it's a massive step in the right direction. We spoke about it yesterday as well. As you said, even if they lose the grand final tonight, they've already banked a lot of cash. You know, they still come into this tournament, have gained a lot of VIS, almost guaranteed to qualify for the Cologne major as well, which I guess coming into the season was their big goal. I think if you ask PARIVISION as well, they're as surprised as we are to be in this grand final. They're not playing with any pressure. Dastan has been saying it over and over again. We don't consider ourselves the favorites against anyone we're playing, really. So for them to already now, you know, what is it, 2 weeks into the season, already having established themselves as a tier 1 team, as a team that's going to be part of the Cologne major unless something crazy happens or someone decides to leave the team, they've already achieved their goal 2 weeks into the season.
Astonishing. I mean, talk about overachieving, talk about not procrastinating, but they have one more test here at the Blast Bounty, and that is Falcons on the other side. To get a little bit of insight on the Falcons, we have an interview with their newest man, the stand-in, Nucleons. Let's hear from him.
Nucleons came through as a stand-in, but he is looking very good on the stage, especially after yesterday's game. Can you describe to me just the feeling you had, knowing that you performed very well for the team, but also took down the best team of 2025?
I was feeling really good and really, like I would say, like powerful, and like nothing could stop me on the server. And I knew we could win the third map.
Looking at that, what would you say is the biggest difference you're feeling now you're playing against this level of teams, being on this stage compared to other games you had in your career so far?
I'm getting used to the players now, because one mistake here means a lot. Like 1 second of hesitation, then you're gonna die. So I'm getting used to the players, and I think I'm becoming better.
We definitely can see that you're becoming better as well. And what would you say has been the hardest part so far since joining as a stand-in? Like, what's been the most difficult?
Like adapting to the players and the gameplay, the playstyle of the other teams. It was very hard, but I think I can do it even better this time. We'll see.
I love this confidence from you, man. This is great to hear. And obviously, best of 5 is a bit different now, right? How comfortable are you on all the maps? I know you were back at the boot camp watching as well, seeing what the guys were doing. But is there some where you're maybe less comfortable than others?
Yeah, on some maps I would say I'm less comfortable. For example, Anubis, I think we were losing 13-4. Like I made so many mistakes, but I think I fixed it for today. But we'll see. Maybe new mistakes will come.
And when you're going back after you played like the game yesterday, right? Are you going back to grind, back to practice? Like you putting even more time in while you're here?
Yes, I've put more time while being here, so we'll see how it goes.
And you were just telling me off camera before we started the interview, you're not feeling the pressure so much now, right? Does it feel normal to you?
Now it feels normal, and I think I don't have any pressure anymore. I got used to the stage and to the players that I'm playing against.
And just tell me, right now, before we've got into the game, how confident are you that you and this team can lift the trophy here?
I'm very confident, and I think as a team we can win this and bring it home.
Falcons starting 2026 on a high.
This hype train that is PARIVISION is just getting faster and faster.
It is Falcons with a stand-in, but thus far, the usual faces within this team, they have looked really, really good. It's got to be the Nico ace clutch. There's so little time left. Tap on the fire! Grand final awaits for the Falcons.
James is in the server. What a treat it is to watch this anomaly of Counter-Strike back at the very top.
This time, PARIVISION show us that yesterday wasn't a one-off. The online stage wasn't a fluke.
Back-to-back S-tier teams slain!
They are good, and they are here to compete.
PARIVISION Falcons, the stage is set, and Nucleons gave us a little bit of a teaser, and I have to say, he said the line. He said the line, I'm not feeling pressure on this stage. Gotta say, world of difference when you know a trophy is just a few maps of Counter-Strike away. What do we think about that Nucleons interview?
I feel like he's just saying all the stuff I really expect a rookie to say. I don't think there's really any crazy stuff to glean from it in terms of nuggets of wisdom or anything like that. It seems cool, collected, and that he's I mean, he knows that this is kind of a crazy situation to just be thrust in here. So it would be almost awkward for him to say, yes, I feel tons of pressure. Like, we don't really no one really expects that much from you here. So I would say he's already overperformed, over-delivered by just not being a liability to the Falcons.
I just want to set the scene, you know, because I feel like it drastically changed now knowing that it's PARIVISION they're going up against, right? Falcons have been saying, yeah, we're playing with a stand-in, there's nothing to lose. We speak about the pressure having been the big issue for Falcons in all these grand finals they haven't been able to win. I think they're the favorites coming into this grand final. I think they should be considered the favorite to win this game, especially considering you're going up against PARIVISION. I don't even care the fact that you're playing with a stand-in, because you still are Nico, you are m0NESY, you are the Falcons. You're supposed to be able to beat PARIVISION even with a stand-in. So if our theory holds tight, the fact that it's the pressure, you know, it's the fact that they can't really handle that in these grand finals, I feel like that pressure is back on now towards Falcons, because by a lot of opinions, and including myself, they're the favorites to win.
I think there is one more thing to note as well with the Nucleons conversation, which is just a reminder, especially for anyone who might be joining us. He had 5 officials on HLTV before this event. 5. He is going to have played more than half of his maps on HLTV at this event alone with this team as a stand-in. That is fairly astonishing. And to make it as difficult as possible for him, there's a mastermind on the other side of the server who's known for being a nightmare to play. That would be Jame. A long time since he's been in a final of this caliber. 1,169 days, nice, since his last S-tier LAN final at the Rio Major. That is an astonishing gap to then get back to these heights.
It's longevity, right? We praise the likes of Kerrigan, we praise the likes of Nico, Robs, you name it, for their longevity, their careers. Same could be said for Jame. I know he's not the most sexy Counter-Strike player. I know he's been under a lot of scrutiny for the way that he's been approaching the game, the way he's saving, but if anything, I think if you look through his track record, you look at how much he's getting out of the teams that he's part of, whether that is VP, whether that's the current vision of PARIVISION, then winning a major as well, that is unheard of, that is crazy. Some people saw it as a fluke. That was another masterclass coming out from Jame. I think he has a pretty sick track record, a pretty sick career, and now he's in a grand final again and could do the same trick here with PARIVISION.
I would say that there's a light amount of vindication for Jame when he's able to find this level of success once again after being outed from his own Virtus Pro by an electronic that now is doing what? Playing for BC Game, losing to online qualifiers to God knows who. I feel like even though I would say that Jame also in a way probably needed to be taken off of the VP roster because the way that he wanted to play with them clearly had sort of stopped working. It ran its course. And so going back to the drawing board, having to work his way back up, it shows the adaptability, which I would almost praise more than just the iconoclastic nature that he had 5 years ago.
We've seen the reinvention, right? And the way he's done it is by molding some very raw clay as well. Young players coming into this game and now playing, as their coach says, without pressure. What's helping now is no pressure. Even in Outsiders, that tournament was without pressure. Every match we played, if we had lost, we wouldn't care. It was a good match. It's helping right now because they are young. They don't need that additional pressure. It does make sense, right? It's basically everything from here is gravy. Even a loss at this point is such a good result here, Jacob, that maybe it does alleviate.
Just because you're saying something doesn't necessarily mean it's true, you know, and I will agree, you know, to some degree we could write off the pressure from PARIVISION and be like, yeah, no one expected you to be in the quarterfinal, no one expected you to be in the semifinal, no one expects you to win this grand final. At the end of the day, if you're a player within PARIVISION right now, who's to say they're ever going to get into a grand final again? Who's to say they're ever going to be in this position? So as much as you say that, yeah, there's no pressure, and yeah, we don't care if we lose, that's not really the truth, right? If you're the player right now and you're sitting on that stage, and if you're PARIVISION, Belchernok, you know, Noda, you name it, Sway for that matter as well, who is to say they're ever going to be part of a grand final at a tier 1 tournament again? Nothing is given in this game of Counter-Strike, so I don't really buy into the whole notion that there's no pressure on PARIVISION.
Nothing is guaranteed. You got to seize the moment. And to try and seize the moment themselves, we got a Falcons team that is flying very high indeed, that maybe does have the excuse to have less pressure than typically taken. When we talk about this team, right? Another superstar, another big name, another signing, the focus, the spotlight that's been on them, and the number of times they've come so close just to fall up short in these second places here, Jacob. It's got to be haunting them a little bit back on this stage.
Of course it is, especially when it's a team that's built to win, especially when it's a team that everyone loves to hate. I think that pressure have been a big talking point within the Falcons camp. Sonic, who's not here, the coach that is normally behind them, has also talked about the pressure that he feels sometimes they're not able to replicate the performances that he's seeing in practice, etc., etc. So it's a known fact. That being said, though, it's a little bit of a dig at the rest of the world right now. I feel like if you're consistently getting into grand finals, or if you're consistently part of semifinals, or even of the fact that you're losing the grand finals, you're still second. And being second in the most competitive era of Counter-Strike is not bad by no means. Yet everyone seems to treat Falcons like they're shit because they don't win tournaments. I don't think that's the case.
I mean, I feel like the difference, though, being that in a lot of those grand finals, they felt like they should be in the mix. They should be just like tearing it up with the best teams in the world. Whereas I just think the circumstances of today are so drastically different that because you don't have your normal coach, because you don't have one of your superstar players, it's allowed them to have just such a different amount of freedom. And it almost feels like the way that they're playing this resembles to me more what it was like at Melbourne when they first got m0NESY onto the team, instead of actually when it was some of those crumbles later at like Hong Kong, for example, where it felt like the weight of the pressure is really what got to them.
And that was one of those magical BO5 grand finals, right? Where it felt like you had no idea how Vitality managed to pull it off in some of those rounds, in some of those moments, in some of those maps. And certainly some experience in these best of 5 finals, which might serve them very well, at least for 4 of them. They've played a lot of them in CS2. One guy gonna be getting like half of his official maps potentially in this one series.
Yeah, Nucleon's obviously never been part of a grand final, or best of 5 grand final for that matter as well. He's obviously coming in a bit dry in it. The rest of the players have been there before, and I think there's something to be said about that, Maui, in terms of having experience in a game that can potentially last 5, 6, 7 hours, staying focused, staying composed. That's gonna be easier for Falcons compared to PARIVISION. Again, if we're speaking about pressure, if you go into a 5th deciding map, there's gonna be pressure on both sides, and when you've never really been there before outside of Jame, that's gonna feel different over there.
We do see that there's a few on some of these players for PARIVISION, but it was a bit different. It was a domestic Russian land, so not really the same stakes, not really the same level of competition. The BO5, as every player has told us in the past, is just, it's grueling. It can be a marathon at times. Once you get to map 4, map 5, sometimes it's almost akin to playing multiple overtimes where you're just trying to make less mistakes than your opponent than necessarily play perfect Counter-Strike. So that could play into the advantages of a team like Falcons that has more superstars and obviously have more BO5 experience.
And you're also going to be testing the limits of your map pool, right? So let's find out where this map pool is going to go. It's time for the veto. Only 2 bans to get through here. Over past the 1. Anything expected for the 2nd?
I mean, it's probably just going to be Nuke then for PARIVISION. No reason to change it up. I feel like the main selling point of this veto is just going to be when is Anubis brought out? Who's going to bring it out first? For Falcons, though, in terms of picks, as we get the obvious permabans there, I'm just kind of thinking they're probably going to go with Mirage or Dust 2. They want to get those maps in the fray as soon as possible, and you can see immediately they bust out the Mirage. This is just kind of in the comfort of Nucleon's, as he's just kind of a face-it demon, isn't he?
Yeah, makes a lot of sense, especially considering Falcons playing Vitality on Mirage as well, looking very hot, very solid. That's a comfort pick coming in for Falcons. I agree with you. It's going to be interesting to see who and where Anubis will place in this best of 5 grand final. It's not guaranteed that we get it, obviously, but I would love to see someone picking it out quite early on just to spice it up.
Oh,
now, Dust 2 coming in right here.
I don't know how I feel about that for PARIVISION. I mean, they did dismantle Astralis in the online stage on that map, but Falcons, I thought Falcons probably wanted these 2 maps as their own picks to come out pretty early, so this feels really favorable to kick things off for the series for Falcons.
Yeah, in a sense though, but then when you look at PARIVISION's results, also back to the major, the last 10 times they played it, they won 9 of those games, right? So it's a comfort pick almost for PARIVISION, saying that, yeah, you're Falcons, but we believe more in ourselves, more in our map pool than necessarily having to cater to what you're good at.
And then Falcons going for the Inferno as well.
Okay.
Now we just kind of have the option here. Is Anubis going to come out before the very end, or is it going to be the pick of PARIVISION? I'd be surprised. I mean, actually, now that I really see who it comes down to that has to make this choice, I'd be surprised if James goes for a pick to try to get Anubis in the series a little bit earlier, but maybe he saw something that he really liked versus Vitality when they played against. Okay, well, we're gonna get Ancient as fourth, and that means obviously Anubis is the decider. Nobody buying it. Nobody really going in on the pick. That's obviously reminder for everybody at home. It's not gonna be the new Anubis if that's played. It's the old Anubis from the previous patch. So you practically had no scrim partners going into this one.
I think if you're Falcons right now, you're just hoping it's not going to a 5th map. I think what we saw versus Vitality in the semifinal on Anubis was uncomfortable.
Pretty bad. It didn't look great. No.
Exactly. Right. So if you're Falcons right now, I think the first 4 maps are all maps that is winnable for you. To me, the interesting thing here is the Inferno pick as well. Falcons have been labeled as, you know, a team that was struggling a little bit on Inferno. It's almost been used as a punish pick against them, even though the results are somewhat decent. So for them to pick that as the second map, I don't know if that's a Nucleon effect. I don't know if that's a bootcamp effect. They've been practicing on the weakness, but to me, that's a sign of either strength coming out of Falcons or them not really comfortable on the remaining 2 maps.
It really does feel like it might be the Nucleons effect, right? We saw it even in the interview with Banks at the beginning of this match. He's uncomfortable with some of the depth of the map pool. Anubis was highlighted as the example, but he's going to be a focus point. Nico saying, I told him he can't be Maxim. He needs to be himself. He needs to do things that he did in Academy, that he does daily on a daily basis and face it in practice and all of these things. Maybe I can't say for him how much it helps, but I think there's a clear difference on the maps when you see it. For example, Mirage. We did see some really magical moments coming through from Nucleons in that Mirage against Vitality, taking space, catching players off guard, really just being so very aggressive above what you would expect at this level of competition that it catches them off.
I mean, even just kind of going into what we're going to see on the first map, I mean, he felt pretty at home working middle with Nico. The way that they were fighting off of each other felt pretty natural. I also just like the fact that he doesn't really get in the way as much. I mean, I'm not saying that Kyosuke is a deterrent necessarily for Nico or he makes him worse, but I think that Nico tries to think about how to support him more. But I'll just be completely blunt and honest. I don't think Nico is looking to support Nucleons nearly in the same way that he feels like he has to make sure he gets the most out of Kyosuke.
If anything, the goal for him is to simplify the game as much as possible. If you're Amenstein, if you're Nico, if you're Monacy, you just got to make sure you're not asking for too much from Nucleons. Let him do what he does best, which is aiming, and then the rest can maybe chime in once in a while. So again, if you're the Falcons, on all these different maps and everything they've been practicing so far, you're not asking him to do a lot. You're not asking him to constantly be ready with a flash, or constantly to be ready to bait, or, you know, go into the inner deepings and the inner workings of building up that synergy. If anything, the best thing you can do for Nucleons is to simplify the game as much as possible. And I think they've been successful with that so far.
And of course, we haven't dug too deep into the other change for Falcons, which is that their new assistant coach joining them this season, Amenstein, is standing behind them. Zonic dealing with a personal tragedy. It's been a little bit of a breath of positivity for them. You can see the players responding really well to him. He's going to be a piece of this roster going forward, going to be a piece of their staff going forward, and they seem like they're loving it.
I don't say this lightly, that Amenstein seems like the perfect stand-in coach, because he just breaks the tension. In a tournament where you shouldn't have expectations as Falcons, Amenstein's a guy that has clearly just been a breath of fresh air. I mean, even the way that he's conducted himself in interviews, in the draft show, the dude is just ready to just, you know, show all of his emotion. And I feel like that's so necessary when you're playing with big personalities and guys that get in their own head. I'm even talking about people like Tessis, people like Kixan. I mean, we don't always talk about them as much, but they too can sometimes fall off a cliff in the middle of a game because they start thinking about all of the pressure that happens when you don a Falcons jersey. So I think Amenstein is just the guy that this roster needed in order to just have this little bit of extra mental boost. Obviously, we don't know everything being said. We don't know all of the tactics that he's helping to create, but he does seem to really liven the environment.
I think we need a new award, the FaZe Eddie inaugural stand-in coach award.
The undefeated coach award.
Undefeated. Amenstein, let's see if he can do that. I mean, so far so good, right? Undefeated to this moment. Could wrap it up here in the grand final, but on the other side, a PARIVISION team that doesn't have these same superstars. They've talked about it, right? They have very talented players. Sure. They have players who are showing a lot on the server, but it's not necessarily one standout here, Jacob.
No, but they have no weakness. We spoke about it yesterday as well. You know, back at the major, it was Shello who came out and did a lot of the heavy lifting, and he was sort of like the prospect we were looking towards. Then Sway in the online portion as well, he was coming in, you know, the first couple of games looking like the new star player of PARIVISION. Then we had Nota in the quarterfinal, you had Belchanok yesterday in the semifinal, and obviously James, he's been the one constant that throughout the entire tournament has played at a high level. I don't say this lightly because I don't think it's the truth for a lot of the teams, but I don't think they have any weakness in terms of the firepower within the team.
It's an excellent place to be in. And now, gentlemen, we're almost ready to get into the server. So there's one last thing to discuss, which is all of these factors included. Who do you actually think is going to win this one, Maui?
If I had to pick, I would say Falcons, and I would say that it's going to be 4 maps, probably. Yeah, I'm going to take 4 maps. I don't want to see it get to Anubis, so maybe that's a little bit of bias there, because I feel like it's just going to be so messy between these teams. So yeah, I think Falcons are going to take it in 4. I feel like the superstar power of Nico is honestly going to carry them through a bunch of these kind of moments. And I feel like even though PARIVISION, Dastan, they talked this game about not feeling pressure, it's so much different when you're one hand on the trophy already.
I think Falcons are going to win as well. If I have to go with my gut feeling and everything I've seen so far, Falcons to me are the favorites in this game. Whether it's going to be in 3, 4, 5 maps, I'm not quite sure. What I will say, that's just to up the stakes a little bit, is the whole VRS situation for the PARIVISION guys as well. If they were to win this, not only do they lift a trophy, not only do they win a tier 1 tournament, which in itself is crazy, they also jump up to number 4 position in the VRS ranking. So the 4th highest ranked team in the world, I guess, according to VRS, if they win this tournament. If that doesn't add pressure, then nothing will for these PARIVISION guys.
Pressure on the line, trophy at stake, because the question remains, who is going to mark the start of their 2026 with hardware on the shelf? Who's going to start at the top of Counter-Strike? Well, it's time to find out. Grand Final is a go.
Thank you so much, Mike. Thank you, everyone, for being here. And it looks like today, Falcons aren't the only ones with a stand-in. Welcome to the broadcast, Hugo.
Thank you. I mean, the question for me is, who's going to be the best stand-in of the day? Is it going to be Ivan? Is it going to be Nucleons? Or can it be me? We'll find out.
You have stiff competition.
Yes.
Like, we have seen amazing things from Falcons, from Eamon, and the results, they speak for themselves. I mean, Falcons, obviously, there's a lot to draw from them, comparing them to like the Dallas run. It's the first thing on a lot of people's minds. And for me, the comparison has always been the fact that with Nico and m0NESY, when they need to go superstar mode, this is when they actually play their best. When it almost feels like there's no pressure, when they can have all the space they want, when they can be a duo as a rifler and op combo. I feel like that's where you get the best out of them. And it's not like Kioske ever stepped on anyone's toes, right? You never really saw that inside of rounds. But for some reason, when they need to be the guy, they can be the guy.
It feels like pressure is going to be the word of the day. 2 teams surprising us into a grand final here. It's an unlikely PARIVISION and a Team Falcons with double stand-ins. We have a BO5 to decide our first trophy lift of the year here at Blast Bounty. So why don't we get into it, Malta? Team Falcons, PARIVISION, and Mirage to kick us off.
Such an unlikely final to get, and it's going to make it that much more interesting to watch. Obviously, it's really well earned. PARIVISION's run so far has just been essentially a couple of miracles.
Well, how about one more? Showcasing a map pool for a well-oiled PARIVISION machine versus a Falcons that definitely don't have the experience with this 5. But Nico yesterday on this very map was an absolute beast, and PARIVISION gonna have to get right past him. Pistol round and Falcons boost in the window. It's a very quiet round.
Ooh, and looks like the shoulder Zella gets spotted when trade comes in.
Up connector flooding, m0NESY with the room. The site is taken, and there is a kid on his way. It's going to open up a chance here for PARIVISION, but already odds going the way of Falcons. They have so much control in this post plant. Standard to see, full CT retake, but Zelo can't die for nothing. This is so much space taken by Falcons. PARIVISION moving slowly. No smoke down yet. Belchanok at risk, and Zelo moves in. There's 2 players around the corner. This guy's been a sharp aimer. He's been a clutch player, but his team are getting cut down in the meantime. Kit dropped down on default. James needs to speed up. Not known for it. Nucleon's buying his time, wins this round off the clock. Falcons hold on solid. Some nice shots from Zelo, but Falcons take the first.
They slipped in so nicely. Even when they got in through underpass, they went unspotted. There was a shoulder spot inside of connector, didn't see anything. Up into the window, really trusted it. And you see that in the kill feed. It's just m0NESY with 1, but that's all that was necessary for the fact that we had PARIVISION basically playing the perimeter of the map the whole time. So this just put too much pressure on the retake. 4v5 retake on A site. I mean, there are harder sites to retake, but not when you're down numbers, not when you're down time. So I'm not surprised Falcon could close this, and it's nice for them to get a pistol in this game, isn't it?
It's true. That's been a big topic of conversation, a big problem for the Falcons. It's so weird, though. We went from Pro League earlier last year where they had horrible pistols. They went into Rivals. They won the vast majority in Hong Kong. They won 10 out of their 12 pistols before the Grand Finals, and now they're back to their losing ways here in Malta. They've won 2 out of 10 coming into this game. So Falcons finally winning a pistol and looking to convert it as well.
You called it Zonix's legacy.
Yeah,
Great on
well,
pistols.
Iman's picking it up, so
Right.
maybe it's just cursed. But converting a pistol, I mean, yesterday, Nico ace, that's what it took them. Falcons went on an 8-round streak against Team Vitality, so this is already off to a far better start. Potential is there. Into the stack, pistols get removed with ease.
I don't know how you feel about it, but when I see a 5B stack with USPs, I'm never scared. Even if the team's coming in, everyone's in their favorite position. I just find if you lose Cat, it's too hard to hold the site. There's no way where you can stand. That's going to be much of a surprise to the B-Apps players who are entering. And so at least the round ends quickly. They try to get a kill or two, but they don't slow down Falcons much. Been pretty successful so far.
PARIVISION pull the guns in. Jame on the AWP early in this series, and he's been putting up great individual performances as well. It's reassuring to see the most experienced piece here for PARIVISION, not just leading the pack, but on the big gun as well. Honestly, we'll have to wait for his. Out mid. Zila makes a cat jump.
There is always a lot of undulation on the score lines for PARIVISION. You never know who's going to top rank these days. Some of the stories are emerging with these players, but Jame lately definitely back to the top.
Well, it's one thing that we talk about, right, with a team like this, akin to a team like Mao's. There's no superstar in this roster. It's two very opposite squads. It's done by committee in PARIVISION. Jame keeps a tight leash on this team.
A committee that's dark and full of secrets.
I'd love to join the club, but Jame keeping the door locked in this round. No one taking a fight right now.
This is so easy for Ziello. It's got to be the most favored way you can take this fight. And then, well, that moment will get robbed from him. Noda will end that fight early.
It just feels expected now that a bomb site execute's going to come in. They've cleared the entirety of middle. There's been no utility thrown. Falcons announce their presence. Does that molly spread? Doesn't look like it. Belchanok living until the final second, but there is no punish. Smoke in Palace, 40 seconds. Falcons have got to go.
And it's actually PARIVISION who are going. They've abandoned the site. They think that this is some kind of fake that they've fallen for.
Too good to be true. Jame at least realizes, still quiet on this B site. His way doesn't need help. Jame comes back in time. He's on the line, hits his shot as well. Notice hiding back of CT. Getting a bomb plant here is feeling impossible. One smoke available here for Falcons to try and buy some room, but they can't buy time, and it's dwindling quick. 10 seconds as that bomb gets flashed out Palace. There is room taken. Kixon needs to clear this corner, and he will. Bomb going down. Zilo with a punish, and that might be it. 5 seconds.
Time.
No chance if Jame hides and Sway spams them both through the box. Standing tall here for PARIVISION to find their first.
I feel like Falcons look a little scared coming into this round. I mean, the way that they approached it, obviously losing one player is not the end of the world, but it's the fashion of which. Underpass at a minute with mid control, knowing that PARIVISION are all over this. And then when it becomes the A play, you see sort of the one-tier exec. I'm not sure why they aren't going off of it. They don't, maybe are expecting a ram smoke to come out or some kind of response, maybe worried that the stack is already in place. But PARIVISION, they just kind of calmly float back to the site, keep numbers high, and I felt like they were just in full control that whole time.
Yeah, Falcons give them enough time to leave the site and still get back in time, so Jame, master of the clock, is fine to wait. You're not going to out-patient Jame. At least no time soon.
No, maybe like maybe a Shiro, maybe a Rops.
Yeah.
That's you don't have to take off your shoes to count the amount of players that can out-patience Jame.
So Falcons once again out middle. They're getting this control for free, but they'd much rather a fight, something to tip the scales. Open up a bomb site. Zilo looking to back up in time. He's got to be very careful. 3 round the corner, no support from mid. Smoke down on Con. They try and break for info, and James nails his shot. Rookie down. Zelo up for the Katars, spraying them down with a double kill as well. James even found 1 shot through the smoke, so that just makes things easier as PARIVISION run over that round with 4 alive.
That's delectable. And this is another round where it looks like if Falcons are just a touch quicker, obviously they can't see what we do, but there's a moment where the site would maybe be a little bit more vulnerable. Maybe if they hadn't given up this connector frag, their B hit has a lot more potential. But again, it's very calm from PARIVISION, and that's what I like to see from them. Absolutely, looking like they deserve to be here in this grand finals.
Just the Nucleon's Deeg. How have you been impressed at him so far? He's played a couple of solid games here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it kind of feels like a bit of Jacob where, you know, it's like the overall stats aren't going to be mega impressive, but the rounds that he pulls off are for, you know, him being in this circumstance, playing alongside these players, against the players that he's been playing against. I feel like he has every right in the world to just crumble or just, you know, really fail. But damn near got an ace the other day. An excellent 4K.
He went 20 and 10 against Vitality on Mirage.
That also.
Not many rookies who can come through and say they did that. I think there was some interesting tidbits as well in the Nico interview talking about Nucleon, saying how even in the Falcons Force Academy team, he's playing the same spots as Kyosuke, kind of hinting at the possibility that they might have expected this to happen, that he might need to stand in at some point in the year. And so him slotting into roles in this team have kind of just been almost one-to-one. I mean, you've not actually seen Nico change positions on any of the maps played here on LAN at Bounty. He is in the same CT spots, he is in the same positions. So feeling very comfortable, at least, just maybe feeling like he doesn't need to set anyone up as much, taking matters into his own hands.
That's going to take the edge off as, well, we open up this round. A couple of pistol kills, Glock kills, in fact, for Falcons in mid-control, for what it's worth.
20 seconds up connector. James needs to hit this.
What a shot.
Yeah, nice. Clipping the head and double nade from Sway. Just to put the cherry on top. It was a bit scary for a second. Falcons using all of the clock in these rounds, though. They are burning down to the final 20 every single time. Gun run coming out. Will we see a pace change?
Are they almost thinking too much is like a first glimpse of this game, because Falcons play with no pressure before and were great. Opened up every round. A lot of aggressive moves. Didn't really have any issues with them on that front. A lot of the teams that have gone out of this event that were more highly favored, they had some weird moments. Furia, as B-Trams pointed out, I think the first or second most team to lose to time on LAN. That's not what we expect, and that's a quality pairing of grenades. 150 damage there, nearly.
James tried to make cat jump and he failed, so that leads him to get nade stacked in connector. Big problem here. Gonna have to pick a safe position. He's gonna go back towards the B site. Falcons, meanwhile, execute on A.
But if you don't finish him off, does it really matter?
With an AWPer, rarely.
Yeah, and with James?
Definitely not.
Yeah.
He's already thinking about saving 4-1.
Yeah, true.
Over the top, Belchenok burned out. There's nowhere to go. They're just going to spam the smoke, but this is messy from Tessus. Belchenok gets a second lease on life. Can he put it to use? Dropping out of the Palace, hunting him down. Tessus found, and all of Falcons outran from Palace at the same time. They do find that trade hidden inside of the site. No idea until m0NESY checks it out. Good clear, and smoke spam will find their way into a post spawn and likely into a save.
Noda, the last sort of point of defense, he could maybe capitalize on some mistake, but there's nothing here in vision. There's that Falcons entry power that we know and love, essentially. It's a really great round from that perspective. It's actually Nucleon's kill to save the day, I feel like, up on balcony. Yeah. He was probably clearing under, didn't see anything, could have been super tucked, but kept his wits about him. Got that second kill on the opening, and to be honest, the most kills in the round.
The most kills in the game right now, matching Zelo at the top of the scoreboard. And you said it'd be fair that he would crumble here coming into LAN officials.
Every time I see him smile, I just think, like, he knows he's opening up the chance for another contract, potentially, right? This is such a massive opportunity. You never pick the moments where you can stand in, Hugo.
Sometimes they just appear.
Yeah. Just lucky today, Connor could not stomach this match.
Well, it's Belchenok who's thrown up the ladder, and Falcons who find their third. James at least saves the AWP. And not a surprising stat.
0.5 DPR.
Dying
So outrageous.
every other round.
Death fears James.
Out middle, Falcons a bit faster to this one. Up on the far side, Nucleon's looking for his entry. He has just been so involved in these opening moves. Getting more and more confident and comfortable with every game passing for Falcons, right? The match against Liquid, it just felt like he didn't want to do anything. He wanted to play at the back of the pack. He didn't want to be a problem, and he wasn't. But even going into Vitality, we just saw him taking space, taking names on the CT side of Mirage, him and Nico battling for middle every round. I'm very excited to see that second half here of Falcons, but they've got to earn the first. Nucleon's up connector. PARIVISION make a gamble.
It's kind of crazy how little information PARIVISION actually have, like, tangible in this round. They're lean towards B, tickets open, they haven't had any pushes whatsoever, and no vision on mid, and yet they're still, it feels like, leaning in the right direction. We'll see where this bomb goes.
Nico's late to the party, out with the bomb.
It's coming mid. Tessus is alone upper B, and they're starting to walk into connector. This could be the golden call here for Falcons.
Yeah, A split open. It's going to have to be Nota holding the line down in connector, or big problems here for PARIVISION, who start to get shredded. Double entry on B shouldn't change the path, but in fact it might. Nota finds one more. 20 seconds. Tessus is still at ramp. Falcons feeling forced to commit into the stack site. They're going to rotate out. No time to spare. 15 seconds. The master of time, the Time Lord himself, back at the site, drops the bomb. Jay might have just won this round from positioning alone. He is not re-peeking, giving Falcons no way back in. A four-man B stack pulled apart, and as two entries come in, it is still not enough.
It's funny how that B lean ends up being the thing that saves the day, and also because Nota's this bouncer at the top of connector, 2 kills on the hold, no one else in the site, no one in ticket, no op there to stop a connector split from coming in. Falcons had the right idea, but couldn't get through that first line of defense. And the backup plan, well, that's what PARIVISION were ready for from the beginning.
No ID, no entry, and no idea could save Falcons in that round, right? Up con, 2 players, B, Jane with an AWP. I don't know which poison you pick. You're still eating poison.
Yeah, Connor.
Timeout for the Falcons. Iman, big shoes to fill here. Really across the board for the Falcons. And, you know, we said this was going to be a game where pressure comes up because there's been none for either of these teams coming into this tournament, at least very minimal. Maybe some expectations for PARIVISION from a lot of people after seeing their Budapest run and even their online games as solid as they were. But how does that equate when you're in a grand final? You can't exactly say there's no pressure.
I read something about Dastan that said, like, he's like an old school military style coach, and you know, he put so much pressure on his players, and that's the reason they don't feel pressure in big matches like this. Now, that could be totally unfounded. I can't verify it. It was some random parasocial user online. But I could understand if that were true. Like, they pulled off Rio. We've seen them get deep runs at majors. James consistently been someone who's been above the pressure.
Yeah, he even equated this event to Rio in an interview with HLTV. He said, like, yeah, there's almost no pressure. It kind of feels like Rio in a way.
I think every team they beat here, though, will be higher ranked than anyone in that run.
Yeah.
I mean, they faced Heroic twice in that run. There was repeat competition. I think it was Mouse as well. Obviously, you don't pick your opponent, and there's so much pressure going into the finals. And Heroic, definitely, you could have called the favorite. But in terms of the quality of the teams they've beaten in these last few days, some of their biggest wins.
Can they find one more? Sway dead first and connected. Still going to send them into the stack. Once again, Jane makes the right moves, but his team are getting cut down. Kicks them with the entries here.
Come on now.
The frontline firepower of Falcons is continually undeniable, but Belchanok does a valiant effort in response. Jane, 15 health. 30 seconds, and they know he's here. He announces it with a quick flick onto Nico. James going to consider it. Right when you think he's safe, he sneaks out into the site behind the smoke. James in the clutch in a one-on-one, and he's got a nade for that smoke as well.
The smallest chance to win this, but can he figure it out?
Oh, he's just missed that timing. Kixon, back to jungle. James waits on the smoke, thinking he's still in the site. He's got time to do this.
He does, in fact. 100 HP has to be the op shot.
Got to force the peek, got to tap that bomb, but right now reading it wrong. James moves into the site. He could be anywhere. Could James possibly read this right? He's nailed it!
Come on, James.
A 1v3 for James. A round you'd think he'd save, but instead he saves PARIVISION on this CT side.
if he was one step back, he doesn't even try to go for this. Just in time to play it exactly how he wanted to, walking into every situation and punishing Falcons in a 1-on-3.
Hey, we just said shades of Rio. Think of that overpass 1v3 clutch on the top side.
Also, can we look at this first shot? Oh my goodness.
Just picture perfect. Takes his sweet time.
Oh.
And how can you not believe in this guy if you're the captain?
I mean, Nota's just like, man, it's nice to see you attempt a clutch. Through a 1v3, like 90% of the time these days, you just walk away from it no matter who you are.
15 health as well.
Yeah, right.
James back on his BS, and Falcons, of course, called another pause. Just 8 rounds into this game, burning 2 timeouts.
Well, I think one thing's clear is PARIVISION are playing their best CS. They're here to show up. And for Falcons, I think they need to remember that there's less pressure on them. I think they've almost now got so close to the finish line that they might be putting it on a little
now
bit.
They're finally favorites. They haven't been any step, right? Even against Vitality, who they smashed on that 3rd map. They were never favorites at any point in that series until we get into Mirage.
What's good for them, however, is that Nucleons is doing an excellent job. And even breaking open the site last round, I think he got the crucial kill to make that a 3-on-1 in the first place. So I think Falcons, you got to remember, you just created a good situation even though you lost it in the end.
James, hands still shaking maybe, just dropped a nade on himself. Just run up mid, and I don't think they heard this with the flashes going off. He is behind enemy lines, shot in the back, the B hit coming in, and James is good for the job. I don't see how you get through this site right now. Nico and Monacy, terrible twosome, the terrifying twosome here for the Falcons. James with a repeat, and Nota finishes the job.
Off from Get Right, everybody's here on the site. Even though the bomb hasn't been shown just yet, no rotations are coming in.
You may have the bomb, but that's about it. PARIVISION aren't giving away back in.
You know, I feel like when it was the Budapest run, Zello was the one that we had a spotlight on. Like, it felt like he was going to be set up to be the true star player. It sort of felt like an Emma story from Gamer Legion. But we see great things from Nota all the time. I think that in terms of the volume of kills, it sometimes doesn't match up. The aggressiveness maybe not there, but here I'm getting shades of Flit.
What a great bait there at the end as well. Jump spotting. Monacy hears the jumping, but James holding the line with the AWP anyway. Makes him peek it lazy. Falcons hitting the wall right now on this T side, banging their head against it. They converted the pistol and they found one A-execute gun round with Kicks and finding a double entry. Since that point, it's all come up for PARIVISION. In fact, even they call a timeout. Dustin wanted to maximize this CT lead.
Which is interesting. Obviously, sometimes you want to hold on to these timeouts for your T side, and Falcons have already burned through 2. They'll be happy to get an extra chance to speak, I think. That's something I'd love to know what it feels like as a coach, to weigh that up mentally. When I'm going to chime in, if I'm going to pause, and if I'm going to use my timeouts purely on T side, or am I going to think about what the other coach can do versus what I can say?
Yeah, because at the same time, you're also giving Iman a way to weigh in.
Yeah.
In a timeout he would never call in round number 10 of the game when you've already used 2 of the 3. They just keep nade stacking, window con, but finally PARIVISION managed to avoid damage as if they needed any other advantage. Pistols out in middle, and Nota keen to hunt again. Falcons fire off a lot of pistols, so PARIVISION have some inkling as to what's going on.
They've done a good job of conditioning Falcons, now winning a couple situations where they were disfavored. And now it's just about collecting money on this anti-eco.
What?
Okay.
Okay, they're both on the screen.
Yeah.
Someone realizes, Zelo puts down 2, flank is in, and Zwei, good for it with the bomb at his feet as well. Nico is left to just the Deagle. Seen some clips here before, but PARIVISION don't feel in the giving mood. Instead, they come to take this final kill, everyone swinging together.
Is it possible that PARIVISION play their best CS today? That's not something I was prepared for.
Doubting every step of the way?
Not doubting every step of the way, always viewing them as underrated, but sort of wondering, because I think also at Budapest, there was a point where I was like, okay, they're cracking top 8 in this form, but also we saw them get tired towards the end. Now here, it's a shorter event. It's more quality teams. You know, Jaime and Deston are putting in tons of prep, but it's definitely not quite as much of a marathon. So I guess that's the main difference.
You often hear the adage of playing up to the level of your opponent, right? I think PARIVISION have surpassed that. A team that was competing for CCT titles 6 months ago.
Right. Trying to reinvent themselves.
And Jaime alone. That's a different story. Rush through the ramp smoke here for Falcons. A bit of a fearless call to try and break in at the end of their T side. Does find them a couple of kills. Kixon value in middle as well, but this molly is burning up Belchenok. Nowhere to move, he almost perishes.
Another tick. So a 3-on-4 situation. Can they close it though?
What is that? Nota just jumps in the window. Nucleon's looking for a pick. And PARIVISION put it back to a 3v3. Even odds as Nota takes middle once again. Will he spot Nico?
Did he cancel his jump? Like he was trying to get out into mid to maybe clear underpass, and either way it works out.
Oh, which side do you flank? But also,
Nota's talking a lot right now.
Monacy's coming in. The read is here. Nota's going to get the steps. He's going to get the drop on Monacy. Great headshot. Even Nota smiles that off. He knows how good that was.
So interesting. We've got a reroute. Underpass play. James on top of them here on Cat. And PARIVISION in their mind, they're still worried about B. Belchenok starting to rotate over, but James could really interfere with all of this. Or...
Oh, no, wait.
Surely.
Gotta convert the kill. Nico and Kixon combine, and Belchenok, wrong side of the map. They know he's A anchor. So Kixon goes alone, you'll notice. Nico waiting to see if Kixon dies so he can run that bomb away. Again, 20 seconds. Should be fine. Kixon's taking enough space to put the bomb in tow. They're so paranoid about every position, understandably.
Understandably, yeah. I mean, I think the PARIVISION players can teleport. So, but you are getting like a tentative atmosphere from Falcons in terms of the way that they're approaching. So it's not the same level of explosiveness that you know they're capable of. I think so far. Like, I know it's going to come.
Tempting, but not necessary. PARIVISION have plenty of money for that last round, so Belchenok just trying to survive here in an unwinnable round.
Yeah.
5 would be fine.
5 would be fine, and you know, you take that clutch out, and suddenly it would have been a decently strong half. It was definitely a fight in each of the rounds, but surviving the fact that you kind of got embarrassed in that 1-on-3 to bounce back and potentially put together 5, that could be huge. Belchenok running for the op. James sent them on a mission, but that will not go well.
None of that matters. Everyone has almost a max cash, can't even spend it. Plenty here for PARIVISION in that last round of the half. Zway's even pulling up the double AWP, right? Was never going to do it over Donk, but actually on Dust 2, we've seen some really nice rounds from him on that B-bomb site.
The double AWP on Mirage is huge. Obviously playing B site, it makes things free, essentially. Your other players are going to rotate way more. Zway can sit put, keep vision. Want to see flashed and killed. Great tactic. Perfect timing.
No cover either. Nico reveals his presence, and so PARIVISION know the intention.
What a find.
You get one chance against Jaime, but now he's on the line.
And now this is a nightmare situation around the half out because there's still the second op.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but it almost feels like Nucleons has to be the guy to break them into a round right now. Poor guy. Pressure on his shoulders.
I love that.
Nico 4 and 7. Monacy's AWP gone. And Nucleon's still top of his team's scoreboard in his first Tier 1 LAN, his first grand final.
One of these rookies going to slow down. Kicks in. He spotted that.
No.
Ooh, somehow losing out inside a ladder.
It's just even the fights you feel like Falcons should win, they still don't. CeeLo makes it interesting. 5v3, low health, just boxes himself in. No, he's going through the smoke. Fearless play. A slap on the wrist from Jaime, perhaps.
Zoe's like, why would you do that to me? But they aren't actually going up Cat.
Jaime in the open. Freebie for Tesses. It's a good trade, but it does leave an opportunity away to Falcons. Can they seize it? Nico inside of the window, finding one more. The bomb is on the back of Nucleons. We said he has to step up. Here's his time to show off what he's got.
You've got Tabula Rasa right here. 99 health. They're allowing you to plant. Any way you'd like to play it, Nucleons, have at it.
Hiding at the back of the site.
Okay, well, he could be up in Palace. He could have gone ramp with the vision that they have. They know he's not CT.
bated breath, and Zwei just nails the headshot. The form of PARIVISION right now is not up for debate. These guys are shooting hard and stealing the half on Falcons map pick, 8 rounds of the CT side.
Team Liquid! What's up? Nafly, Shuhei, welcome gentlemen to the Blast Carnival. We got some BB shooting for you, we've got darts on balloons, and then some axe throwing to round it all out. So, gentlemen, game 1. Shuhei, you're gonna be target left, Naf, your target right. Let's get into it.
I got it.
Oh, he's open.
So we got 10, we got 9. It's perfectly in the middle. Is that double points?
That
so
means you go to the rule is always out. Yep.
Such a...
Fire in the hole! Wow, is your goal to hit the white part on the paper or what? Oh! He clutched up, I think.
Shuhei, you're very quiet all of a sudden. Has that got you nervous?
Hell no.
We're gonna need a camera confirmation.
Yeah,
Is that
camera,
12?
Yeah, just confirmed. That is a hit.
It's a hit.
Holy cow.
Whoa.
Holy. I think I warmed up the gun for you a little bit.
At this point, I feel bad, so I'll just give you a chance.
Yeah, chill.
Naf's total score, 273. Shuhei's total score, 335. We have a victor.
Congratulations.
Game 2, gentlemen. A little bit of darts. 6 darts to be thrown. Gold balloons, 3 points. Blue balloons, 1 point. Snacks currently holds a high score for that one.
On darts?
Yeah.
Of course it is.
Oi!
Oi! 3, 4.
Just get any gold.
Dude!
There was a double pop.
Upon review, you did have a double pop on 1 dart, Shuhei. That is 5 points. 3 points. Ooh, double popper. 6 points. Victory. 1-1 heading into the axe throwing. You will throw 6 axes each. Only the closest axe to the center will count.
Oh, it's rigged. It's rigged.
Back on Naf. Still no sticks.
I full sent it.
No.
Is there a draw if we...
No, you're just both losers.
Oh.
We go into overtime.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be here a while.
We have a stick. Naf, if ever, at any point in your career, you had to silence the doubters, this is your moment.
Oh, but it's so far.
It sucks, but we have it. Winner of the Blast Carnival, and yours to take home from Malta.
Damn.
Congratulations.
I think it's sick.
One for
Thank
the
you,
road.
Naf.
No problem.
Thank you for playing, gentlemen.
Blast Bounty has been a perfect vacuum all the way along the playoffs. Zero pressure for either of these two teams. 2 unlikely grand finalists, but right now, here in this BO5, Falcons are clamming up.
But unlike vacuums, Blast Bounty doesn't suck.
Do Falcons blow? Time to find out. This CT side has to start hard. They found the first pistol round. Remember the stats, it's been ugly, so looking to return to form. m0NESY and Nico side by side. That's what you want to see. All that util from Zwei dropped. Molly lost.
Oh, James, he just wants to peek this, but he knows there could be another threat. But they've got this mid play as well, and actually no one's coming to rescue except for Nucleons from above. Oh, what a reaction.
You would have banked on him finding that kill. Now they can just speed up on this short play. Going up with the bomb, they turn back for the fight. There's more where that came from as Tessus nails a headshot.
Just so many
2v2.
quick responses back and forth. Bomb has to get recollected, but you've got Belchinok in a really interesting spot.
And Jane will be there just a little bit later, so Belchinok buys time now. Low health on Tessus. He's hit a stunning couple of kills. Falcons stay active. James turns around and finishes that kill. Ready for one more, but you can't stop Kixon in this clutch. 1v1v Belchinok. Where's he gone?
What's crazy is he has no idea Belchinok's here, but he might be incidentally covering this option. He's going to come back and he'll spot this. Oh, a chance at the kill, but Belchinok does win it. He was more confident about his information. His play to CT ends up paying dividends in the end.
Early slip out ramp and stabs him in the back. No armor for Kixon, just aim punched out of that round. I can't believe they turned back for the fights here in middle. They had an open runway to short, but James calling their trap down lower, and Zelo delivers another double. So many multi-kill moments for PARIVISION across this run. So many great individual step-ups. The list is endless here for PARIVISION. Throw a pistol on top, and Falcons are in trouble. That is 3 out of 12 pistols on land for the Falcons won.
Oh, that's a damning stat. Unless they win, then it's really impressive.
From this scoreline, it's going to have to be near flawless. And to be fair, 8-0 start against Vitality on CT Mirage, but it does feel like a different day to day.
Certainly, yeah, the personality's changed a little bit. And it's a nice little cleanup here for Zwei. Nice stat patter. And a chance to make it 5.
Get him! No, not today.
Okay.
Nico's going to get hunted down, so PARIVISION are not complaining. 10-4 and 4 frags out of Zwei.
Not to Zwei. How do you feel about that? Not to Zwei.
Not to Zwei?
Not to Zwei.
Yeah.
Not to Zwei, big guy.
It's his way or the highway.
Okay, there we go. You said you had something ready. I don't know what it...
Gotta come in prepped.
Okay.
PARIVISION certainly have.
And the part about a round like that is you look at it and you go, well, okay, it's just an anti-eco. But the part that feels like momentum's building is the economy. Underneath that, it's how much wasn't done by the pistoling players to slow down.
And don't you just love this? Seizing the opportunity, Dastan calling his second timeout off the rip into the second half before this buy round, making sure everything is clear. Falcons just have to stew in this while Dastan cooks up something on this T side.
Very good point. Icing the kicker, maybe.
Don't let them back in.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, I've heard Kerrigan talk about it in games like this. If you feel like you're going to lose, you're going for dignity rounds, but you also want to let your your opponents know that when they go to the break, they have to stew on the fact that they let the game become close. Certainly not over for Falcons, but this will be one of their final really good tries. That being said, yeah, no op to do it.
A kit already burning all their Molotovs. This is going to be...
Yeah, no kit's going to change the complexion of this. I mean...
Especially with an execute.
And this is not VP of old. PARIVISION, they do early execute sometimes.
Yeah, James just grouping 5 players, Ramp and Palace, ready to pop. Kixon and Monacy.
He has no smoke for under balcony.
Oh dear, Tick will give away information, so PARIVISION know what they're up against. Nico's going to get blocked off, and I think part of the impressive part of PARIVISION beating Donk was just avoiding him. They're going to keep Nico locked out of this round and try and hunt down Kixon in the site. Monacy, desperate fight. Nico does break that smoke for a frag, but they heard Kixon tag earlier in the round, and that's an easy trade out. Still keeping it even is Falcons and doing damage on this cross. Sets them up for a kitless retake. Check the map. It's Jame round the world. Can they get the bomb plant to open this up, or are they just buying time again for Jame to shoot Nucleons in the back?
I think they're getting 2 birds stoned at once here. There's a chance that this bomb left to go B. Falcons have to come in and retake the site.
They're going to clear it, surely, right? You would check this.
They're looking, which is wild. I mean, Tessa surely takes a look now. Oh no, he didn't reverse boost.
He's going to go into the corner anyway.
Oh, he's just forgetting about it?
They're both not looking. Tessis does drop that bomb. 20 seconds, and James is top mid right now. He can't even assist. The cover from Spawn, temporary. Nico gone. Low health on both these players. Will Nucleons consider the connector? Tessis looking around over his shoulder. 15 seconds. Nucleons making steps. I don't think there's time for this. They need both frags, and they need them immediately. Maybe there's a way. Tessis on the balcony drops one, and from above, he spammed out. Tessis just about wins the round. It is the least reassuring round of your damn career.
The counter spray, the reverse spam through the balcony, and they get there in the end. But it's really expensive. I mean, we're still in a position where the buy is going to be super similar. It's sort of a weird round for PARIVISION, right? I mean, first of all, this round's called around James. Big flank around through mid. But it feels like a spot where once the plant is guaranteed, he's sitting on the ramp. He's done his due diligence. No one's peeking in, and he has some time. Then you leave. I think he tried to skip steps there and assume that the team would be able to easily take over the site.
Such a Jame call, isn't it? Just truly catching you off guard. It's the active move from Tesses that saves the round for Falcons.
I mean, Falcons have to tap into that a little bit because in the terms of rounds like that, you've seen more from Falcons than from PARIVISION. But now, here's where PARIVISION are close to the finish line. Maybe there's a chance mentally for Falcons to be like, it's time to strike.
Against Vitality, Falcons were always roaming, always moving on the CT side of Mirage. They went on an 8-win streak with different setups every single round. They just couldn't catch a break. Could Vitality? Can Falcons remain in the front of the pack? Nico stopping this con split, only good for one. And the explosion out A yet again. There's just too many targets on the screen. Another triple kill for Nota. He has been full of them today.
He's just, this is one of his best maps so far. We've seen clips from him, but another 3K entry. Nucleons, he's just missed this. Surely doesn't get cleared. Nota with 4.
Maybe all 5 here for Nota. Tesses, a difficult task over the top, and Nota is just waiting for swing. Oh, bloodlusting. Nota pins him on the fridge. All 5 here to break Falcons back.
An ace in the grand finals for Nota, finally getting his flowers for his performances so far. The reviews from his teammates, from his coach have been there. The headshots have been there every step of the way. But finally, he's completed what is, we'll call, his best round so far in a PARIVISION jersey. Beautiful stuff.
That's without the context, you feel like, but throw it on top, it makes it all the more beautiful. 11-5, Falcons get 1 gun round, and then they get shut down.
He's taken to the top of the board, and man, the X factor is, it's just really a one-way street right now. Second highest AK round swing in the past 3 months from Nota. Wow, that really speaks to his impact. I mean,
it's been a great week for PARIVISION.
Mm-hmm.
Because Tesses won a 1v1 to even get Falcons in the game, they have nothing to show for this round.
It's a PARIVISION winter.
I'm freezing.
And happy.
Nucleons let him by. Shame yet to commit. Options are open here for PARIVISION. Still early in this default. With a player on ramp, a player in B apps.
Team like Falcons, man, they're going to have to win a round like this at some point. Like, we know the firepower is what gets you situations like this. Awkward guns, no kits. Every reason to be aggressive.
Okay, well, maybe it is this round. 2 opening kills from the Falcons, but an opening chance up connector here for Zwei. He's going to have to find this kill to Kixon. He's a bit fidgety right now. Zwei sees him in the corner. He's just going to pre-fire this easy frag as Kixon's overwhelmed. Zwei tries to cover the short side. Bomb can make it in. They're just desperately looking for the fight. PARIVISION aren't prioritizing plant. They want more blood. 30 seconds. Nico Digo, at least they're looking at him, but he can't do anything about them. Bomb down.
Yeah.
PARIVISION pull back.
2 of 3 spotted now, so I think that takes the edge off a little bit. Shouldn't be nervous about Palace lurkers in a round like this.
No kit, no smoke, no hope, no chance. Falcons getting cut out of the sky right now. Nota waits on that cross. Hilo, the fly in the ointment. Falcons, how do they even take trades with these positions? Hilo just isolates. He chooses to fight. He chooses to send Falcons back to spawn. Nico will run away, and PARIVISION will find map point on Falcons pick in this final. It's not even close.
It's not even close. I'm going to say it's not Falcons yet. Like PARIVISION, they show up, they impress us as they have been, and just another team for them, essentially. And but I just expected today, I think a lot of us, almost ubiquitously, the opinion was that this is going to go 5 maps. Like, this is going to be a close game. I guess Maui said it would be 4. Didn't want to see the new Anubis because he thought it would be too messy. And a lot of frustration here, understandably.
Yeah, I mean, the kill counts are sort of there, but there's just been not a single highlight from the Falcons in this game. Even the rounds they win are, scraping the bottom of the barrel here in this second half.
We will remember the Nucleons 3K, though.
Oh, yes.
But yeah, it is kind of crazy that, considering the list of names here, that's the one highlight that we can call to. They need a hero.
So much shifting around on this T side. PARIVISION walking towards connector. The resmoke is well timed. But will it stop this ragtag pack of young rookie players? PARIVISION up con and completely avoided on the edge of the smoke. Full blind. Is m0NESY able to recover for 1? But this feels like the beginning, or nay, the end of this map, unless Nico pops off here in the sandwich. They come over the top. Bomb scaling in. Belchanok, eyes on the right position, but Kixon draws him in for Nico to finish him off. Missed shot for James. Nico seizing the opportunity here. Over the top. One more headshot might just seal the fate.
50
Nico
seconds.
backs up.
Yeah, it's a 2-on-3. They get the bomb back. They know there's 2 on the ramp now. The problem is they would love to just make it a B play. They can't.
Nico.
Oh, and he was just about to grab that.
No re-peeking here for Falcons. Playing as tight as they can. Nico eventually committed to a fight. Trade is good. Jane 1v2. He's already found a clutch in this series. 2 shots in the AWP right now. He's going to swap over to the AK. Doesn't need his sidearm. Put it to use. Turn back, but Tesses again keeps the game alive for Falcons. The one guy putting up these 1v1s to long out Mirage.
And there's the A-ramp bait, I think, from Kixan to make sure that Nico can stay alive and sandwich. He had the better gun. You typically wouldn't see the MP9 doing that for you, but in that situation, it was the perfect play. And Nico delivered on this moment. Just to stop it from getting out of hand. Narrowly dodges an op shot from above. And Tess has the closer.
It's tense here. You just know one wrong step, one missed shot. Falcons are out of their map pick. They just want that opportunity to warm into the game, perhaps. Jane Hero AK. In CSGO, he would have saved for the AWP.
Well, they ripped his cape off real quick.
I'll grab that right back, but...
Run the gauntlet. Yeah, I wonder who the scariest guy for the job is. I feel like Zello's got the personality to just run at this and maybe get 2, but obviously Noda's kills have also been so impressive.
Meanwhile,
Neither have armor, however.
Zray is right there. 3 players, 17 and 18
True.
kills. It's just been a powerhouse from PARIVISION. So tentative for Falcons.
James said, yo, save that for me. Minute 5, yo, hold on to that one. No.
1700. Hey, you can buy Kevlar. I'll drop you Mac 10. Well, the rotate out. Monacy's AWP on short.
You know, this should be totally fine, right? Like, Monacy's in a great spot. I'm not trying to do any foreshadowing here.
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong, really? They don't have flash, and Tess is on fence.
Simply done for a double. Glock does overwhelm, but Monacy is here in time with a tap to the AK. Falcons survive. They were always meant to. Full eco gone to the wayside here for the PARIVISION. 5 more chances to close Mirage.
One thing that was core for me when looking at the PARIVISION game so far was that every single time they were gifted a chance, like we just saw where Falcons took that 1v1 to defend against map point, they turned it into a streak of rounds. And I think Falcons have like crushed and they've had streaks, but in general, PARIVISION, I think they've impressed mainly from that perspective. And I think this is the moment where Falcons need to show they can do that too. 2 rounds back. It's a 5-round game. I think sometimes you have to imagine it's still CSGO and that the game isn't even close to 1. It's a 5-round game. A 7-12 comeback. Astralis did that at Atlanta.
Just a couple of gun rounds, but would you ascribe resilience to the Falcons? Is that what we've seen in the last year? It's hard to say.
No, they're more of a firecracker or like a baneling of sorts. I mean, they can just... They can build a ton of momentum out of nowhere, absolutely. But yeah, resilience is, you know, it's countered by all the second places. Unfortunately, I think we know how good the team can be, but
maybe the Mouse effect.
Yeah.
Falcons trying to grip the wheel in this death ride on the CT side. Palace pop. Mid fake first. Double ramp taken. Good timing here for the Falcons. They've got a strong setup to deal with this. Monacy, he just nails his first shot. Every worry of this A hit gone. They can take back control on the ramp. Kicks in place first. Ooh. Sees Jame as well, throwing nades. They're going to have to jump on this. Swinging out of the Palace. Kixon's delivering a double from the ramp side, and Monacy joins as well. It's Nota, not today. 1v4 here on the Palace. Already tasked with the impossible save.
Very nice. I mean, you called it from a setup, so that's also a nice way to win. Just the fact that you had a winning position before the exec even started. Great players to trade. They covered a 2-ramp push where it's, oh, nice shot, Noda, for what it's worth.
Why not get weird with it?
Yeah.
I just feel like you know you're going to have fights on this way to the save, so you may as well fight forward. But high-low setup. And then Falcons pull back. Time on their side. Nota with an AWP available. He's got 2 mollies. He could try and block and actually get away with this AWP. Tessa's, meanwhile, sneaking in the back. Nota does deal with the flank. That's an AWP, and that's a great save, considering how one-sided that round is.
Yeah, big time. And because, like, Falcons, even though it's a round streak, they still have to spend down to 0. And it would have been an op save for m0NESY that he can't buy again this round, right? So, I mean, for Falcons, like, they're enduring. They're winning rounds in a row. They're making it closer, and it becomes a little bit more real again. The interview will be something like, we woke up late. We didn't turn our monitors on to start, you know. But then you finally saw what we could do.
What can they do? Constant half force buys here for PARIVISION. Just wacky double rifle, triple pistol. Jame with a saved AWP, Nota buys behind him, and he's feeling it, fair enough. But again, it just minimizes the full gun rounds PARIVISION have.
If you're PARIVISION, you weaponize Nota this round.
Jame puts himself to use first, looking for this jumping Tessez. Top of the smoke. Nota out middle as well. It's a far less aggressive Nucleons on the short side. He was swinging Vitality round after round.
He was, yeah. I think he learned his limits a little bit, but also was so good at Mirage in general. And
facing map point, not wanting to be that first casualty. Especially not in a round that, if PARIVISION to win, it requires the 5v4. It requires the opening kill. Arm your pistols. Nico removes that, recovers well. Nota trades.
Okay, should be no
reason
problem
to overcommit.
So, op goes down off the flash tactic. m0NESY will get seated deep inside of A. Smoke goes down in front of him, but they're not clearing this. Nate goes way too far.
They're trying this,
I mean,
sure.
Let's see if it gets cleared or not.
It's a good angle for Tessez.
Yeah.
Not checked by Belchinok. Used to swinging wide with a rifle, not scaling with an AWP, and Nota might, again, just have to save that gun for Jame. It doesn't feel doable. Top mid flank even coming in, but heard.
They're keeping the money a little awkward.
Yeah, good call for Falcons, though, to not actually chase these kills. I think it's more important that they build their own economy. Even these buys have been a little bit sloppy sometimes.
Yeah, usually PARIVISION, they kind of do magic with their numbers, and they, like, somehow manage to buy every round, but then also, after they lose, still pull out ops. And in this spot, last 2 rounds, we've had 3 saves for them. At least it's with weapons.
I feel like, where do you go if you're PARIVISION at this point? XX haven't worked. Slow mid control. Falcons have been saving flashes. Great shot.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Didn't you hear? Scream unretired.
Scream to PARIVISION. Rookies of the year.
We've seen every crazy roster move. Oh, come on, B-Trams. Don't talk about the Jame fall off. That's not the story of the day.
He's positive. 12 and 11. That's fine, right? Okay.
That's something to pay attention to for sure.
Most standard round you're ever going to see. The butter chicken. The AXX. Sway under.
Is this a General Towels right here?
General Jame up top mid, actually changing his tune away from the execute. Nico's pushed up all the way into middle. In a great position, unlikely to be cleared. Jame needs his trade, or it all goes wrong. And sometimes Jame just backs away. Sometimes he doesn't offer for the trade. He wants to play the 4v4. He knows his life is valuable in the late round.
Man, they had 2 sets of eyes on the top of middle right there. I don't think m0NESY was looking in underpass, so that's quite a big find. I feel like 4v4, it gets scary for Falcons.
Yeah, they've pulled all the way back. They've lost information on middle. That gives room for Sway to activate. Oh, Nico getting chipped away. 50 health left. Kixon has been a
3 mollies
under balcony, and Sway has again walked through the smoke. He's up connector. It's Sway's task to win this round onto Nico or Kixon. Will he clear under balc? Not today. Kixon, same position, same result. Dead to Belchinok, who doubles with the deagle. And right now, PARIVISION are on the precipice of closing Falcons map pick. It feels like it's nothing to stop it. Tess says a clutch too far, odds too great. and bomb down. PARIVISION wait in their positions.
He's helpless. He's got time against him with 3 players up. He's got to find them all. They still have nades left over, and the op no less.
James knows he wants to play a late round, and it's his survival here on ramp that might be enough. Belchenok's Thieves does them dirty. PARIVISION show up to a BO5 final and absolutely blow Falcons out of the water.
Yeah, they really do. We saw moments here for Falcons towards the end of the game that tell us that they have what it takes to keep up. But if they're going to play the keep up game, they might end up in the same bucket as Spirit.
Unbelievable. PARIVISION, no pressure, no problem. Here in a grand final, shades of Rio, said Dastan. And right now showing it with a bunch of rookies and a Cologne winner, James, dragging them a map up in the series.
A very positive start here for PARIVISION, taking down the Falcons on their map pick. And I've got 2 guys with me here from Kazakhstan. You traveled to support Furia, Molodoy, and then now Dastan here in the finals. How much fun are you having at the event so far?
I've been following Dastan from Budapest, and now it's going so crazy. Every time out, he's like coaching, saying them like calls, like don't pick, playtime, like this kind of things. And I really appreciate him because he's a legend of Kazakhstan CS.
Yeah. He really is. And for you now, them being able to take down Falcons on their first map pick, are you confident that Dastan and PARIVISION can get the whole win here?
Of course.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And what do you want to say to all the fans out there supporting PARIVISION?
Just Dastan, he's a legend. I like him. I don't know what to say.
So much hype, so much fun with it all. Let's get back to the desk and let's see how the series is going to go.
Legendary moments on and off the server. Look, sometimes it's about quality over quantity. Belchenok wait until the big moment to have that impact off the Deeg. What a way to wrap that map.
And that's kind of what he was for them in some of their earlier games at this event, where he's not always popping off the page, but in terms of stat line, but in terms of impact, he's the difference maker, X factor kills. He gives it exactly when they need it. But all in all, I feel like this was just such a well-coordinated, well-orchestrated game from James and PARIVISION. Even going back to the CT side, where it felt like they were consistently reading the Falcons' moves. You could see that the Falcons, they tried a handful of different approaches, but yeah, I was pretty impressed with just their composure and how much proactive they were in so many situations.
Yeah, I think it's a very crucial moment to step up here for Belchenok as well, because I think some of the pressure that we're speaking about that was mounting on towards PARIVISION was starting to show right here. Falcons came alive a little bit in that second half, so for him to shut it down before it got close, you know, for him to shut it down so the scoreline is 13-9, they can walk away and be like, we had it under control. It was a cosmetic comeback from Nico and m0NESY. It wasn't a real thing, so a very crucial moment here for Belchenok and a great way of finishing what was a great map for PARIVISION.
I mean, lest we forget, what's the bigger hallmark of a James game than a few extra rounds than were perhaps necessary?
Played by the round, you know.
Simmer, he loves it. Speaking of James, I mean, that first half was stellar. Slowed down a little bit after the switch, but I think he was at 1 point 10 and 2. It's the classic James. You just can't kill the guy.
No, I think they did a great job in the first half. Both James, but also PARIVISION at withstanding the pressure coming in for Falcons. This round as well is a great example where he gets to... I mean, overall, it was just a lot of pressure coming in for all of the players within PARIVISION, and to win a 1v3, that's crucial. To be able to play at this level if you're James and have this much impact, especially in this very round where Falcons are getting into the game, where they're establishing themselves on the T side, it was a very, very pivotal moment early on in the game.
And even the way he plays this ending, I mean, he thinks that Kixan was around triple that entire time, but finally kind of sniffs it out that it wasn't actually that spot. And to call out the exact spot that Kixan peeks him from too, I mean, this was a pivotal moment after another round that was also just so crucial for the PARIVISION side. And I'm always glad to see people like James still show that there's a case for the op IGL, because I feel like it's all but died in all of CS2. I mean, Cadian couldn't make it happen, Fallen had to give it up, but James still kicking, and he's still making it look like it's entirely possible if you have the right pieces around you, you have the right protocols, and you're a good enough player too.
It does feel like, just early on again, small sample size, we've gotten a little bit more of a spotlight on the op to start this year. It was conversations about whether the op was dying, everyone needed to be a rifler, and a lot of op highlights here at this event. I'm intrigued by it. A lot of highlights across the server though as well, right? The young gamers coming from PARIVISION came to play, came to frag. Really, you could take this anywhere here and shine a spotlight on one of the team members.
Yeah, exactly. As I said before, I feel like all of them were holding up to their own. All of them withstood the pressure coming in from all all of Falcons basically, whether that was James or Cello, it was all of them, you know, together shutting down what was a very aggressive T side by Falcons. I think they tried a lot of different things in that first half, a lot of A executes, a couple of endings towards the B bomb side. They tried to take mid control as well, but as I kind of have been describing throughout the entirety of the tournament so far, I don't see a weak link within PARIVISION, and I'm not saying that the 5 best players in the world. I'm not saying all of them, you know, are a superstar potential, but I'm saying all of them are holding up to their own. All of them are not necessarily a weakness in their spot, and we're talking about, you know, a team right now where I feel like as we get to learn them, we also get to learn the players and their positions, the strengths, etc. The way we like to describe Vitality is that all the players fit into the system. All the players are in the preferred, you know, roles, so to speak, when it comes to Messi, Flamesy, etc. I'm starting to see the same tendency within PARIVISION.
And it's great that we highlight Cello because I feel like for the CT side, him and James were doing the bulk of the work in terms of the defenses. I mean, Cello's a guy that I feel like every time I watch him, it's just the way that he's peeking. His next angle seems so concentrated, so focused. Whether he's going for a crouch swing, some kind of little donk slide back after he gives the guy a little bit of a shoulder, he always goes for these little mix-ups to make it so difficult for people to shoot him. I think, for example, we also have Nota too, where it's just a guy that is so pristine. Like, the aim is insane. Probably, if you put them all into an aim trainer today, Nota's definitely getting the highest overall score on that, but I think Cello actually has better movement. So they all have their little bits of strengths and weaknesses that James has just somehow harnessed to find really this incredible constellation of players.
It's interesting that you brought up the Vitality comparison as well, because it kind of feels like achieving a similar concept, but with 2 very different approaches, right? Vitality was assembling these crown pieces of different rosters and trying to slot them into what would ideally suit them. Meanwhile, for PARIVISION, it's just been taking these diamonds in the very, very, very rough and polishing and polishing and molding to create this system now where everybody knows their spot, everyone knows their role.
That's true, and that's again where you want to credit, you know, both James but also Daston, whoever is part of that scouting team within PARIVISION as well. It's a cool way of doing it, and it's also not guaranteed that it will be successful. I think it's a great example is that you now have Sway instead of AW. To be completely honest, I think AW had certain strengths and did a decent job, but if I had to point a player, I'd be like, you're probably not caught for it right now. I'd point towards AW. So the fact that you get him replaced with a guy like Sway, who so far has been able to hold up for his own, I think is very good GMing. And in a day and era where we love to talk about, you know, how certain organizations, certain teams are signing players, we were like, what the hell are you doing? Or why are you paying this guy so much? I feel like we also have to highlight when a team like PARIVISION are coming in and basically building what is a tier 1 team on a very, I assume, low budget compared to everyone around them.
They've specified it, right? That these are players who are coming in to some degree without ego, right? With
came from the streets,
earned,
Mike.
Came from the streets, hungry for money, hungry for glory, hungry for success, working in a team house, living together, pulling together, and you get incredible rounds out of it. There was one round you wanted to dive into here, Maui. It's round 7, I believe.
Yeah, this is one way I feel like we've talked so much leading into this about pressure and how pressure really manifests itself in the server. So I felt like this is one where Falcons, if they're really feeling no pressure or low pressure, this is one you're usually able to bring back. But in fact, in my opinion, I feel like PARIVISION were the ones that looked more cool, more collected in this kind of moment where it was an incredible opportunity off of Monacy's 2K towards the short side to just reroute, but they just kind of still send it. They still kind of sent it towards A. Didn't feel like they read the situation as cleanly or as clearly as they would if they were in a low pressure environment. Whereas on the other hand, you just see James there, just scoped up, he's ready. His 2 guys are on A. They're not even really rotating. They're not moving at all. And so I feel like it was just kind of the way that Falcons demonstrated or played this one out, and many of the rounds there just felt like they were a little bit more high-strung than a PARIVISION team that just looked more in order.
Talking about those Falcons, right? Because this is a very troubling first map. You even get the pistol at the beginning, and then you just get absolutely stumped coming on in. What are we thinking for Falcons down the stretch here?
I mean, it's easy to point out that certain elements within the game didn't really work out. T side was a bit lackluster. Then, yeah, sure, you make a cosmetic comeback on the CT side, but what has been successful for Falcons so far during this tournament has been the combination of Monacy and Nico. Both of them have been playing well at the same time throughout the entirety of the tournament. This time around, though, it's not that Nico had a bad game. He just wasn't a dominant force on the server, and the same could be said for Monacy. Involved in a lot of opening duels, trying a lot of different moves, but was shut down by James and was shut down by PARIVISION. So at the end of the day, we can simplify it, and I hate to do this because it's boring to say, yeah, of course, Nico plays well, m0NESY plays well, then they win. But that's what they have to do here. They're playing with a stand-in, they're playing without Sonic, without those two guys firing up. Then I think PARIVISION have shown us enough throughout this tournament that they're too stable of a team to be rattled out. So we need some individual brilliance to kind of shake PARIVISION, to make them, I guess, move a little bit more on the map and rotate a little bit more. I think what you showed in round 7 as well is kind of, you know, to me, a great example of what they're so good at. The calmness installed by Jame, even in a 3v3, most of the players don't move. They just sit still, they just trust the process, they trust their positions. And I think if you're Falcons, you expected, you know, a team like Vitality, when you play them or you play Furia, there's a lot of proactiveness coming around. That's how people want to play. I almost feel like the lack of proactiveness and the lack of movement is a good thing for PARIVISION in these scenarios.
Well, we'll see if the supernovas of the superstars can overcome the patience of PARIVISION. We'll be right back after this. Dust 2 on deck. What should we be looking for here, Maui?
Well, the last time we saw PARIVISION playing Dust 2, it was against Astralis in the online portion of this event, but he absolutely slaughtered him. I mean, I'm not even going to mince words here. He was sublime. He did exactly what it looked like Zwei was doing back when he was playing with Nemiga under Lear, where he just had all of this freedom on these lurks, both lurking towards B, sometimes getting called to lurk towards A, and it just felt like every single time he had a timing to catch a player off guard in the side of the head, he was executing flawlessly, and it was just perfect for him to be the right-hand man to Jame, who was directing all of those other players taking map control. But if there's any player to watch here to try to see if PARIVISION can put themselves in an unlikely 2-0 start to the series, my money's on Zwei.
Yeah, he had a fantastic game against Astralis, posted a 2.48 rating, you know, absolutely incredible. The thing when it comes to Dust 2 for PARIVISION is that they're all performing. They're all at a very stable level. I was just looking into the results last 6 months. Obviously, they've been winning a lot of those games. The lowest rated player for the team on average is James with a 1.11 rating. Next one is 112. The next one is 113. All of them are shining in. As I said, and as I've been honing on throughout the entirety of this segment almost, there is no weakness within PARIVISION. So in order to break up the defense, in order to break up that team, you need individual brilliance coming out from either Nico or m0NESY. And if there's a map they can do it on, it's Dust 2. We saw that against Vitality, and I think we're going to see it here as well.
We'll see if we do. We need that brilliance if we're going to get a series of this. A best-of-5 final enters its second map to take us through. Hugo and Launders, take it away.
Rolls right off the tongue.
That's what I was thinking right there.
Finish each other's sandwiches. Yeah. PARIVISION welcomed home on Dust 2 now. Oh my goodness, no. 2018, back in Hong Kong.
Back in Hong Kong the first time.
Who's that guy in the middle?
Corner.
Yeah.
I think his name was Corner.
Jacobs.
Yeah, he used to be a really great caster back in the day.
What happened?
Should make a comeback, I think.
Him and Kyosuke. Where are they?
Yeah, it's been years. This map is going to be a heat check for Falcons. I think if they can't capitalize on a Dust 2, everything will be revealed. You know what I mean? There was hints of it, and we can insinuate on Mirage that they're really not opening up. They're not playing their best CS. The CS that got them here, by the way. Like, it's incredible that they made it to this grand final. But unfortunately, even with the fact that they can tell themselves we don't have a lot of pressure, you could see it in their eyes. They almost wanted to win a little bit too much.
We were equating this game in the break to the MOUZ Spirit Cologne match, where MOUZ managed to beat their nemesis Vitality in the semi-finals, but then just crumbled against Spirit in the grand final, with Falcons finally taking down a Vitality in an important playoff game. It felt like this one was open for them, like Hong Kong. And once again, they've run into a bit of a wall. It's not over till it's over, but on Dust 2, James' home map.
James' home map, I mean, controlling mid with James, it's just so frustrating because, again, no one has more patience. And that door is always open. It's one of the strongest lines on any map.
Fast out middle here on the pistol. We've got a mid to B split. Nucleons will block that B site, and Kixon's fighting for his life here in the middle, able to deal a double. Weird position for Nucleons with the dual Berettas at range, cut down. Kixon waits for the uncrouch. PARIVISION put that bomb in the site. They know he's on this box right now.
Anti-flash. This could cost them, actually.
Oh, back turned and no trade. Not till a little bit later, but it puts it into a 2-on-2. Kitless. Not spotless either. Falcons just try to force their way out the door. Beautiful kill out of m0NESY, covering his teammate as Belchenok runs into the just headshot. He just got clotheslined.
Oh yeah, big time. 4 HP for Belchenok in there, and you think there's no way. It's the first move to essentially come in. I don't even know if they had a flash that they didn't choose to use. I don't think they actually had one, but that ended up being the right idea. Nota gave them the credit of assuming there's going to be a full retake. It's going to be telegraphable. I'm going to hug this wall. I'm going to get a 2K on the door. And instead, oh, it's just 2 blinders from m0NESY.
Break in the face there. You just take one step, your head's off. A pistol for Falcons.
Has that ever happened to anyone in real life, or is that just something that happens in the comics?
That's a good question. I thought it was what happened to Connor. Pistols out here for PARIVISION. Everyone but Belchenok. Where'd it go?
What's that? Oh, the most important part of the game right there. That and the clock.
Well, don't lose to Glock. Falcons trying to build into Dust 2. It's, you know, PARIVISION, some of the best B hits in the game right now on this map. Just the way that they fearlessly execute this site and go through the smoke and seemingly trade out every single time. We know how hard it is to retake. I feel like I've seen them in so many advantageous B post plants on this map. It's something that has to be considered here by Falcons. It's also the site where the rookie is playing, as was Kyosuke, who was actually, I think this is one of his, is one of his better positions in the B bomb site. We've seen a lot of great holds from him. So Nucleons will have to put up a solid game here on the CT side.
Now, one thing Nico can definitely fall back on this map is he is so good at controlling Cat. playing Phil, can time his HEs better than I feel like anyone else in the world.
Gonna pop out Cat. Nades used, Nico in position, and simply done here. Not a shred of damage done to the Falcons, 5 alive.
A break can do wonders. A map change can do wonders. You almost never see, like we saw Nota play unbelievably well back in Mirage. He's probably going to still have a great day, but you know that it's not simply going to be like guaranteed unless it's someone like Monacy that you'd expect them to just destroy an entire series that like Nota's going to carry 2 times in a row. Falcons have to remember to leave that one behind them. That one's done. They can't get Mirage back, but Dust 2 something they got to be excited for. And the pistols have been good for them.
Wow, no deagle usage. I mean, they've been winning. They've not been ecoing, I guess. It's a nice setup on short. Weren't ready for the double crab.
Wow, haven't seen that one. That worked out so well. You'd think like you could be a victim of a shoulder peek, but even a shoulder right there just shows so much. Nice punish.
Peek as well. Falcons have got some moves. They're already looking just
opened up.
Yeah. Been doing their yoga. Not a stiff CT side of Mirage anymore. So in a 5v3 with James Orp. Sway tries to fake out on this B bomb site, keeping Kixon confused. Kixon gets close to the smoke, so he can confirm this is just a bait right now, but do they realize the mid to B has walked out with no CT smoke? It comes down late.
And Kixan's position will only become a liability when the smoke's up if they don't have mid control.
Will he push instead? Spotted. Coming from the window. Read by Belchinok. He gets a brutal entry, but is it enough? It's down to Kixon alone in this B bomb site. They need this instant headshot, and they need it now. Zwei provides. No smoke for this cross. You got to battle your way into the bomb site. 30 seconds to do so. Nico just running in. James has the cover. Wow. This is a 2v4 building into a ridiculous fumble from the Falcons. Are they going to fly through together? Yes, they will. Missed chance. James no shot out. Monacy finds them both. Random timing for the Falcons yet again works as it did in the pistol.
You'll see sometimes that works better than waiting for the plant, which could be a fake. Instead, timing when you think the bomb is about to be planted. And doing that versus James is obviously a brave thing to try, but they found it perfectly. The Goldilocks zone between where that bomb is about to get planted and the fake could come in. And obviously it's just a numbers game. If someone's got their bomb out, then it's not a 2v2, it's a 2v1.
Perfect for Falcons. No need to use utility. Catch PARIVISION by surprise.
Now we got James still in spawn. There's this thing I always remember. It was a guy who was criticizing. It was Valda. He was criticizing Shroud versus Stewie when they played versus them in the same rosters back on Cloud9, and he said, you know, Shroud had all this great aim, but he never put pressure on the map. He never shoot behind smokes. He never push. And Valda said to me, he's like, if I had the aim of Shroud, I'd be pushing every round. And I think that's sort of a similar thing you want to see from Falcons, that they're using their individual level to be aggressive.
Don't overthink. Overcook. Kixon through the smoke, makes a push of his own, but again, he gets left alone in this B bomb site. Nico just trying to fly through the smoke. Pistols power through. B-split timing is everything here, but as Kixon gets mollied out, Nota finds another banger headshot. Talk of that. Belchinok back in spawn, wasting Tessus' time.
Oh, Tessus has to hunt this down. I mean, they can come in to try to kill him here. Oh, Belchinok, another. And Nota with 3, the full house between those two. And Nota, unbelievable again on 1 HP.
Money maker. This B site proving to already be priority #1 for PARIVISION, and Nucleon's dead in the window yet again. They know what they're up against. Nico feeling desperate to push the smoke.
Oh man, look at this peek. 1 health.
Yeah.
Had to be on the dome.
And he's getting cooked in the molly anyway. I feel like even if Kixon holds his spot there, he's dead. So some close rounds, and finally PARIVISION break in. 4 long. 4 Falcons.
They did this like 3 maps in a row where they won a round with Tech-9s, and they made a 5-round streak. So they really know how to get in their opponent's head. They've done it to 2 different guys already. And we'll see if that matters for Falcons or not.
I've got Nucleon's committed at long now for a change. Nico edging out middle. Playing ahead of their smoke again.
No,
look at the mini-map.
honestly,
I mean, 4 players still in tunnels.
Monesi doesn't want to get to fallback positions this early because he doesn't have a team that can, you know, he can play around to push back for space. So that first molly, he's over on A. This is now just a full stack. They're already thinking about the next round, Hugo.
Falcons are just gambling, and whether they've rolled the dice and it's fallen off the table. Contact B play here for PARIVISION. Kicks and smoke is too little, too late. Zwei checks 3 corners and still comes out with a kill.
Yeah, it's the Muhammad Ali.
Left, right, good night. And Falcons take a nap on that save. Look at Nota already running.
And, but you know what? This is best case for Falcons, right? They're probably going to lose anyways. If it does come to them and they lose like 4 or 5 guns. So being able to recycle these, keep the op in play, that's nice. But you know what? They're actually floating quite a lot. I mean, I know it looks like they're on the hunt, but I'd be worried about giving back anything in an exit situation.
Yeah,
but no one's ever stood here and hold this angle, so.
That's true, first time. Heat maps are empty. Surprised the PARIVISION have this much respect, but knowing there's an AWP might have that effect. Oh, that's nice. That's very nice.
You see shots like that and you're like, not even a wall bang, eh?
Yeah.
Just perfect.
Off the screen. So the AWP is saved, and a healthy attempt here for the Falcons at least before their next buy round. So PARIVISION are still going to run into resistance here in this T side.
I mean,
sure. It's Monesi.
If it was online, I'd be like, yeah, nice server. But that was just pixel perfect.
0 ping. Oh, and he hit the cross shot. It's only kicks on a pistol.
Do you know that one?
No.
Baby Squirrel.
Baby Squirrel.
Yeah, and he actually won a baby chicken plushie from the Mike's Bonanza wheel.
He seemed thrilled. Gonna tell me PARIVISION are gonna hit the B bomb site?
There's 2 halves of the map. Don't tell them.
Shh. On overpass, there's not.
Yeah, true.
There's connector and B.
So Tessus has a good gun. He's in the back of the site, but no counter utility to stop this.
How does Kicks do anything in this position? Just gonna get pre-fired. There it is.
Oh, he's on burst.
Nico's shooting the wrong gun. Triple. That's all he's got. Maybe he'll have to provide it. Burn out of position. Retake consideration here for the Falcons. It's a very deep smoke.
Yeah. Can he get vision?
High, yeah. Maybe on the car he could see someone, but which way does that go? Nico burns again. And yeah, we saw...
The burst fire. Wow, there are 2 buttons on his gun, Dan.
The wrong one. Zelo, headshot angle, waiting for that flash, and it does land, but so does his spray. Nico, that's more than 3 shots, but it's not more than 3 kills. Monesi's left, surely to save, and PARIVISION immediately go hunting. They hear him, they come for him. They know he's not winning this round. You ain't hitting that flick. Zwei makes sure of it. No AWP save, 3rd round locked in.
That's pure confidence. The streak happens, and this time they run through every weapon. So, again, Falcons would have loved to save that. They don't. And this is where PARIVISION gets super scary.
Yeah, and again, with no save of the AWP, right? This was a buy round, but this was 2K into a 2,400 loss bonus. They've barely got a buy.
Did they invest fully? Because we had a USP, right?
No, last round they saved 4 and, I mean, kept 2K. So this is the best you've got. No kit.
No
again,
kit.
No AWP for Monesi. I don't get it. PARIVISION I keep seeing the smoke missed. You'd think at a certain point, it's not a miss. They threw it every round the other day.
Yeah. Who's getting fired?
Kiyasuke, if this keeps up.
Full mid control and a press to get. I mean, it feels like they just want to create a situation where Zella feels comfortable, like lurking out. They can go anywhere they want. This is the kind of round where Nico would love to have a cache utility to go off of. Again, so good at timing these HEs normally, but it's still a blind gamble.
Try it again. Back in the goose, Nucleon's not on that B site. Falcons seem really resistant to believe that PARIVISION will keep going B. Maybe they're right, but that bomb is still floating, and back to tunnels goes Zwei. So Falcons, once again, with a gamble.
Yeah, it's a Falcons gamble, and you know what? PARIVISION are also starved a little bit for info. They've been trying to see who's going to cross back from mid, but it's never been disrespected. No smoke, no flash. Monacy boosted up, man, but kicks in. I mean, Monacy has to do a lot here.
When in doubt, mid to B. Monacy burning alive, but he still found a position to thrive, spanning over the smoke. 8 health the difference. He's got to get a mag in. 15 seconds, that bomb is still in the mid doors, and Monacy, hello, he's right behind you. There's the kill. 10 on the clock. I don't think there's a way you win this. As James trades out frags, he looks to save. Falcons luckily win it out.
And won't die after time. We were holding our breath for that one. What in the world? He's going for that kill. Are you serious? After time.
Psycho
James of all people.
Runs into... I mean, he doesn't play economy like he used to. He's... You know, I think part of the issue for James coming into CS2 was the economy changes, MR12.
Yeah.
We saw him try to still play it like CSGO. It didn't work. It wasn't about, you know, whittling down your opponent slow and steady and building your economy, but... He's found his form here in this new game.
You're test ass. You're like, he's just, there's no way he's going to peek me.
They're dropping guns.
Chance.
They're looking for an AK.
And that's the best time to strike.
Haha. Pants down. Falcons again into the setup. How will it fare?
Works every time.
Destroyer from Nico and Monacy, and there is no trade attempt.
Holding their space perfectly. But because of the 5 deaths, again, it's just like every round is so hard.
They're just going for the hit, a quick B hit once more. Forget middle. Through the smoke instead. The flank is out for Tesses. He might find Jane, but it doesn't matter unless Dixon holds his own. That might be good enough. Tesses taking his time to stab Jane in the back. Revenge from last round is bittersweet because Stillsway follows up. There is no kit right now in a 2v2. It's costly. It might cost them everything. Monacy clears the wrong corner. Tesses just throwing himself back through this window, but it is death on arrival. PARIVISION continue to impress.
3 frags for Noda here. Once again, the B play is so perfect, obviously, because unless Monacy's boosted up again in CT, they decided to copy and paste the strat that nearly worked last time, this time in a 4v4. Kixan was alone again. This time, the support was too nervous to walk out of that smoke because they didn't have vision on the other side of it. I think Kixan knew that he had a lot of guys coming at him right there.
It's nice to see the Falcons at least make the move to flank through long and stay active in this round, but it does feel...
Okay.
Second time he's found him.
Yeah.
It does feel like they are so resistant to the idea that PARIVISION are just going to keep hitting B.
How many times are you going to bet on red? You know, I think that's essentially the equation you've got to make. And then you think, well, should I be gambling? Should I be fighting for info more? And we do have the cat plays from Falcons. Like, they are doubling up there. They've got to pick off twice doing that. The only problem is it's sort of one note.
I do like how when PARIVISION sometimes spot these setups, you would expect, right, there's 2 players there, they just swing and trade. They don't. They always pull back, right? Remember the Spirit game, so many 4v5s that they don't try and trade. Oh my God, Tessus is Deagle.
Wait a second here.
Okay. Should be fine now, USP on the flank. But talking about the Spirit game, so many 4v5s, especially on Ancient, and they would just slow it down and Exec can win the round. Like, PARIVISION don't feel like they need to trade every kill. So as soon as they spotted Nico and Monacy, they just drop mid and go back to B.
Yeah, it's atypical. Every time you look at like their positions, you're like, this is brand new. But they just know how to stay coordinated in all these weird spots, and I think that's what makes them stand out. You know, they really do have a signature play style. And it's great to see that with James. It's evolved over the years, and it's still relevant, right? It's still, I mentioned that when they've had different players, they tailor it to those guys as well. When they play with Yakinder, it was like a totally different version of the team. James was still the same guy, but they let him go out far, right? I mean, they let him be untradeable sometimes, and it didn't always look great. But here in CS2, it calls for a bit more aggression. It calls for a bit more speed, especially now that you can break smokes open. And even though it's the same Dust 2, Dust 2 is a map where map control takes 20 seconds. You know, if you want to go for a site exec, you can group up and do that really easily. And PARIVISION are flexing that right now.
Well, Falcon's going to find a solution here coming into a gun round with an AWP. It's not been common for Monacy with the way this economy has been going. So important to see it in his hands in round number 10. And he needs to make his presence known. Look at how delayed they are on this mid-cross as well. And James just takes the angle on Cats, running down Suicide.
Some people ask, like, what's conditioning? That's conditioning.
Yes, perfect example. And James knows, so he just doesn't even take the fight. He's straight up on the short side.
Right.
Goes both ways here.
And that's something that makes like an intangible, like momentum, make more sense. Like clearly you see it in action there. So again, I feel like Falcons this half, it's just been the low nades, low money, sometimes no ops.
And what's so impressive about these B hits is they're barely faking cats, right?
Yeah.
Just dropping nades. He's trying to make it seem like he's
no Freiburg drops
here. No.
Yeah.
No short smokes to cross in. They just go for the straight up mid to B, and Falcons again too strong on this site.
It's like the Tessa's nightmare. He's been sitting here long, waiting for the one round that he's going to have to fight. It never comes.
Well, again, we are looking at this B hold, and we are requiring kills out of the Falcons.
It's really
execute.
It's really on Nico as the mid B player to. Oh no way, he hit him. Did he hit him?
Yeah, he did hit him. So unlucky. He heard it immediately, started spraying it.
But that's got to be who's perched up right there.
Nico's realized what this means. The B hit through the smoke, and again, they just trade out efficiently. Double entry, 2 for the price of 1. Nucleon's getting hard countered in this bomb site right now.
You can't even, no kit, you can't go for this. You have too many good guns to save. You have to think about the next round. This is turning into a disaster for Falcons. Yes, it's only a 2-round game, but the nature of which these rounds have been lost, how expensive it's been on the rounds they've won, has just made it so that they never have a full strength buy.
And again, what are the rounds Falcons have won? They converted a pistol.
Yeah.
Then they won a rifle round, but then they lost the Tech 9s on the mid to B.
Right.
And they followed up with 1 round of PARIVISION running out of time.
And one more thing, I mean, again, Nico, amazing at controlling Cat, so good with the HEs. Yeah. They've been doing a great job of avoiding that by barely taking any Cat presence at all. But then also, Falcons, like you've pointed out so many times, they never want to assume that it's going to be this mid-B. They're kind of closing their eyes to the thought that this will be a full B exec or a mid-B, but it keeps on happening. And it's Nico's job to be the guy who's going to be boosted on top of the smoke and CT spawn, or Monacy that one time, to help make it feel like a 2-1-2, or to get info for the guy who's going to peek window, or make it a 5v4 and ruin the exec.
It's just such great game planning here from PARIVISION, and right now paying off at every single gun round, and you just feel like Falcons are stuck in their ways. Is there going to be an answer? Is there going to be something more towards this B bomb site? Or are they just going to keep letting it happen? Missed chance for James.
Ooh, okay, well, stop what could have been a lower play.
Nico's running up Cat.
Okay, gotta love that, actually.
Finally, a move being made here for the Falcons. But again, PARIVISION, fearless as ever, run into a weak and now empty B bomb site.
Oh, it's not smoked.
The
There's
writing
no
is
molly.
on the wall. Can Falcons read? Belgian knocked Molly down. Nucleons goes through. I like this move. It's the only way you can save this, but he's going to need multiple kills, and Zelo comes back through the smoke to deny it, replenishing util. B barely held here by PARIVISION.
Oh, and the smoke in the back of the tunnel. Nico doesn't see this cross. And it's turning into a retake, but Hugo, no kits again.
Oh, triple flank. You have no purchase in this round. James is the first line. He should be able to get this easy pick off. And this is all presumed Falcons go for this. I don't know why you would. 3-on-4 on the B bomb site. No position, no chance.
Yeah, no chance. Crazy to watch your half just wash away like this. It's another golden call for PARIVISION, who make it look obvious and simple, the way that they're able to take this site. Every time it's as weak as they want it to be. And I mean, you're asking for Kicksan to get a 2K spray down at minimum every time. Yeah.
And it's crazy, they didn't even know Nico pushed Cat, but they still just run through the B smoke.
Yeah, yeah. But did they know? It's like, how did they know?
Saw something in middle, but
it is possible, actually, seeing that setup. James did see someone come out of the doors. So, yeah, it's possible that they did read that perfectly.
Just one of the most fearless halves of Counter-Strike I've seen all week.
Right, and it's the CT smoke that blocks the vision up. I think that bomb could have potentially got picked off if that flank wasn't smoked.
Disaster striking here for Falcons. A final attempt here. AWP for Monacy again. He has just not been able to really play into these rounds. Monacy on B with the orb.
Yeah, I guess that's something that could help for sure, but
watch him go
I feel like if you, watch him go away. I mean, that's again what conditioning would be. They're trying not to overinvest, so they're swapping a player over. Op's not making any noise, but Monacy's position is going to work really well if they try to walk out. If they do another exec, it's still going to be a nightmare for him.
What if they go Cat? Nico and Nucleon side by side. This was a powerhouse duo against Vitality.
You know, Tessas could have finished War and Peace sitting over here this half.
Pressure out middle. Is this just a feign of a mid to?
They are going to go Cat. My God. Hugo, I mean, what in the world? And we got Nico's nades over here, but are they going to be too slow at this point? He's got
throwing them.
One ready. It's a molly. Are they going to keep it smoked? They want the fights?
Nico wants the fights.
Yeah, feel like maybe Nucleon's the most important spot here. Nate comes out late.
Nico baiting for the rookie. Nucleons needs to provide at the back of Goose. It's been ticked by the molly. I don't know if they've heard this though. Are they going to clear it? No. What a flick. Zelo, incredible headshot. Nico comes up on the Cat. He needs to deliver another double from another rookie and another round from a PARIVISION who refused to go down without a fight. 8-round T-side teed right up. Tesses on the long side. He found his one, and that is all he'll find. PARIVISION storm through Dust 2. A dominant, beautifully called T-half on this map.
Monesi, welcome to the Blast Interview Bonanza, where we ask spicy questions that get increasingly hot, depending on if it's the green bowl, yellow bowl, or black bowl. You get to pick.
Let's take black bowl first.
Okay, let's start.
Green is whatever. Green is like...
Green, we have no idea.
We don't want to touch.
How are you feeling today? That's probably what's in green.
Yes.
Which team do you think is overrated right now, even if no one wants to say it?
Vitality. I don't know, no comment, no comment. Not a single team is overrated right now.
Is that hot enough for you?
No, it was good.
You want to do another one?
I think let's take another one. From black.
Okay, from black.
Yes.
What is your weakest map?
Inferno.
Train or Anubis?
I like both.
Yeah.
But I would say I like Train, the oldest version, not the one that's in CS2.
Old.
Like the old one from CSGO, yeah.
Like with 2 heavens?
No, with one.
One, okay, not that old.
Medium.
Medium, okay. Who is in their villain arc going into next week?
Let's say PARIVISION.
PARIVISION. What? I said it like you, I don't know why.
You also said it?
That was very contagious. PARIVISION.
They have James.
Yeah.
And they have like 4... He's like Gandalf, you know, and they have like 4 hobbits in the team. Like 4 stars.
Yeah.
You know, I think they have all the potential to be even in top 5, maybe.
That was pretty good. You want to do that again?
Black.
Okay, alright, let's just turn it up, man. You like spicy food?
No, I hate spicy food.
Okay. This tournament goes wrong, honestly. What do you think people will blame you for?
I think people would blame it that I didn't learn from the last year, maybe.
What's the criticism people have of Monesi in 2025?
I think the consistency, that I just being on the same level as always.
In 2026, who will be the best offer that starts with the letter M?
I think people know the answer. I'll let them answer.
I didn't ask them, Monesi.
I know.
Easy.
Wait, you chose to pick the easy one.
It's my show.
Okay, boss.
Who looks like the team to beat in the final week?
I don't know. I think right now it's very hard to answer.
It's not immediately Vitality?
No. If you just take the online matches, how they started, I think Vitality looked a bit shaky. Teams in top 5, they're not used to play this kind of matchups, you know, and they don't have like too much data on other teams.
Let's end on black. What weakness in your own game are you trying to fix right now?
Discipline.
Discipline. More practice. Wake up earlier. Eat better.
And we're talking about the game, not about real life.
In the game.
In the game, discipline, yes.
One day you'll be very famous too, Monesi.
Thank you, wow.
I believe in you.
Thank you for the show. It was great.
It's too easy?
It was easy. Especially the first question. Still in my head, like.
So we're back to the game. 8-4 half here on Dust 2, and it was, you know, screw the pistol. This was a masterclass of a half from PARIVISION. They didn't need it, and it's potentially a game where, you know, Falcons could win again, but we'd still not have faith that they could close it out. They still haven't shown us what they've shown us this week.
Yeah, Falcons have...
Let's go, guys.
Let's go.
Yeah. Round by round, okay?
Let's get back into the game, okay? Let's fucking remember how we played yesterday in the previous match, okay? Let's fucking enjoy this, okay?
Yeah. It's all the right words, right? Yeah.
Trying to have some fun with it. They've got the cursed monkey ball right now. They're winning the pistols. They just can't win gun rounds. Well, how will this pistol fare? 2 out of 3 in the series so far. Nota really desperate to repeat. They're close. He kills a player. That's Jame and Zelo instead, actually. Jame hiding at car the other time, riding shotgun with this pistol.
They have to finish him off. Like
you can spam this with a Glock.
Yeah.
You can kill him.
Yes.
He's gooshed.
Make it happen. I mean, like, he's going to pop up at some point, but they know he's hitting the head.
They can spam him. I'm pretty sure he's dead if they hit that shot through the car, but
they're just terrified.
They maybe don't know he's low. Oh, head after head. They will roll. Kixon joins the fray, and PARIVISION put a pistol in this game.
Does Jame know, like, the one pixel that's totally unspammable behind that car or something? Is that possible?
Anything's possible with this guy.
Yeah. Oh, they crushed right here. You know, it's a moment where Falcons are like, let's do this fast. They let the cross smoke come up. Sometimes you wait for the flash retake, you far back. PARIVISION know they're not going to do this. They jump in on it.
That's the first long take of the game.
Right.
Round number 13.
Yeah. I guess it would be fitting that PARIVISION make them regret the long take and show them that it's all about B on this map.
Learn from the best. Interesting.
Half a map. Wait till they find out about the other half.
I mean, it's crazy that they've been planting on A in the previous game, because I just remember Budapest, they were just brutalizing the B side like this game over and over. So maybe Falcons game planning letting them down here in this match. A hard game to call from. You also need your stars to perform. And
James on the infamous USP second round. It's a buy up here for Falcons, but they stopped the plant, so obviously they weren't super worried about it.
How else do you get the infinite money glitch? Looking for that AWP. But his team still need to perform. That pistol's not going to do him any favors. Nice
What a shot, honestly.
Leon's. Maybe he can find some more burning right behind the box. What? Not even on him, but it connects a double kill, spamming away and more damage. And these Deagles tear through PARIVISION. Out of nowhere, Nico performs. Flick for Kixon, considered jumping, dodging, ducking, weaving, diving, dying. And it's Jame 1v2. He's picked up the gun, Monacy's put him down. So, sure, it's a round.
It's a round. That's all they have to think about. They've denied the momentum, potentially, of the pistol. What a situation. That was Looney Tunes.
What was that?
This was not on him. I'm glad you said that. It didn't look like it was close, but it was obviously crazy. Oh, my goodness.
Nice, boys!
Okay.
Let's go!
Okay.
And, you know, after you do it, like a really emotional speech to kick off a pistol and then you lose, that'll feel a lot better. That'll bring it back.
Tension broken here for the Falcons. Still plenty of reason to believe in a 4-round game. Now on the T side, Kixon getting to actually cool and put his players in the right places, because PARIVISION did a great job of avoiding Falcons in that previous half, or at least the majority of them.
So I guess what's interesting here is that, like, because Jame only had a USP, there is money for him to purchase. Like, we'll see what they buy.
How about the AWP?
How about the AWP right now?
He's got it.
Oh, man. And he knows how to save it. It's not going to be a live. It's not going to be. Oh, yeah. They won't have to. It won't be risky. It's somehow going to have like it's going to be a very high efficacy round here from James. He's going to find 3 chances to shoot. He's going to get 1 kill. He's going to take it into the next round. They're not winning though, Hugo. This is not.
No, okay, slow down.
Yeah.
Question is, do they force behind it? You would presume so. How much faith do PARIVISION have in a hero AWP buy?
Surely it's got to be some kind of. Well, of course it's this kind of. Who else does that?
Only Jame. Okay, he's going. You said low risk. That's high risk right there. That's taking the round into your hands.
They heard the USP last round. They would have had an idea about the money.
My goodness, Jame. He is taking all the risks right now. With top mid dead, he sits in the open in the middle.
Complete open.
He could just die.
This is the perfect risk to take from his perspective. That smoke will block his vision.
Where does he go next? This round is all about Jame.
It's unreal that they're not going back for the. Oh, is it Monacy on a scout?
It's on a scout.
Oh, okay. He thought it was going to be his time to farm.
Mid-smoke faded. James tries again.
Ironically, it's fear that will get you killed in this position.
Doesn't fire.
Doesn't
Falls
fire.
back.
Doesn't let him know he's on the left side, and that's so important because he wants to encourage the mid B.
Still eco on 3 players. Belchanox bought, but they want to pull them into this B bomb site. James hearing some ruckus on catwalk. He can rotate out. You can have some faith that this setup will do something if it's just a straight up tunnels hit, but on a mid to B, you might have some problems. James is still here, floating in the middle.
They've got kicksand smoke here. 30 seconds.
Great flash. James does fire. Orb revealed. Calling for the boost surely over this box as they
Molly's bad.
charge towards the mid to B. James needs a kill on the uncrouch, but they jump over his crosshair. Eco on the B side. Brutalized as Tesses even takes that orb. Shocking to see James run through that mid smoke. High risk, no reward, no save of that orb.
No, he's had some caffeine today for sure. It's not normal for him. That was the Molly missing inside the CT smoke and then James going for that boost. If it was just assembled more fluidly, that would have been an easy kill. And with 3 players in the site, Falcons are like, oh man, we almost ran into a really nasty stack. But they avoided. Yeah. They got him flashed off and they followed 3. I mean, it's Counter-Strike. Sometimes you're going to win rounds like this, but you are still going to take confidence out of it, I think. Even knowing you have the firepower is a huge part of the game.
I mean, that was a couple of shots away from going very wrong with the clock being that low.
Yeah.
So Falcons building back into this game, looking to make something of this final after all. A final they started as favorites.
And already something abnormal here for PARIVISION. Look how small their map is. 100% believe it's going to be the delayed long take, which is the classic Dust 2 strat. But if they call everybody over and they have this much utility, it's going to be very tough for Falcons.
This is also another classic PARIVISION buy, right? They saved players on 16, 1700 last round. You would never see that from any other team. And now they've got FAMASes and M4s with no utility. They're looking for straight up gunfights. Tesses has crept into the site. PARIVISION are going to find out the hard way. Couple of rifles looking to entry up this round. And opening kills decide the outcome. That might just be the save.
Yeah, that Molly bifurcates them. They can go ahead and just take these guns into the next round. Disaster averted. That's the timing of which I feel for Falcons that, did the most. I think PARIVISION were right that it was going to be the A play, but when Falcons decided to go quickly, I think PARIVISION thought we have time to leave and come back, and that wasn't the case. So now that this is a 2-round game, they avoid sort of 2 disasters. They get out of 1 with firepower. It does feel like Falcons are sort of starting to open up.
Yes.
As we asked for.
Definitely back in this match. Full save for Falcons, knowing that no matter what happens here, we're going to need a lot of rounds.
What's your favorite sport, Hugo? Soccer or football?
Chess.
That's an esport, actually.
Probably GeoGuessr then.
GeoGuessr, okay, yeah, that's a real sport right there. Well, this is a series that takes us around the world, except we get 3 sandy maps in the series. Could potentially end on Anubis if it goes 5.
Oh, you're calling 5 maps already?
I mean, that's what we thought coming into the day. Sure, okay, our expectations are definitely subverted, but a lot of it really comes down to Dust 2, because the big stat is that in history, only 2 teams have come back in a Tier 1 final from a 2-0 loss, and that's Donk. I shouldn't say Donk because, my gosh, if you watch that game, that was actually
against James.
Against James, that's right. And then the other one was just that Thunder pick with Furia versus Na'Vi.
Ah, yes.
And when that happened, the stat was, it's only happened once before in history. So we'll see if it becomes a trend, but you would never bet on it. In this situation, PARIVISION pick up Dust 2. You better believe that they're 99% likely to close. So Falcons, we'll see if it gets 5 maps. A lot rests here on Dust 2 for me.
Contact up Cat, this is very decisive, and as PARIVISION is still in figuring out their setup, swapping nades, they might just get caught off by an instant peek at 130. It's a nice try. Tessis does connect his kill. Completely caught off guard. Great call from Kixon. Puts a couple of frags downrange here for Falcons. 5v3. And a very difficult round to recover here for the Vision.
full middle of the map control, you have the, you have the card to be like, let's just delay for time now. Let the CTs make another mistake. They have to float. They have to stack. And this is no way to hold the A site, not versus a split.
Yeah, when that long control comes in. Question is,
yeah, if it's long control in this situation, they're hoping it's 5-cat, right? I mean, neither James nor Zway's position is really solid versus a long hit.
even that mid smoke is a middle finger, denying more information, but it does allow room to cross. Belchanok putting himself in the right site, but it's going to come down to winning the right fight. Sway lining them up.
No way.
No way. This is not meant to happen, and it still might not. Belchanok overwhelmed, and Sway headshot. Kix's triple gets them over the line. A saving grace from the captain of Falcons to stop another disaster.
A big shout out to Kixan for some of his mechanics that he's shown at this event so far. And again, within rounds sometimes, you see the aim. He can pop off, and he delivers. Funnily enough, you think of Falcons and you think they're really top heavy, but honestly, sometimes their most reliable player is TessHass. Sometimes the player that pops off a lot is Kixan. And I think that's definitely what makes them really, really threatening.
Warps aplenty here.
But I mean, Kixan doesn't even want to look at a scoreboard where he's at the top of the team like this.
It's an indictment of everyone else. Wow.
Oh, man.
Also just shows the money, right? Obviously, it's been some dominant
Yeah, that's a big...
halves.
Yeah, that's important that you had that nuance, because the first half was sort of a... Well, it was great from PARIVISION's perspective, but a disaster for Falcons buys.
Yeah, not only the buys, but also just the wrong side of the map, right? So it's going to be hard to compare. We'll see how that shapes up maybe later in this series. Modessy's got his. But does Belchanok have all the rest? Alone at the B bomb site. Shades of Kixan right now.
Yeah, he's set to die here. I mean, we'll see if he can put up a better hold.
What's this?
I don't know. Okay.
Goes in deep. Oh, quick switch. That's a problem. Belchanok blind, and blind again. You're not surviving this one, my friend. Tessez finds the entry, and PARIVISION should save.
Very good so far here from Falcons. It's a bit of their own medicine, essentially, with the timing on this B exact. And that's the thing about PARIVISION. So I was talking about this before, but obviously economy focused, even though James takes more risks these days, but they blind gamble tons. And I think that they abandoned the idea that they're going to win every round. So they're fine with doing rounds like this, especially when they're in the lead, because they get a full try the next one. If you run into the stack, you have a high likelihood of saving even more players, even if you win. If you lose and they avoid you, you keep that that op coming forward. And that's the real strength of PARIVISION. It's almost as if they're not afraid to lose.
An even game now.
Yeah, but it certainly does feel like, though, with the amount of control Falcons are getting away with, they can make PARIVISION really regret playing the perimeter, not peeking into mid, not taking over control of the map early. Especially if they can conjure up more situations like this.
Yeah, do you feel like there's a lineup there for Belchanok? Not sure what primed him to switch weapon, but they do not respect the smoke, as PARIVISION didn't in their T side. And now the mind games do begin, right, of this B bomb site. Both teams looking to just straight up pop through the smoke. Belchanok makes it across. Boost for James to watch lower.
You do want to see lots of pick plays on Dust, too. There's just no excuse to play super passive on a map like this. It's just, it feels tiny from a rotations perspective, and there's lots of options for your opper.
Well, also, when you get boxed in, right, you're sitting car, you're sitting B, you're only going to get 1-2 shots, so you've got to maximize before that point. James, missed timing. Notice covering at least, but smoke and the molly comes down, and that will stop Falcons.
Oh, they'll be angry about that. It looked like they could get a totem pole kill right there.
Yeah.
And this does take the edge off. Now, if you go for some sort of lean, it's not going to feel as like you're taking a risk. They have not wanted to fight into middle or do any types of crosses.
PARIVISION leaving B empty, poking middle. Sway gets back to the site in time. Almost no grenades to assist him here. It's going to come down to the fight, and it will be this A split. Nico late on long. Needs to find Jay.
Or the Spirit A setup here. James going to be called back.
Nico's timing is everything. Sway looking to perform as James has that cross. Sway feels no burden, no pressure to peek or push. He's going to wait and bide his time. 30 seconds. The bomb has made it in, but this isn't really living here for Falcons. Nico's too late to the party. His entire team have been cut down, and Nico looking for kills on the way out. James denying. 10 rounds to PARIVISION first. They break the streak of Falcons. 5 straight on the T side. Finally flushed out with 5 alive.
Yeah, he didn't know it, but I mean, Nico is pretty much the finisher of that round. If he pushes out long on time, there's a timing to kill James fighting, but he didn't even have long house by the time James got his first kill, so he was very slow to that. Also, they're playing from a 4v5, so it's basically 3 players on an attack, and Nico's there to like ensure the win, you know, but he's not really there to help it along. And
he's relying on some success.
Yeah. So I think that's a recipe for success here for PARIVISION. They find the pick play early, and then they can go back to what they were doing in all of the previous rounds.
Got a third AWPer here for the PARIVISION side. Zelo comes in with the AWP.
This is a great cover from Noda.
Yeah.
Gotta give him credit for that.
Falcons headstrong towards this B-bomb site. And Modest
that's
found
a big
it.
play.
Just explode through that molly as it fades. Another entry comes in. Nucleons. It's been a bit quieter this game, but that kill decides the round.
Oh, that's beautiful. It's not, you see so many times an AWPer will start and be like that and wait to punish the jump up, but almost never there's an AWPer on the other side, so. Or just a player in general.
Yeah.
It's also a great clear from Nucleons. Yeah, you could risk the 2-player spray down if you leave that unchecked or you get too excited.
Well, PARIVISION showed Falcons the light, and it is this B hit. Right now, they're benefiting from it just as much as they look to pull back from an 8-4 down game.
Again, the thing that persists is that PARIVISION, they keep an economy going. Like, even though they lose some rounds, like, it's just never, they're never in a position to have to double save. They're always a threat and a follow-up. So this becomes 10-10, but Falcons still have some work to do.
Yeah, like we said, this was always going to go all the way, even on this comeback for Falcons. James paid by the round. He looks to long it out into at least 24. Huge kill from Odyssey.
Yeah. It's a sliver. He tried to beat. Yeah, Zell did have an op on that line.
Whew. Vertical flick. Yeah, that adds up. James doing the maths on this long side.
Who would fall for it 2 rounds in a row, says Monacy.
They don't risk the AWP, they risk it in mid instead.
They have found the gap, actually.
Walking all the
Tessa's
way.
coming in a little slower to mid.
This position's so strong from Nico, though.
It's, I don't want to say guaranteed. Oh, and it's definitely not.
Crazy.
Did he see both, though? Did he see both?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Zella's playing it like he didn't. And maybe he's just making sure that the chase down doesn't occur.
They're just walking into B right now.
They have the site, actually.
They've got nothing to lose. If Monacy gets on this line in the middle, he can cut down the rotate. Info gathered.
And
now PARIVISION know they need to tuck tail and rotate quickly.
There's a huge amount of grenades coming this way. Monacy has the only set on Falcons.
That's smoke in the door. He doesn't want it. He'd rather the fight, but you need that team to cross in and take space. Can't be stuck, constricted to tunnels. Falcons set up as PARIVISION do the same. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath on this retake.
They actually have a lot of time for this. Again, Monacy's got the only nade. It's a flash.
Just throwing everything they've got, dumping it. But time will not be wasted. PARIVISION about to explode with 5 players through this smoke, going here, there, and everywhere. Sway trades out. Tessa's buying time, and Monacy low health. He gets found as well. No way could win this as James finds a combat AWP shot. PARIVISION pick up that 5v4.
What a retake, man. They'll look for every excuse not to go for a situation like that when they lost the site, and Falcons were crossing their toes hoping that this would be another one of those, but it wasn't. They used all their nades so well. They pushed out of their smoke so well. And they put immense pressure there on Falcons.
It's a really hard round for Falcons to win, even though they've got the bomb down.
Yeah.
You have to toe the line between peeking and fighting, and one wrong step as PARIVISION fly through smoke, and suddenly you're in a 2-on-4.
Yeah, they needed someone to go unspotted or get that 2K in window from underneath, but didn't happen. PARIVISION back in the lead.
All right, no corner smoke, but NiKo blinded. Can't find that kill with the AWP. Gonna hand it right back. Round lead for PARIVISION. It is their map pick.
And again, such a healthy victory. Not close, really. But just, oh.
Yeah, you gotta smoke it out, but can you escape? That smoke is just boxed him into the corner. NiKo offers huge assistance, and Zelo's position revealed, but it's all a bait for Nota. Able to spray away blind. Zelo assists. 4-on-3. Falcons try to jump the gun, and you can barely blame them. They've had so much success hitting this B bomb site, but finally it is stacked.
I think that flash was like a frame too late. I mean, I saw a flash assist in the kill feed, but Zelo got vision just in time. Perfect to the dome.
James here this late. Oh, missed shot. Not going to get many more of those.
They want to run this down, man. Oh, there was a small chance there.
Good block to stop Falcons attacking elsewhere. They have a smoke, a flash, and a Molotov. They have to put their pieces together.
The mid to late round situations, PARIVISION consistently lean A. But Falcons, just like they did, have been ending B.
Jane breaks the smoke. It's a little bit early. No one's crossed in yet. It almost feels like a fake. It's almost too good to be true.
Oh, they have the cat push. Oh my gosh.
Flank confirms it. They know where it's going. Nota just drops in and sprays him down. Shame even found a smoke kill. m0NESY, it's about saving. It's not about succeeding. How can he win this? 15 seconds as he attempts to run towards B. But top mid, doors, CT, they are everywhere. And m0NESY has nowhere to go but home, 12-10.
Wow, that's map point. Wow.
And after this streak from Falcons, finding 5 in a row, after losing the pistol, winning the force buy, abusing this B bomb site, it felt like they were in this game.
Just barely.
Just steal it away.
Just barely. It's hard to argue. It's hard to say for sure that they were, you know, too slow on that or just out of timing, because they did it off of a whim. They actually saved Kixan really well. They threw a flash into the tunnels. They got the instant kill from NiKo. He was still alive, and then they thought there's one in B. Then they still have an exec, you know, the semblance of one at least. But again, the shooters on PARIVISION, they're just too sharp.
Yeah, just such an important stack, I think, as well. This game hasn't just come down to the gunfights. It's about come down to being in the right place at the right time, right? These B hits, some of them have been instant. Some of them have been, you know, after cat fakes. Some of them have just been randomly in the middle of the round when a smoke comes down. A very hard game to read for both in-game leaders.
Yeah, big time.
Kixan's putting in a shift, but you said earlier, Mo, if Kixan's top of the scoreboard, that's not a good thing.
No, it's not going to be happy about that. That's a great tag. It'll be unconfirmed damage, however, for m0NESY. I feel like Falcons are just like, what's not obvious right now? And Long's been tried the least, I suppose. Earlier on in the half, we saw it.
Making it look like a mid to be. m0NESY in middle, making noise. NiKo working on that back side. And Game is caught repositioning, going out wide. Falcons pick up the pace. Triple B setup right now. They've got to cross pass this orb. That flash provides some cover, but m0NESY has tagged 2 players in this round, making it very difficult for PARIVISION.
Man, he's dropped off in a lower. There's a player flanking the tunnels. This is a situation where we want the bomb to go down early. Oh, but Tessus gets this kill. That should ensure it.
Yeah, it should be fine, right? Sway's the only one with health, and even though m0NESY's going to get flushed out of lower, it's not the end of the world. The bomb goes down, and PARIVISION have a difficult decision to make.
Surely just instant save, right?
I mean, they have the money, but AKs are valuable.
Oh, yeah.
Find that balance. What do you want? Zway is poking. If Zway can find a couple of kills, this round is back on. If not, keep those AKs and play for the last.
Yeah, just the 2 players on no HP are just deciding AKs are the advantage we want.
Yeah, it seems like the right call.
Yeah, the AKs are priceless.
Yes. Can't buy those back. PARIVISION accept their fate. James caught wide on the AWP.
It was that same situation with that too long setup with him and Zway, but I don't know where James was going, actually. I wonder if he was going to take an angle in pit with the op or something, but he was on the right line if he had just stood still. Still, great shot on him. And It's Falcons who need it.
Yeah. They need one more. Overtime hangs in the balance here in the 24th round of Dust 2. PARIVISION may have caught Falcons sleeping on Mirage with a dominant opener. But since hitting this T-side, it's felt like a different squad from Falcons. And we haven't even seen all the stars shine bright yet for Falcons in this series. So there is still more to reach for down the stretch. Only matters if they make it to overtime.
Yeah, no, they are dimly lit dwarf stars for the moment.
I love the call on B as well. Three-player start. They look for an opportunity, see if a kill was given their way. Those threatening AKs rally back on the PARIVISION side. James holding for the boost. I feel like every boost he's done has been the wrong one of the two. And so they do get control down lower for free. This is all posturing for Falcons right now.
Yeah, you can really see PARIVISION guessing, and again, it's been T-side who's been in control of the information for both of these squads.
The mini-map shows PARIVISION's intentions.
This is quite a tense moment. Lots of emphasis on Zwei. He's the one rifler on this site. He's got an HE to use. He's having a good map so far, though.
With this setup, you almost feel like they're destined to drop back into a mid to B, right? Nico, though, pulling back from tunnels. The cat play would be the way for the Falcons.
Yeah.
It's Zwei and Jame. Major winner and Cologne victor versus all the Falcons to keep this game in their pocket. If not, we open up bonus play. 30 seconds. Zwei still has a smoke. It needs to go in somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, surely not after they run across Cat.
Might just use it on the site at this point. 20 seconds as Falcons announce their hit. Zwei knows it's coming. Double molly makes the intention clear. Jame holding for a lurk that will not appear as Zwei lets him get closer and closer. Kickson dropped off. Zwei missed the timing, turns back and hits the headshot. Can he deck Falcons in this site? No. Bomb planted. Nico back on Cat. Falcons have position and are postured in this post plant.
That's going to be James to try to escort them forward.
m0NESY looking to clip wings over the top of the shot. Belchenok holds on. Tesses calling for support. Nico not there in time. They make it up the ramp. James is providing cover, and it will be needed. Onto Nico, 1v3 to hold on to this game. PARIVISION on the precipice again of another map. They took Mirage, and will they take Dust? Not just yet. Nico gone, and that's the defuse. 13-11. PARIVISION obliterate in that final round. A difficult retake and a difficult grand final here for the Falcons.
Yeah, they've run through them so nicely. You see Destan smiling from ear to ear with his Colgate smile. This team, they don't celebrate until the job is finished, but you can definitely see they can finally see that finish line. That was such an excellent performance, and when it became the most clutch round of the game, Zwei proved that his scoreline wasn't just, middle of the game kills. He closed out very strong.
Yeah, a team of rookies led by a major winner, and not just a conversation in Budapest, but a statement here in Malta. 2-0 up in this grand final as PARIVISION look to steal it all away.
Falcons are on the back foot right now. Eamon, first couple of maps, you're starting off so bad in the first halves of each game, trying to battle your way back in. Talk to me about what's going on. What do you think's missing?
I think we are missing some details. We are making some mistakes that are important, and they are punishing us for them. For the moment, I have not enough backside, I would say, to say exactly what is happening. From my analysis, we are making a lot of mistakes individually, and they are playing very slow, and it's a gameplay that is a bit annoying, and we should answer better.
How confident are you going into Inferno? We're going back to your pick in that. Have you got that belief in them? What are you going to tell the guys as well?
We should always believe. The only thing that I know from CS is if it's not 13, we still have a chance. So of course we'll still believe until the end.
All right, go back with your boys, man. Thank you very much.
So you're telling me there's a chance? But dang, is it looking a little bleak here. PARIVISION with the 2-0 now in this best of 5 series, making it look good across both maps.
Yeah, that's a huge surprise, first and foremost, but also a well-playing PARIVISION coming in with a statement right here. I think Dust 2 was once again a game where there's a lot of pressure being applied, there's a lot of close rounds, there's a lot of retakes, and essentially I would have said coming into this game, if it comes down to 2v2s, if it comes down to 3v3s, I would put my money on Falcons. I would put my money on the experience, I would put my money on the better individuals, but for some reason it feels like Falcons is a little bit off right now, and PARIVISION are playing just good enough in order to get it over the finish line. It's honestly speaking highly surprising the way the game has unfolded so far.
I feel like a lot of that comes down to James. I mean, James just kind of leading these guys through the dark. It doesn't. I feel like so many of the guys on PARIVISION can almost play with so little care about what it is that they're committing to because they just fully entrust themselves to whatever the overall James plan is.
I think we were talking about it yesterday. Once you believe in the Colt has power, and the Colt was working very nicely in that first half.
It was just a B round simulator almost, or at least B pressure. You saw Kixon, you saw Nucleons as well. Both of them had a very, very strugglesome first half on that CT bomb side. I feel like this game, and especially in Dust 2, this is the best example we have that csgo is a very important player for Falcons. He would not have been, dare I say it, you know, he would have not been dealt with this easily, and it was just over and over and over again. They couldn't shut it down over the B-bomb side.
James just bullied B. I mean, I feel like a lot of IGLs, you get them in interviews and you ask them, oh, are you going to target X player on any team? And the answer is generally no. James, though, just had Nucleons in the hurt locker in this one. I mean, the one of the few times that he goes A in the whole series is the time they actually rotated Nucleons to the A bomb site. So I feel like it's just like this guy could not escape the pain which James brought in this one. And I feel like, again, just kind of harping on the point that just it's seriously like targeted game plans over bad players is something that I feel like a lot of IGLs just think is beneath them. Like they think it's not like the manliest way to carry out a T side in terms of calling. James doesn't care. Like James has never cared what anybody has thought about him, whether that's the saving, whether that's the baiting, whether that's holding on to ops for every single round, even if you get no shots off with the weapon. And he's doing that here. He's calling a whole T side that just says, we know Nucleons and Kixan are your worst two players. And he's just going ham. He's just going in on him.
You know that if James gets a chance to sink in the blade, he's going to just keep twisting that knife. And it helps when the blade is sharp as well, right? And we saw that for him here in PARIVISION, in particular Zwei. We set it up nicely in the pregame. You gentlemen knew what was going to happen, and Zwei delivered.
We've been calling for his name. We've been calling for the impact that he showed us in the online portion of this tournament, where he was firing on all cylinders, where he was, especially on the T sides, super, super impactful. It's been a little bit lukewarm so far for Zwei on the stage, but this is the first time he's fully showing up. This is the first time we have a bit of a carry performance coming in from Zwei. Super, super efficient. Strong T side, strong in the retakes as well on the CT bomb side. Because I will say the game got close here in Dust 2 in the second half. And this B retake that we're going to look at later as well, you see it right here from his point of view. This was such a crucial moment. So he found impact left, right, and center, and not only in specific moments on the game, but pretty much from start to finish.
Now, we've diagnosed the problem that they're dealing with, but now we need to diagnose the psychology of Falcons. And while we can't get inside their brains, we can get inside their team speak.
I'm playing side too.
Cash side, Molly car.
I'm gonna flash doors, guys.
I'm gonna dodge first.
Ilya will have window for you guys, okay? Holding window, guys. The Molly car.
Trying to do clean ball.
Two windows.
Immediate.
Side.
Side, two guys side.
One more side.
Side.
My bad, man. Fuck me.
Look, it might all have been sunshine and rainbows and hunky-dory to this point, but a best-of-5 grand final down a map already with pressure coming your way from James. That is a whole different ballgame, and I think we can see that Nucleons is realizing the ramifications.
Yeah, I think so too. Obviously, he did such a great job against Vitality in the semifinal, gave us hope that he could definitely be a player that wouldn't be a liability. I think this is the first time in the tournament where we see the direct consequence of having a rookie on the stage in a big moment, in a big grand final. He was being bullied a little bit right here, and the pressure seemingly, as you could hear as well, got to him. I also do want to point it out, you know, Dust 2 specifically, one of the things that works so well for Falcons, normally when csgo is playing, is the double op setup can be brought out as well. And there's no double opping with Nucleons on the lineup standing in. So as much as we have said, you know, maybe it doesn't mean too big of a change, I think on Dust 2 specifically, that was the first time in this tournament where I'm like, I miss csgo a lot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I feel like everybody on Falcons needs that extra little boost. I mean, I feel like even though what we saw out in the earlier maps, especially against Vitality, where Nico and Monacy can just take over, that was just a single series. I mean, you stretch it out to a PARIVISION team that has a very targeted game plan, and even though Falcons tried to lightly adapt to it, I feel like, I mean, I'm not going to throw Nucleons completely under the bus, but it's just that it was pretty obvious that James wanted to do that. He wanted to be the bus that ran him over.
And, I mean, when you've got your teammate thrown under the bus, maybe you need to try and drag them out. Some of the superstars that we're looking to bail them out of that were just a little bit missing.
Yeah, I think it's only fair that we point out Monacy as well, to be completely honest, because we will be the first to cherish him when he's doing well. We'll be the first to point out that he's a fantastic Counter-Strike player when everything is working. So far in this grand final, he's been nowhere to be found. I think Mirage, the numbers doesn't do justify. He was trying a lot to be the difference maker, involved in a lot of opening duels. On Dust 2, normally his playground. Normally he's flying all over the place and finding impact left, right, and center. It hasn't been Monacy's best grand final, and that is very telling for Falcons right now, and a big part of the reason as why they're struggling 0-2.
Some serious struggles there. They will have more opportunities, but now it requires the reverse sweep. To sweep us into map number 3, we got James Banks with some of the fans.
All right, Counter-Strike is truly global when it comes to the Blast Bounty here in Malta right now. We got Ireland, we got a natural Maltese person, and then we got an American alongside as well. Tell me, who are you rooting for today between Falcons and PARIVISION?
It's got to be PARIVISION. They're winning it. They're taking it all.
Why? Why do you believe it so confidently?
They've had an underdog run to this spot. Yep. No one believed in them 3 matches ago. Now they're here. They're at the final. They got to end it. They're going to go.
I'm going to look for you cheering in the crowd as well. All right, you, who do you think? Falcons, PARIVISION?
PARIVISIon. I'm rooting for the underdog.
Okay. We love an underdog story.
Right. I mean, I can't help but agree with my friends, so I'm going to go PARIVISIon too.
All right, I'm going to look for you guys cheering in the crowd as well. Have you had a good time here?
Yeah, I had a good time.
And you had a Vitality signing as well. Let's show this to the camera, that's it. So we've got the Vitality signatures up there as well. And your phone as well from Flamesy. Who is your favorite Vitality player?
Well, I guess Flamesy, yeah.
Flamesy,
yeah.
Flamesy signed his phone, that makes him the favorite. Flamesy is very smart and tactical with all this. We'll keep running around the venue and see what's happening, but either way, we're in for a great grand final. I've found some Falcons fans. They're all from China, but they all live here at the same time. Ethan, first of all, turn around for me quickly. Turn around. So he is representing. How confident are you that Falcons will win today over PARIVISION?
Like 70%.
70%?
Yes.
There's a little bit of worrying there.
Yes.
Because of James and PARIVISION's skills, craziness?
Yes.
Yeah.
Also like Nico's fans, because usually in some big events he will have not very good performance.
Yeah. Who is it that you like the most on Falcons?
Definitely Nico. Yeah. Ever since I've been started playing Counter-Strike, I've been following him.
What about you? Why are you cheering for Falcons?
Because I really like Nico.
Nico as well?
Yeah, Nico is my god.
Okay, Nico's your god. Okay,
yeah.
There we go. It's a lot of Nico love. What about you, lovely ladies? Is it Nico as well, or is there someone else on Falcons you like?
At first, it was because Monacy.
Yes, let's go. Baby, go.
Yeah, and now, I mean, the Falcons matches are quite interesting. Like sometimes they, I'm sorry to say that, but sometimes they suddenly choke, and they might come back at some moment, and sometimes they don't. But yeah, some people just hate watching them. But anyway, I love watching them.
You understand it all. Who is your favorite player on Falcons, and do you think they're winning today?
I think they're winning. My favorite is Monacy and Nico, of course. And I think because they're playing some unexpected rounds, if they're equal, you can still waiting and believing because they could win. So, fully believe.
You guys can be analysts at the same time. All right, let's do one thing, guys. 3, 2, 1, and we'll say, let's go Falcons. 3, 2, 1, let's go Falcons!
They're going to need all of that good energy because the fans themselves know there's a little bit of a choking problem sometimes with these Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that before. That's been something we've been talking about. The pressure gets to them. In this case, I feel like when I saw those two, to be completely honest, I'm not sure if that's pressure. If anything, I think that's the lack of having the coach behind them. It's the lack of having csgo on the lineup. It's maybe also telling us that there is limitations as to how much we can expect from Falcons in a best of 5, with a stand-in, limited practice, you name it. Whereas for PARIVISION, they just continue to deliver and over-exceed the expectations.
And if you want to let us know what you think, you can scan the QR code that was on your screen and let us know your results. Results for Falcons, not so good in this one so far, Maui.
Obviously, throughout the series, it isn't looking all too great, but hopefully they can turn things around here on Inferno. I'd say that the recent result they had versus Vitality would give you a lot of hope. However, on the flip side, I mean, PARIVISION taking down Furia, that's not too snappy. I mean, that's a result where it makes you recognize that this game is completely up for the fact we might get a PARIVISION sweep. Like, it is completely within the realm of possibility that PARIVISION keeps up what they've been showing so far, and Falcons just continue to capitulate under this pressure.
If you are the Falcons right now, knowing how much your stand-in was bullied on that first map, do you try and play a little bit of the shell game, maybe hide his location, move him around?
I think we've seen on Inferno it's easier for Nucleons to be a player that can hold up to his own. I don't think he's going to be as exposed as on a map like Dust 2. So he did fine against Vitality. I think he'll do fine here as well. I dive into it. Again, it has to come from some of the individuals, you know. And I want to point out m0NESY. We spoke about him having a very lackluster final so far. When it comes to Inferno, he's going to be pivotal on that CT side. He's involved in 28% in the last 3 months. 28% of the opening attempts from the side of Falcons comes from m0NESY. His success rate is 90%. 9 out of 10 times he's actually going for an opening duel on the CT side of Inferno, he's winning it. So if there's anyone from Falcons that can change the tide of the game and make sure they have a strong defense, it's the guy on your screen right
I'd say the only thing that's scary is, does that scale even higher? Because I feel like he needs to go for more of them. I think if he doesn't go for more of them and you let Nucleons and a Kixan who feel like they let the team down continue to be the first aggressors on the defense, or really the action comes to them, I feel like you're in for a world of hurt. So I want m0NESY to just go out there and try to find it, because versus PARIVISION there, I'd say he did rotate down a little bit more in the latter portions of that first half, but I would like to see him get active from the very first gun round. Just try to be as unpredictable as possible, because it's clear that James is coming into these series trying to target weak bomb sites. He did it versus Strawless when he was picking on Hooksy, he did it versus Spirit when he was avoiding Donk, and he just did it again trying to pick on Kixan and Nucleon. So if you're m0NESY, you need to be the X factor in every single round, which is so much burden put on this guy's shoulders.
We'll see if he can do it. I want to ask you two, I mean, it's a tough situation pulling off a reverse sweep in a best of 5. Do we think they can do it? If we had to give it a percentage confidence rating, how are we feeling about the Falcons in this moment in time?
To come all the way back.
All the way back.
25%.
And for Inferno?
On Inferno, 50-50. It's a coin flip for me on this one.
Yeah, I give you that. 50-50 for me on Inferno. I'd give them 20% of coming back. I think doing a reverse sweep in itself is incredible tough. Doing it against a well-playing PARIVISION doesn't make it easier. Doing it with a stand-in, nah, it's not going to happen.
I got to be honest, gentlemen, I think those are incredibly generous odds that you've given them, all considering the context. If it's going to be PARIVISION to take it through, we've seen a lot of different players shine. Who are your eyes on in this one?
All of them. All of them. I don't see a weakness within the lineup. I don't see a weak player as well. I think the CT side defense is obviously going to be very important. I think Sway has been slotting in very well over towards Pit, has been doing a good job at shutting it down. So if anyone, yeah, sure, Sway, but it comes down to all of them. Again, I want to see if there is a weakness. And if Falcons can locate a weakness, then try to take a page out of the James book and, you know, try to exploit it.
I mean, I even just tried racking my mind for who really stood out in the Furia game. But the thing I keep thinking about is how oftentimes the radar actually just showed that Jame and the entire team knew what Furia was doing. They all moved into position to stack so many bomb sites. I want to say in over half of the hits from Furia, it really felt like they were jumping into a stacked bomb site. So that's not really down to a single individual multi-fragging, because I remember moments from Jello, Nota, Jame getting multi-kills when those bomb sites were contested, but it was more so the fact that there was the sheer numbers that always made it so every time Furia thought they were clean, that they got the 2 kills they needed, well, then there's a third guy or a fourth guy in the bomb site who gets 2 more kills in return.
Well, we're sifting for silver linings here for the Falcons.
I got one for you. I feel like Kixan and Nucleons were targeted on Dust 2. Kixan's best map by far is Inferno. That's where he does his best work. I think on Banana, especially on the CT side, he's doing a very good job at defending himself and keeping up to himself. So sure, if James' plan is to exploit Nucleons and Kixan, at the very least, Kixan is on his home ground, his best map out of all of them. I think that's where he does his best work. So maybe that tactic is not going to work out here in Inferno. That's a silver lining for you.
We found a silver lining. There's another one as well. We might be claiming the silver on stage in just a moment. One map is all that stands between PARIVISION and starting 2026 with the Blast Bounty Trophy. One more time, at least. Take it away, Hugo and Launders.
We are here, third map of a grand final, and Launders, I ask you.
Okay.
Is it James time?
Is it James time? I feel like it's gotta be. I feel like it's gotta be. He's been in a 2-0 position and then got swept before. But I feel like there's nothing that will make sure that never happens again like that stat. I think, and when it happened, obviously it was taken from him. And Falcons, if they're gonna win this game, they're gonna need to take it from PARIVISION. Right now, PARIVISION have everything going for them. They have maps to play with. They have even a good win on Inferno, which is not a good map for them at this event. They have a situation where they know they have the most confidence. They have a situation where they still haven't even seen their own ceiling, and they're beating teams like Falcons are not even the strongest team in this run for them and to take them down. So as far as they're concerned, this is even Inferno's possible. And maybe if Falcons won one of the first 2 maps, they wouldn't feel that way. They might think, oh, we'd have to just walk this one off, take it to a 4th. But it's possible they end it right here and now.
Well, Inferno are 3rd, and one of Falcons' favorites at least. It's a map that's improved a lot for this team in the last 6 months. Seeing them take down some of the best in the world, like Vitality and Furia. But PARIVISION have done the same, at least on the latter. Gonna have to play their best Inferno yet if they want to take this one today. You'll notice 4-man mid-hold and Nico alone at B. He is the arch rotation player, so trusting in himself to hold this bomb site.
They picked up both pistols in the last map, didn't they?
They picked up one and then they lost the second, but they won the 4th.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, looks like a good game plan here for the attackers. Nico's looking for the shot.
Frank is quick here. Careful.
They're slowing it down, though.
How did he get out? Belchnok, not a point of damage on the jump away.
No way.
Trying to do a little bit more, and he escapes again. The second time is the charm. Door locked on Falcons. Goodbye.
Oh.
Nico has got to survive, or at least take players with him. They come charging into the church. That smoke is still a problem. Falcons flood through. Clock being played. Bomb delayed. Defuse denied as PARIVISION push through and finish this pistol with ease.
That is
flooding.
Ridiculous. That is a million ways to die right there.
Yes.
They picked allowing someone to leave Banana in that spot. That looked impossible. That was definitely a fight to the death. I don't even know why it was on Belchnok's mind that he could have tried to leave.
Twice.
And he still did. And then the triple push here into Con, and then they're fighting from CT and the site towards Banana. It couldn't have been orchestrated more beautifully for PARIVISION.
It's just that day where everything is going right.
Yeah.
And for Falcons, everything wrong. Force by nades, smokes, hope. It's one thing to win it in 3-0, but it's another thing to do it on Inferno. A weaker map for PARIVISION, as you said. Dust 2 has been their bread and butter. Ancient as well, but here on Inferno.
Go Arch. It's possible for Monacy. Ah.
Well.
Nota.
He is taking names today. He's having an incredible final.
Yeah.
Is Nota.
Oh, it's going to be a great memory for him. Absolutely. And a situation where PARIVISION are here to make fans, but there's still 2 guys left over. PARIVISION are just like, let's go path of least resistance here.
I do love it. When Jay makes a call, no one second guesses, no one doubts, no one offers another idea.
That is big. I mean, okay. And now?
Back to A. That's too far. That's too far. You're not allowed.
It's a Harold and Kumar moment, eh? They left the keys.
The bomb is going A.
Yeah, okay. And that's why they're not Harold and Kumar at all. That's hilarious.
Oh, yeah. And how can you not believe in everything he tells you when it hits like this? Free bomb plant, kicks in, lost to spawn.
That's comedy. Not even a chance to, like, get an extra kill here.
They just walk away.
They got to take a shower after this match. This is sweaty. Gotta love that. So what do you think about the Zwei pickup? Because I think like Pimp said, it was very brave GMing. I think it was like bold move to make. And, you know, AW is like...
He was clutch.
Yeah, he was clutch. I thought as an anchor, it kind of made perfect sense. But Zwei's on the market, you know, and Zwei's now got experience with Spirit, and
I think it's made their T side so much better, right? Like it's just being an extremity player has just been able to add so much more firepower to this team, and you know, the intangibles, the experience, whatever he's saying behind the scenes, right? Offering knowledge to these players alongside James, it's massive. Right? Dastan talked about it in the interview. He was when Nero asked him, like, were you you know, when you saw Zwei was available, were you excited about that prospect? Dassin said, yes, 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 yes. Like, we really wanted this guy. We're so glad he joined us. And of course, the Budapest run probably had a huge influence on that.
Yeah.
So the fact that you've added firepower, I don't think you could have predicted him to look this good. When you watch 6 months of him just hitting his head against the wall on Spirit.
Then he like ended with 2 good series in a row, but they still got eliminated. You know, he got us back-to-back ace days as an anchor. That was nice. Or back-to-back maps, I think.
Didn't even get another season like Magic's.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a shock how quick it's come through and how fast PARIVISION have risen. 2 top teams taken down, a 3rd wounded here on Inferno.
Molly's to get him back. Nucleons by the skin of his teeth is out of there. 5 health.
Nico AK, but no Kevlar. Gotta pick his position wisely.
And one thing we'll see for sure for PARIVISION, they will not turn down car control. They get this, it's going to be a B hit. I think Falcons are feeling that right now.
You have
block.
4 health and you're blocking
spare
the
that?
smoke.
Yeah, okay.
What could go
That's
wrong?
like a magic sacrifice right there.
Eye for an eye. But who's blind?
But they heard him block it, so they just spam him up there.
Ooh! Reboost, Nico, back turn. No Kevlar, careful. 1 shot renders you useless. 2v4 here for PARIVISION. A bit of time on this clock to get busy.
Yeah, they're feeling the pressure to get the bomb planted while that smoke's still up.
Yeah, but now what? On the fade, where do you go?
James going forward is crazy.
Yeah, but he's looking for one more in the banana. He's going to tuck in. He can play this smoke and be hidden from the banana player.
Yeah, it's actually just another genius maneuver.
High value. All together. Zelo cuts the head off. Tess's tagged up. Jane waiting to strike. They don't even know it. They won't need to because Zelo is the one in this round. 1v1 against Monacy, and Zelo plays behind the site, wasting time. Oh, clutch. 4 kills from the back of B and the 1v1 to boot.
What a monster.
Anyone can do it on this team.
You want to put your best player at quad. That's why. And he plays all those angles perfectly. Nico was in the back there looking for a swing so that he could peek out afterwards, but Zelo, he was in and out. Got his kill, left. Oh man, and the boost up from Nico. The tactics to make this close were there. But he made quick work of everybody.
Yeah, just even out-dancing Monacy there.
Yeah, seriously.
It's not easy. The AWP is out at least, but just a clean or a fantastic start to this game for PARIVISION again. They have been leading both halves in those previous maps, 8-4.
And this is a step up for them because they were starting slow in their other matches and then coming back.
Yeah. When Falcons do come back, like on Dust, PARIVISION stayed resilient. Monacy just blindsided.
Oh man, Monacy not having a great series. Maui just called, you know, on the desk that he's going to have so much impact. You know, that pimp stat of how much success he's had on opening attempts, and going for them is a great first step.
And this is Monacy's worst map in general, Inferno, so it's not a good time to be having a poor series when this is your fate on the line. I also think we saw the abuse of the B bomb site last map. Maui also talked about that on Dust 2. It's Kixon and it's the new boy Nucleons. It's the same situation here on B Inferno. A very easy site to exec if you get that banana control, and it's Nucleons and Kixon. Again, Nico's going to feel a lot of pressure to help out on this side of the map. What's that leave? Tess is alone in a 1v5 in this site. Tessa's trying to provide a key to victory.
And they're coming at him slowly, but he's running out of ammo.
Everything falls in place. Even the flash is blinding both teams, but Noto is quick. Recovers in time. And again, Falcons in an unwinnable round that so many have been in this series.
And it almost feels like they're trying to take a page out of PARIVISION's book by just like hoping it's B, but Tessa's actually had quite a bit of time if rotations came in there to make that a little uglier. Does his best, you know, the shoulder spot, get some info, zone 1 player with a molly, get a kill, stay alive. I mean, that was probably 20 seconds of delay.
Yeah.
So this one's slipping from their grasp.
Just a clean round again for PARIVISION. Money building. Monacy's AWP. Elusive. Cannot be saved here by the Falcons. It
was a tight race back in 2024, Monacy, Zaiwu, and Donk. And I think where it was lost for Monacy actually was at the second major of the year. At Shanghai, just started to taper off quite a bit. Thought the bounce back was inevitable, that it was just going to be a month of bad CS. And it's not like he's fallen off incredibly, but when we talk about these players, right, the top 3 or 4 players in the world in CS2, you talk about them a little bit differently. You hold great scores under a microscope. You could have a 1.2, but that could be very poor for them. The consistency that players like Monacy have brought to this game mean that it's very obvious when you even miss 1 or 2 shots on a rifle round and what kind of impact that can have for your team.
A bit more pace in this one. PARIVISION straight up B in the guts. In the corner is Nucleon's holding on, and that molly gives him a little bit of room to move. The nade not the same. Slam dunk.
And they're looking to trap Nico. They know he's up here. They know that he'll like to play it by himself. Oh, great nade.
Nico's nade still hitting, but his rifle may have to hit harder as PARIVISION tempted in to recommit to a B play.
And it's not like Nico's really had a great series either. Unfortunately, that's something another thing I didn't expect, right? I don't think anybody could have.
Especially after yesterday.
I know,
20 and
yesterday.
3.
It was like old times. Good old times. It was a nostalgic map from Nico.
Can he run it back? You're in front of the smoke. Jame with a perfect peek. What are you meant to do?
It's like he was standing there like, do you want to peek or should I peek? Because I know you're waiting.
I'll ask you this, right? After 2 maps of play, who do you think is the highest rated player for Falcons?
For Falcons, the highest rated player?
Coming into this map.
Just don't say Nucleons.
No.
Okay, it's Kixen. Oh, really?
Tesses.
What?
Name one Tesses moment.
I actually, okay, in history, I could definitely name
in
a
this
few.
game.
He had this great spray transfer it was on Mirage. It was the 4K spray transfer like Dupree. Okay, you had to be there. Back in the day on Heroic. Love that moment from TessS. Next question.
Okay. Well, PARIVISION 5-0, and it really just has been a strugglesome series for the Falcons. Favorites coming in, and every reason to expect even just more, given how great they played yesterday. Taking down Team Vitality. Nico with one of the best halves we've seen from him in a year.
20 and 3.
Yeah, 20 and 3 on a
20
half.
and 3. No fluff. Pure impact.
Crazy.
He had like 10 round swing or whatever. It was like... And I mean, that's, he went to bed thinking like, this is my week, like this is, and
it's over.
I went to bed thinking this is Nico's week as well. Like, I mean, it felt, I was feeling the Dallas. But
what do you make of the struggles of getting it over the line, right? It's Rivals to Furia, Pro League to Vitality, Chengdu to Furia.
Yeah.
Fisher to Furia, EWC to Aurora. They've had trouble finishing.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's almost like painful to talk about. I think of all the things we criticize players and teams for in history, the worst thing is the mental side when you have to mention the idea of choking, especially when there's so much on the line in these big moments. But ever since Nico's been on that Jumbotron at Boston, it's been a story for him. And it doesn't get easier. In fact, it's the final hurdle, and probably it was the biggest one to begin with. And the hardest part is that the more scar tissue you build up, it feels like the more likely it is to happen again.
More evidence of that fact.
But it's the thing I least enjoy having to bring up for why a performance wasn't good.
Okay, going out on their own terms here. Kixen 1-for-1 down Banana. Nucleons loses his life, but Nico's nade follows. 4v3, Falcons, strong position. Kixen not overcommitting. In the downtime, Nico's going to rotate.
Okay, we'll try to reinforce A. Even though decisions haven't been made. I do feel like, though, let's see, retake grenades are over on the other side of the map. No, Kixan's got enough.
So scared. James is just going to pluck him here on this corner, but that smoke comes down.
Yeah, he was right about it, I think.
James was walking in, no nades thrown in Banana, no reveal of the retake.
And there he's even posturing a little bit. And I think Falcons are reading this as some kind of fake posture. Nade comes in.
Nico's just
oh, they're just not going to believe it. They're trying to play like PARIVISION. Like they're going for the heavy leans without vision.
Flank for Nico. Not now, but later. First PARIVISION.
Best he can do, pick off and fall back.
Oh, caught, nades out. They're very slow to scale on this utility. Moving in, it's given time to Nico to backstab. James not considering. Nice grab for Nico. You're not parting this bomb. You're fighting your way out, and Nico will not allow it. Bomb dropped, Zelo 1v3, and the time not to his betterment. They peek him with a flash. They peek him together. Everybody blind, but it's enough for Falcons.
Okay.
Good flank for Nico. The mid-re clear is everything.
Yeah, and I guess they had a man advantage going into that situation. As long as Kicksan doesn't die in that spot, they maintain con control. They have him fast flanking, then the map is still good. So
I just felt like PARIVISION took a little too long to scale up in that bomb site.
Yeah.
So much time to take space. None of it used. James just holding for the re-peek on Coffins. He didn't get what he wanted. It's actually PARIVISION after one round loss to call the timeout.
Yeah, just straight away. I think it's such a boon to Dastan to have the ability to get this far into T-side without having to chime in. And it looks like a lot of deliberation. We really see Noda getting into the mix often.
Falcons with enough surviving, some economy can get built up here if they can string some rounds.
The reason why Falcons should win Inferno is like their utility usage on Banana, Nico, and then obviously that stat with Monacy, at least on CT side, right? Even if it's not an overall good map for him, it's just because Oppers. Oh, man.
Wow.
It's Oppers on CT side. That's when you have the, best chance to took it away.
Every little detail.
They stole it away.
Oh, just.
And they don't even want it. That's the worst part.
Yeah, just flung. Banana take, okay, but do they just speed up elsewhere? They
oh my God, they're right.
Resources, and so they're just going to hit the gap, hit the timing. Unicorns has to flank.
They're going
he has
through
to swing through this smoke. No other choice. The spray is just enough. Final bullet to drop the bomb. Back go PARIVISION, but in come Nico. Another push through a smoke.
And they can take this back if they want to, but Nico's not done.
Just throwing punches at PARIVISION until one of them lands, and Falcons look for back-to-back. Zelo, he found that pick on Monacy.
Man, that is so heads up from Nucleons. I want to believe this round is done. And we'll see what Zelo thinks about it. With the time left over, he's still a threat. And the bomb's inside a middle. They don't have vision on it, I don't think.
Hey, I know where the AWP is.
Yeah, true.
But there's just no money. You feel like the save is being demanded.
It's kind of wild because from the map we can see, he could just take this and go plant B. And I mean, if he somehow figured that out. No.
Oh.
Whoa.
God, no, surely not.
Okay.
Nico is on the line in time. 3 kills. Hearts are racing there.
Yeah, there was definitely an outside chance of that going wrong. Okay, all about Nucleons. He wins his second elongated spray duel to the top of mid. If he doesn't get this, the bomb doesn't fly forward. That bomb makes a connection with Arch. They don't get distracted. Nico comes out of Arch here. His teammates are already scared. None of that happens.
And I mean, Nico's in the position on this map to be more involved, right? CT side rotation, you're going to be between both sides as much as you can, trying to read the game, but I also like how involved he's getting. Boost up on CT on the eco, pushing through the B smoke, pushing through the library smoke. He is staying involved. It's looking more like the Nico we know and love. Not just sitting back as this final gets taken from Falcons.
Absolutely, tons of activity.
Just dodged.
No, not another shot. Not another shot miss.
Pistols just chew through B.
Oh, they have 3 players there. They have their op on the line. And somehow with just pistols, they run through this, pick up all the guns, all your utility.
Falcons, they feel like they have to try. They know it's pistols. Upgraded now, Notro on the line. He has had an unbelievable final. He is not going to stop now. Tessa's taken with him. Nico, what can you do, my friend?
Yeah, like, and this is a position you can't blame him for. Op is going to be peeking this. No, Noda takes him down. My goodness, man.
Decimated.
That's,
If you weren't tilted, how about now?
If Monacy gets this, and it looks hard, but it's not for him, let's be honest.
Yeah.
then maybe they stop all the momentum. You know, you get the first guy, you really can change the fight entirely, but it's dead totally run down.
It's Kixon who got both from back of CT. And yeah, Monacy, I mean, every day you would bet he would find those kills, or at least the first. Instead, PARIVISION win on Eco.
They win. Why'd you say it like that?
Eco Launders. They had no guns.
Yeah, they had no guns, Dan. And I mean, they've done that. They do that. On low buys, they see the win. They know how to do it. They've proved it a number of times.
Palman set up here. Tesses needs to provide this kill, or Monacy will die with him. Belchenok, no hurry, but he's eyeing it up. Tesses mowing him down.
That's nice. A whole kit of utility there, gone.
So let's see how they do in the 4v5. Marley connects and Nucleon's just gets dunked, but he will survive. Keeping that number at the top of your screen is everything to the Falcons. 5v4, freedom to rotate for Nico. Banana's gone quiet. With a long smoke here, Nico needs to pick his side. Does he want to play long or commit with his team?
You called for it, though. You just want him rotating. You want activity. He's waiting to phase the smoke. Monty's going to see this. There's the push.
They're not holding the smokes, and Nico delivers another double.
That's beautiful. Off of Monacy's information, the perfect call. Perfect timing on the push.
Really nice, and Nico is just trusting his read of the game right now. He has been in the right position more often than not, and his smoke pushes are coming up with kills. Kills that win rounds. Falcons find a third.
If Nico's going to be the guy to chime in and imbue this team with confidence, it won't be off the back of poor performances individually. He has to also, you know, be the guy who's so confident, moving around, taking many fights in one round. And now he's doing that.
Oh, off the time. Oh, the dance of death.
You're playing with Kronos, though. I mean, that's a losing path. You just, what even, not even a bullet hit him.
No, he just lets time expire. You can't kill me. I don't want to die. Still a third found for the Falcons. Still a recoverable half.
It is.
Still a grand final where anything can happen.
Definitely. As Eamon said, that, you know, always believe. I mean, that's just the first thing. That has to be the no-brainer. It's like, why show up for the day if you don't have that at the minimum?
Do you think we see teams crumble and maybe mentally lose it more often than not? What would you say about that Spirit game the other day in PARIVISION on Ancients?
Yeah.
Just body language expert.
Yeah, definitely. I'm a Cam's reader. I know exactly what they're feeling. I think for sure, like, at least from PARIVISION, you could see that they were more consistent emotionally.
Yeah.
They're the ones who won the ecos. They're the ones who didn't fall apart. They're the ones who had to come back into each map and win it. You can almost read it from the round scores, right?
They are ice cold.
Yeah, they are ice cold. Absolutely. They look like they deserve a seat at the table. Essentially, is what it is. You know, a lot of the names, as Dastan said, no names on this team, right? And
guys from the street.
Guys from the street.
That's a quote.
From the streets of Mirage Face It games. And so I think by characterizing your own team as such, you are stripping away a lot of pressure immediately. And he said that he doesn't want to always be the underdog, but why wouldn't you use that to your advantage while you've got it?
PARIVISION don't feel that pressure. Reaching the common line. Shifting up Banana in this round. Block at 45. James is still holding mid. He wants a re-aggression. He wants an information play from the Falcons, but Nico, again, is in the right place.
Yeah,
With Nico here, I still have faith.
James doesn't even have an arch smoke or anything. He's got no utility, and he maybe doesn't want to give that scope away.
20 seconds, make up your mind, because Bomb is still teetering in Banana, and with that double kill from Kixon, it should decide it. Do they really go for this? Or do they just save what they've got? Nico surely will go through this, especially with a flash teed up by his captain, Nico, making a little bit of a move here. 10 seconds, Nico denies. He has pushed smokes in every single gun round in this game, and he has delivered them all to the Falcons.
And he's not paid for it once. That's just another perfect timing. Now, it's a moment where this is them taking way too long to sell anything else. The only time you walk off the site like this is when there's really no time to either go B in the first place or rotate back to A. So, you know, Kixan knows that all I can do is overcrowd the site. If an exec is coming in right now, full nades, it's going to be too slow. I can really get in front of this. They can't clear every angle. So, and PARIVISION show us why they do lose Inferno a lot. Couldn't tell you how they got in the lead in this game, but they don't have a great track record on it. And when they beat up on Furia, barely winning that game, it was a lot of Furia not playing well, right?
I think there were, in the 5-0 lead, there were some more decisive hits made by PARIVISION, right? Gaps found, they see heavy banana, they speed up elsewhere. These last couple of rounds, they've really left to the last few seconds, and Falcons have been more active.
Hugo, how many watermelons do you think are in that pot?
Which pot?
This one right here.
Just the one?
There's actually two.
There's two?
Yeah. Do you believe me?
Show me.
Just kidding. It's only one.
You got me, man. I was going to say. What's James cooking up in this eco? He's been talking a lot on the cameras. They've had enough. Come to their conclusion. PARIVISION, who still want to squeeze a 7th round out of this T side. What it could have been, but what it still can be. 5-0 lead, no longer a factor, as Falcons' patience in this round paying off. They know it's eco, they picked their setup, and they have not wavered. Now, if PARIVISION win this, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I think that would that'd sum it all up, maybe. So, I want to see. No, not this round.
No excuse. Nico is blind. Luckily,
they dropped
the Molly burns them back out. There's only 15 seconds. They need this bomb in the site.
Sway got another Glock
found Tesses with a Glock. It's only Nico. What can he do? Back turn behind the box. Out of time. Out of chances. By God, they barely win it. They barely win it.
They barely win it. They almost got that kill on the site. They almost got a plant off that kill on the site. Monacy, stop missing. Stop missing.
Oh, dude, I mean, if Nico, it's just Nico. Nico has won every single round for the Falcons.
Yeah.
No one else. Don't get me wrong, Kixan's had some good moments at B. He's had a couple of doubles.
Yeah.
He's thrown some good utility. Give him some credit.
Yeah.
But Nico is closing these rounds.
He's the only guy positive on the team. He is the one finger on this hand.
Can you hold on? Dangling. But recovering still. Falcons on a streak of 3. Looking to level the half.
I feel like you really shake your head when you see a round get that close in your Falcons. They're like, you're still looking up at the top score, and they're like, well, how are we not in the lead in the game like this? PARIVISION have almost lost the time 3 times.
If they just
under no pressure.
Yeah, if they ran through that molly, they would have found Nico full blind.
Yeah.
That would have been it. Seconds make the difference in this 3rd map. But Falcons make a case for more in this final. Slink back to B. Ooh.
If Monacy misses another off shot this round, I'll buy you a drink.
What about the previous ones? Do I have a tab?
I don't have that much money.
Okay. Block at B. PARIVISION. They're coming through. High flash for Jame, and this is just a contact play. Nucleons has one. Prime, Kixan spraying the smoke. He's going to come through as well. Offer his rookie a little bit of a helping hand. Kixan holds on. Firm grasp of this B site. Nucleons a double. Nucleons dead. 20 seconds. There's still a chance, but a shot through the smoke. Monacy ain't missing there. CeeLo 1v3 for the ace clutch, and the pressure is on. Nico just quick in with the close. 6 rounds on the half. This was a 5-0 lead for PARIVISION, but Falcons have woken up. It's not too late.
Hey guys, Jacob Pimp Vinicke here. Do you think you know enough about Counter-Strike to win your fair share of $15,000? Then you better pay attention right now. You've probably seen us use the NovaShots app on broadcast before, and I'm here to tell you exactly how it works so you can claim bragging rights against your friends or your enemies. It's completely free to participate, so let's go. When you sign up, you're getting 1,000 tokens. Those tokens you can use to buy team tokens, or basically team stocks. Now you need to pay attention to who's playing who and on what maps, cause if you predict correctly and you invest into Vitality just before they're playing their first map and they win that map, you're getting a 20% airdrop bonus, which means you have even more tokens to invest into other teams or to invest furthermore into Vitality. Team prices move live based on what people are selling and what people are buying. It's a free market after all. So let's say Furia is about to play a game. And the map they're playing, you know they're great on the CT side, but they struggle quite a lot on the T side. You now see they're starting on the T side. So instead of investing from the get-go, you can wait out a little bit. You can wait for people to panic sale when they're not doing well on the T side. And then when they move over to the CT side where they're doing the best work, that's when you buy into them. That's where you buy into the comeback as well. Here's my top tips in order to maximize your tokens. Firstly, pay attention to game as it's live. You can buy and sell your tokens at any time, which means that the prices go up and down as the game is evolving. Let's say Vitality is playing. Let's say they lose the pistol, they lose the second round, they lose the third round. People start panic selling. And if you believe they're coming back, maybe that's where you buy in. You buy the dip and then maximize your tokens. Don't forget the 20% map bonus. You don't need to hold a team for the entire tournament. Get in before the map, ride the success, then reassess. There's also a daily mode where you can predict match winners, match scores, MVPs, etc. So you can flex your Counter-Strike brain even more and win daily prizes. So make sure to get the NovaShots app and see if you can beat me and everyone else.
Falcons out of hibernation wake up in this third map. They were flopping and fumbling through this series, but some outstanding moments from Nico and defensive B from Kixon has kept them in this BO5 Grand Final. It is the third map. It is PARIVISION hunting for a trophy, but Falcons clinging on.
Just barely. And oh, it's another good start from PARIVISION. They're looking to run it down mid. This is the heroic pistol setup. Quickly getting 2 kills as well. I mean, Falcons know one thing, that this B site is understaffed.
They know pistols have been a problem, so can Falcons break through it?
Great flash.
It's a perfect flash. Julie's at a range, and Nota is the MVP of this game right now, delivering another double. A man who only deals in multis, and Monacy only deals in misses, jumping and diving. But he lands a trick shot before Belchernot comes in.
Okay. Only because it's Monacy, I thought 1v5 is slight. But then I was like, oh, it's not MIBR. And that's not the new school reference, by the way. I was referencing, that was the one before. When online.
Inferno one. Yeah, no.
One of the best clutches ever.
That was one of the best. Yeah.
Okay, well, Nota did so much work here. In this spot, everyone knows you're in a retake position. You get a kill, you fall back, you wait for your team. He gets both. Like, this is over. He's free to peek.
Look, it's stylish.
Yeah, and it always is.
But does it make a difference? Kicks him with a crash.
Pistols are...
What do you do here if you're Falcons? Because 2K, no plant.
Yeah.
I feel like you have to take the eco.
Yeah. I think, you know, if this is PARIVISION, they try to make this painful. That's one thing I think every team should learn from, is that it's harder to do the math, but investing a little bit to try to get your 1 or 2 kills is going to be so important. They can still take the loss on the round, the loss on the next round, but this is in Counter-Strike, you've got to do something every round. You can't just give things away. We saw how close that Glock round got for PARIVISION. I think Falcons have to have some sort of pocket strat ready for this. Obviously, that'll be to Kixan. But Inferno, you know how small that map feels when the other team's got grenades, you're saving.
Setting in T-ramp.
Yeah. Just sitting there watching people get whiplash from HE grenades doing splash damage. You're just hating your life. That's probably what Falcons are going to be going through right now.
I think even Zaiwu was feeling that on this map the other day against Falcons.
And this map is extremely consequential. It's just like that. We're 2 maps in. This could be the last map of the series.
That was m0NESY's first multi-kill.
In 24 rounds? Is that what that said? This is why I hate Math Guy.
Nerd.
It's not even me calling him wrong. Just hate him.
PARIVISION, hey. He took down Donk. Moved past Molodoy. Now a roster of superstars shunted to the side. Nico might have a plant here. Oh.
Oh.
Get weird with it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
He's moving back a little bit. No, oh, he got the kill. There's a plant. Come on.
That's big money for Nico, but
surely. It's the Headless Horseman.
MB9 nerf, by the way.
Yeah, that was pretty long range right there. No way. It's James as well. What in the world? Okay, James.
That is the nerf.
That is the crosshair, I'm gonna say.
Yeah, maybe too small.
Oh,
Not
man.
what I'd expect from
That
James.
is why you turn around and look down.
That's true.
That's why you turn around and look down, just in case that happened. If it can happen to James, it could happen to you.
Pros with 2.
That is, and man,
he just wanted them to have the money.
He just got everyone nades.
Thanks, Jim.
He got everyone
Drinks
nades.
on you. All right.
Yeah, we are keeping tabs on that pistols stat.
4 and 12. I mean, it was 2 and 8 coming into this game.
What's better, you think?
It's the same.
Yeah. PARIVISION. 2-round gap. Again, all those nades off the plant. That can be nice. Kixan wants to make this a set idea. Oh, is it? They're not ready to go exactly. They're just going to expand for brackets control and then reassess.
Smoke makes James decide, and he decides to go through. They could be on either side of this smoke. He needs to pick his poison when he scopes up. Connects. You're not missing that one, James. Maybe a repeat on the table. He's going to wrap round to Arch side. Nico's found gap. He's calling he has timing. Will the bomb go back down mid as Nico
it's still being watched from the side,
into the site? Yeah, he needs to check this out right now. How is he squeezed past? Not for long.
He did get spotted.
Yeah.
Didn't take the peek from the fountain. That was crazy to watch.
Yeah,
but they had it under control the whole time, it looks like.
And then they walk the smoke. A fearless PARIVISION pushing the boat out. Drowning Falcons in the lake. Nota has had enough. Knocks them down. Dink onto Kixan. 2v4, and you are blocked. You have 20 seconds. Do you even want to try this?
Blow this open, but the smoke's too big. They are maybe trapped in here. We'll see. Belchenok doesn't look like he wants to go. It's a great flash.
Oh, wait. Huh. Yeah, don't offer this up. Okay, Zwei won't. Takes him down. And puts another one up for PARIVISION.
Man, this could end on just a very sour note.
Yeah.
Look, Hugo, we've talked about Falcons potentially losing in finals, you know, even though they make great runs. They win until they lose. They win, they beat so many good teams and then they can't do it. But most of the time, it's still a close final. You know, Vitality have crushed them.
Yeah.
They had an amazing series in Hong Kong versus Furia. Nucleon so far at this event has been anything but a liability, even though it's not like he's taking over right now. But of all the teams they could have picked to play in this grand finals, after taking down Vitality, you would at the very minimum expect this to be close.
Yeah, at least a map, at least a foot in the door. They had a half of Counter-Strike. That's what all it's felt like right now. Nucleon's on a fast wrap in this A site. It's a weakened site. It's just a solo Zwei on low health, overwhelmed.
Okay.
Nucleon's double up, takes over in this round and gives Falcons a fighting chance to continue in this final.
Wow, Hail Mary. They're in business now, though. That's actually winning on a tempo, which is the big thing. They save money. They win off the Tech 9s. It's the last thing PARIVISION wanted to make sure that they could close here.
Yeah, it felt like a gimme to get 10, and then you're just a couple gun rounds away from a trophy lift. Now Falcons fund themselves.
And it's the Nucleon's 2K.
Hey, not taking over, but also just doing his job. He's
been big on the entries.
Yeah.
He got the Tech 9 3K entry already this series as well.
True. I like Nico's interview coming into today about how, you know, when Nucleons came to the boot camp with Kyosuke playing, you know, when they were playing the online games with Kyosuke before Nucleons joined, and he was sitting over Kyosuke's shoulder, watching him play, figuring out what he's doing. Of course, he's got to play his own way, but they are playing the same spots. They, I guess, knew he would be filling in.
Yeah, and you might think, well, Kyosuke is also a rookie, but we've already heard from Nico, there's basically no teaching necessary. He comes in so well prepared after Spirit Academy, as we've seen from Donk, as we've seen from a lot of these feeder lineups, especially like Navi Jr. and Spirit Academy. They have such a great track record of like getting players beyond up to speed to the point that they can even teach. And so that makes sense. And that's a good use of your Academy lineup. That's what you love to see, actually. Lots of teams have benefited from that all the way to Aurora, you know, being able to use players from their Academy lineup. So even hearing about Blade going down, hanging it out with the Navi Junior players, teaching them how to play. And now the Falcons, in this way, using their Academy to make their main team better or prepare for a chance to use them. It's just wise.
And again, most of the conversation we've had around Falcons in this tournament has been around Nucleons, especially in yesterday's game and today as well. But that's because players like m0NESY are still missing. 6 and 10.
This might be one of m0NESY's worst grand finals ever. I mean, we haven't had a map of 6. We haven't had a 2K in how many rounds now? Yeah, more now.
Yeah. Nico putting the team on his back. On the CT side, looks to find the entry again. Blind shot. James just fires off.
Nico's wife's nightmare. He hasn't been overplaying that move he does.
No.
Nico's pick. He does that with a rifle. He can take out oppers. He's held his cards close, but he went for it.
They're going to speed up here.
Man, double pit is so good for this setup, though.
Yeah, PARIVISION prepared, lying in wait. Even James is here before Falcons commit. How can you have 4 players in this site after that entry kill in Banana? Nucleon's front of the pack, but he's 4 blind, and from above, they get dropped down below, 6 feet under m0NESY with a double, but denied again as James comes through that smoke. His rotation so quick. James' read of the game in 2026 looks better than ever.
Yeah, absolutely. Somehow, I like how you emphasize that because he's been around forever. Aging like wine. And
this was a guy in a grand final of a major in 2019.
Yeah, that's right. Man. And also the fact that he can be the star when they win. That's something we don't see from the, you know, the IGLs that have aged that much. So, well, a perfect setup on the, again, double pit is so nice because you just create so much space for your teammates to rotate in. If they want to run through the smoke, they aren't doing it to a player who's playing in the back of the site and then the team's looking that way. No, when James pushes in through the smoke, they have to fight into pit, which is a perfect crossfire. And I think if Falcon, that's such an excellent job dodging flashes right there from Zwei. That is actually great from Zwei. Like the flashes he had to the turn at the right moment, not anticipating a third.
Zwei rewriting his own story in this PARIVISION squad. What could have felt like a huge downgrade.
That had to be quite literally his weakness because he had to learn how to anchor just to play for Spirit because he had all the space before that and total star player roles. And it was anchoring, dodging flashes to just get kills with his aim. That's what he had to learn how to do. Looks like he's figured it out.
Just 3 rounds from the unthinkable.
They're trying not to get run down by Tech 9s again.
Zelo responds well, at least. He's going to get pushed back. Lots of spam. Nota, you wouldn't want anyone else at the back of the site. Kicks and removes him with ease.
Okay.
Quick kills in. Give Falcons a bomb plant.
Nades are coming through a little late. Nade. Oh, it's Kicksands nade, actually, somehow.
They respond with some of their own, but PARIVISION with a tough call to make here. You just want to see him go for it.
Molly will allow them to scale. They see nothing's here.
Double dark is a little bit scary. That's a second molly. That may be kills as they're forced to swing. Tess is out. Nico tucked in front of the box, and with no kills off the nades, they don't like their odds. They don't like the clock. PARIVISION throw in the towel.
I don't know what's crazier, the fact that Falcons have won 2 rounds like this and are still at a 2-round disadvantage. Or the opposite. PARIVISION can let rounds like this go and still be in a fine spot. All right.
Sure. Yeah, that's trading 4 rounds in a row now. 2 of them being Tech 9 pops here for the Falcons.
Unless we forget, you know, Dusty was close in the end.
Yeah.
It did really come down to 1 round. Nico was a kill away from bringing that to overtime, but no team's allowed to start slow versus these guys. And if they want the full comeback, we can, you know, we can talk about Nico having a great map, but they need at least Monacy and Nico.
Who is that? Number 2 here for the Falcons. PARIVISION have a long list. Jame ever present, rotating again. Looks like he's even trading positions. They do still want the triple B.
I'm down for the copy paste, actually, because like they know it works. Again, why turn down car control? You see these guys, Monacy and Nico, when they played on G2, that was like 70% of their game plan was take car, full exec B. For a team like PARIVISION, who have a losing record on this map, oh, that could be the move. Nucleon's getting this kill. This might fire them up with a little bit too much confidence. There's still 2 here.
They get blocked. That makes the decision for them. Falcons can't commit, and they must let Tesses worm his way behind enemy lines. James on the short side. If Tesses believes in this move, he can walk right behind the entire team.
The entire team. Oh, but Belchnok's not going con right now. He's ready to fight this.
Belchnok is checking on timing. You don't want Tesses with a magic moment
and he's
here
not
on this flank.
Yeah.
Belchnok back turned as the exit comes in, but he plays in front of the smoke, and Tesses won't find these kills. They can't wait forever, but that smoke won't either. Tesses picking a player at the back of B as now Falcons pick up pace. Zelo surviving, knowing that him being alive is the only way PARIVISION can consider a retake, and even then they are so far away, it looks like they've already given up.
Yeah, James gonna look to help him get out of here.
Falcons at least give nothing away in these post plants. You got to give them that, right? 3 post plants where they are tucked in, hard committed to corners, and saying, if you want this round, you have to come and get it.
The best part about this is we can finally look at a round here from Falcons where it's so cerebral. I mean, it's the fact that it's not just they had to bully their way into a site or run through a stack site, 4 guys. They actually won shooting someone in the back off of a timing where they had full control of the map. Looked like the smarter team overall.
Damage. Not bad. He's going to run in and try and get more done. A couple of kills, but also
those deaths,
costs.
though.
Yeah,
I'm not.
They don't benefit PARIVISION as much as they benefit Falcons.
Yeah, who allowed them to do that?
Not James. He's on the other side of the map. And so a round between these teams now, deep on Inferno, a map that Falcons find comfort on. In a series, they would need to reverse sweep 3 maps in a row.
They really put a big price on keeping the money low, but they should have known that Falcons are like overall doing too well to get into that. Like,
yeah, they want ecos.
Yeah, and here, you know, Belchnok's on a 5-7, so
getting ahead of themselves, PARIVISION. Feeling invulnerable, ineffable. Can Falcons seize an eager young team? Remember Mongols after the first map of the Austin final?
Yeah.
They even said they envisioned themselves picking up that trophy. They maybe got ahead of themselves. Jane with a quick shot to Nucleons.
Oh, extra utility to block here for Noda. This one comes down to the clock. And we've seen what Nota's done by himself. Very scary to go down 4v5 in this situation.
Interesting nades for the boost box, but
no one's there.
nobody home. Falcons with a chance to execute, and here's the rotate.
Damn, they didn't even go back to clear out bracket. Zell's gonna be running up Speedway and faking it with the block. Okay, this is actually a big chance for Falcons.
Nota, re-molly. He's going to give up the site again. Is it a full retake once more? PARIVISION are picking up pace. They know this one's coming in. Nota can't punish. They've already crossed the bomb into the site.
Oh, 2 down Banana. Modesty's got to stop this.
He's a multi.
Gotta stop
he can't
this.
get one. James covers with the AWP. Kixon tucked in. It's Falcons in a 3-on-5 post plant trying to hold on. Can Kixon do it right back to them? Nota follows up. Nico gone. Kixon just getting his time wasted by James. They move in on Tessus in the meantime.
He's trying to hold his attention. James doesn't even care about killing him.
Oh, Tessus might be able to do it from the pit. Dead after 1. Kixon needs to pick a fight, and he needs to pick it now. James comes to him as soon as he turns away. 3rd kill from James. The perfect punish. The Time Lord. The Accountant. The final boss of Falcons.
You do not get by this audit. James plays that to perfection once again.
He is everywhere.
That's ridiculous.
He will be in their nightmares. The cover on the Monacy re-peak.
Oh, he did that too, didn't he?
Boom.
He just knew this was free now. He finally found a way to make that in an advantageous fight.
Yeah, with an AWP up close, kicks him with all the room in the world, and then his box just becomes smaller and smaller. And that is it. No timeouts left. 11-9. 2 rounds to a trophy for the most unlikely team of rookies.
And one final chance for Eamon to get involved. Standing by in his temporary head coach position here. A 2-round game. So close on Dust 2. Potentially so close here on Inferno as well. But just something eerily similar to what we've seen in the last couple of maps that Falcons have to try to beat. Their last 2 victories in this half have been off the backup force buys.
Nico knows that this game lives and dies on him. That his entries are maybe the only pathway to success.
Yeah, another one where Monacy could have ended the round too. That early peek down Banana.
He's got an AWP, but his CT side shots gave you anything but faith in this series today. Nades in for PARIVISION for a little bit more.
A bit of a chip here. Nico setting up a lurk play where he doesn't do these super late. Like if he's gonna peek on Banana, he might do it earlier, but they immediately block it. They run away to the A site. Nico knows they don't have Banana control, but he also knows his PARIVISION. They don't really care.
Speed up now.
It's crowded.
40 seconds, no room to move in this site. James holds the line, but burned out of position. Belchenok needs something. Then hard clears way. Belchenok shooting between the legs. James goes down in the midst of the madness, and Nico's double entry does enough.
The full exec pays off here. The plant will come in. Zello has no chance to win this.
Needs to save.
Look at the HP. I mean, he probably heard about the damage that was dealt right there on the spray, but it was like between the legs to a guy in the back. And Falcons off the set play towards A.
And dare I say it, this late in the game, it feels like Falcons might be favorites again, because look at the money.
Wow.
They have nothing. They have got to offer up an eco round.
Scared to even entertain the thought that that somehow works.
One thing on T side. Wow.
Yeah.
Another thing in the second half.
It might be to Falcons' benefit this round to try to go for a scout. And by scout, I mean trying to clear a whole site with one player. That can be a risky thing to do, obviously, but if you're ready to go on the other side of the map or bring it back if there's no one there, you can punish like the leans that happen. I feel like the only way you actually lose this round is if you don't play for information. And on Inferno, you have to sacrifice a person to get information because people can tuck so well into both A and B.
I like the PARIVISION didn't overinvest at all. They dropped the nades that Zello saved, and they keep it cool. Some really good clearing from Falcons in that last round. 2 players hyper-fixated on the top balcony position. Zwei has offered up a couple of important kills in this half.
PARIVISION going to try to multiply their presence, sort of posture here, and make it feel like there's more of them with more guns and utility. And trick Falcons into coming B.
James smoked off, already adds a lot of paranoia. There's not much he can do.
Again, minute 15, good progress. They have like lots of map control.
Falcons have successfully baited this stack to remain. James trying to pick a position, but it feels like it won't make a difference.
Here's that moment, you know. I think they feel, yeah, a scout. They feel this is right, that they go A, and NiKo can just confirm it. As he gets in here, once he starts seeing targets, he can just go ahead and take this.
The smoke into the stack. He sees 3 different players.
Yeah, instantly. That's an A play, so it's just perfect.
Yeah, max 1 in this site, and in fact, there's no one. James is back in CT. The goal should be getting AKs here for PARIVISION, making sure Falcons players die with the bomb, trying to inflict damage. The clear sight, Falcons take us all the way here on this 3rd map.
Let's go.
It's been a slow burner, Mohan, but we are here.
It feels like they're just like, they were never going to be able to do it. Now they've found themselves on an anti-eco. They win a full rifle round previously. It's the full A-set tactic, which kind of fell on its face the last time they tried it, right? So Zwei and the crossfire and James rotation in totally shut it down. But they believed in it. They followed through extremely well. They've earned this position at 11-11. Make a wish, Falcons. I think in your modesty, you're looking at this, you're like, I'm being bought a lot of time here. Like I'm gonna keep the idea that one round I'm gonna hit my A game. I have chances. My team are bringing these rounds to me, and the only one that matters is the one coming up.
And it's now a 0-round game at 11 apiece.
But you will not have me believe they closed this without him. It's just not going to happen.
Okay. Remember, those timeouts got burned down rounds ago.
Yeah.
No one gets a break. No coach chimes in. It's James v. Kixon in a battle of the brains here at the end of Inferno. NiKo slow to Banana, avoiding the util damage, and you've drawn attention to it. His util's been fantastic, at least in this map. Oh my goodness, they are full blind. How does James turn around from the stairs and save his teammate's life?
I got no idea. Eyes on the back of his head.
An
op that shoots out of both ends. Oh, now Falcons feel like they just got to make a move.
Straight into B.
Oh, Molly tag.
m0NESY, he needs this entry. If NiKo can't provide, he's looking forward. He's seen them both lining up. NiKo with a miss. It's the MP9. m0NESY magic, or they lose this final in a devastating 3rd map. Tesses and m0NESY try to clutch up. James reads it wrong with a knife out, but that bomb is gone. m0NESY picks it up in the smoke.
Zwei's making a crazy play. He doesn't wrap around to Arch. He doesn't wrap around to lane. He just goes to Arch and shoots Tesses in the back.
And so forget about it, right? m0NESY, he has been nowhere in this series. You said they won't win it without him. That has never been more true. A 1v3 for the flash. But is it just a flash in the pan? m0NESY moves up.
Still.
Kill to his name. He's got a choice to make.
Time still here. Molly to work with. Maybe an option to get one final peek. He has to take a risk on the clear. We got Belchinok playing for time. It's his best option. m0NESY has to make noise to get vision on him.
But will he drop and clear it?
No, he's forgetting about it entirely.
That's it. Match point, grand finals point, bounty point taken by PARIVISION.
And a sigh of relief here for PARIVISION as they take out m0NESY. One final attempt to get back into this game.
They bought time for him, but not enough.
And this is the moment.
What a turn.
Yeah. Oh. You know, getting the kill is one thing. In time to save his teammate, that's just too much.
And it made all the difference because as a 2v4's cooking, Zwei repeats on longside Trace James. You hear that AVP, pick that back up. James gonna put it to use. PARIVISION
This really could be it. A 3-0 looming on Falcons if they can't win this round.
Showcase some beautiful Counter-Strike in Budapest. They made a run all the way to the 3rd stage of the major, but did you have any expectation that they would not just continue that, but excel, exceed expectations, taking down Team Spirit, flooring Furia, and now Falcons? An attempt at the 3-0 in a BO5 final on LAN.
Their 2 superstars chipped down already as they gear up to make a headway into the top of Banana.
Triple B, the reads all across this series.
Timing is everything.
Belchenok just wants to peek, he just wants to fight. The bloodlust as he is and coming in, time's turned, back's turned from the flash. Belchenok delivers damage onto further players. Nota dancing with death, delivering it as well. 3 kills.
Stuck behind the smoke. What can they do? They're in a situation where they have no power. They showed they were going to go for this full B exec. There is no saving Falcons. You have to make a move.
Running up the gut, straight through middle with 30 seconds, and you know James is coming back to the right place. His team shuffle in.
Oh, look who it is.
Falcons breathe, but it might be their last breath. Sway backstab, the ladies pick up the PARIVISION, puts them in the grave, and 15 seconds for Monacy to do the impossible. And there's a reason we call it that, because PARIVISION have taken the win.
They have actually done it. They've won. PARIVISION, somehow an underdog at this event. A team that's only here because of the VRS they gained from their run at Budapest. They make the brave roster move, and they actually get a chance to win this match. On the other end, you have Falcons. And Falcons, unfortunately, one of the worst losses in memory to a team, another team. Just like Aurora when they played at EWC, another roster they should have been better than. Even though they had a stand-in on this lineup. They played so well and took out even harder competition, but they will not be the ones raising the trophy today.
PARIVISION, a pickup that propelled them even further. Putting Zwei on this roster, stock's never been lower after his time in Spirit. And James leads him to victory. That's a harrowing loss for the Falcons, but it is more than deserved for PARIVISION. Every player on this roster puts up incredible moments. James leads them to victory with insane rounds on this T side. James, 4 years on from his major win in Rio, condemned to the depths of online Counter-Strike, he continued his mission, and then he brings his disciples to the very top of the game, leaving 3 of the world's best teams in their wake. Your Bounty champions, PARIVISION!
James, it's a crazy journey you have been on. The first S-tier trophy for you since a major. You're now with these young players. I want you to just tell me and the Counter-Strike world the journey you have been on inside PARIVISION, what it took to make this win possible, to grind the VRS ranking, and what sacrifices you made.
I think I sacrificed my life last year, just 1 year. And I think it's good for us when we win. 1 year, it's nothing. It's nothing. Title, it's all for me. And I want to say thank you, my wife. He always support me, and my mother.
Belchenok, I was learning about you from Dastan. turn around for me. Turn around, let me see the back of you. You got the 23 on your back, right? The Michael Jordan of Counter-Strike is what he wants to be. But for you, you've been on PARIVISION for a long time. The team believed in you. You've been on this journey with different players across your career as well. You have dreamed about this moment. So what does it feel like now you're finally here?
To be honest, I don't have words to describe this moment, and also I think we don't realize what happened. We all sacrificed everything last year. Like you said, we had many players in rosters, so many changes, many sacrifices. It was a long journey, but I'm so happy. Yeah.
You deserve to be happy with that performance as well, man. Come on, guys, give it up for Beltranok as well. Jello,
Yes.
for you, from a tier 3 team on Gun 5 just a year ago to now grinding with PARIVISION, lifting this trophy. What do you want to say to the Counter-Strike world? What did it take to make this possible from you as an individual player?
Thank you very much, guys. I really like Dastan and James. That's all.
That's good. I like that. I like that. Zwei, come on over here, buddy. Back-to-back blast, but yes, again, me. Do you want someone else?
No.
No? Okay, so you're happy I'm here. That's fine. That's good. I'm allowed to be next to the champion, as you are now back-to-back Bounty champion, one with Spirit and now one with PARIVISION. What made this team click? What made this work so well that you were able to beat Spirit, beat Furia, and now Falcons?
Aura.
Aura. You got a lot of aura, bro. You definitely are. You're farming that aura. But what does it tell you and what does it do for your confidence as a player right now, especially with everything you went through on Team Spirit?
I don't know.
That's fine. You don't have to know. Maybe you'll figure it out later. Thank you very much, Roy. Nota, come on over here. For you, Nota, hello. It's a journey, it's a grind. You guys have shown yourselves in an impressive way. You dominated this grand final. Did you feel any pressure? Did you feel any nerves? Did it feel any different to the other games entering a grand final?
Okay, I had no pressure, but I feel input luck really here. Too high sense for me. We win because of James and the Sound School. That's all because of them. Thank you to them. Thanks for supporting, guys.
That's done. What a journey it has been. You've told me so much about these players. You've been open about your coaching style, working with these players. What are you most proud of from the whole team that's made this win possible? Because you even told me you didn't expect it to be this good this early.
It's an unbelievable feeling. At least one day I will be happy. Counter-Strike life is very hard. It's a lot of losses. Only one team is winning. And today, this team is PARIVISION. And I hope this win will help to my young players to be confident in future, because these big teams like Spirit with Dawn, Furia with Molodo, Ekinder, Fallen, this team is Nico, Monacy. We never won Monacy before, never won Nico previously, and these guys made it in first match. I hope they will continue to grind. Спасибо, пацаны, кто приехал, кто следит. Всему спасибо Казахстану, всем русскоязычным поклонникам. Это большая победа для нас. Thank you for everyone. Cheer for PARIVISION.
And on that note, everyone here, make some noise and give it up for your Blast Bounty Season 1 2026 champions, PARIVISION!
This PARIVISION team came to LAN already feeling like winners just for having made the event. The reward that awaited them was a murderer's row. Spirit, Furia, Falcons, some of the finest teams that this game has to offer, and this plucky young team of upstarts under the watchful eyes of James and Dastan came, they saw, they conquered, they triumphed, and now they lift this trophy to start a new year of Counter-Strike. Unbelievable.
I'm glad you listed the teams they beat together, because I think that's one of the most vocal points of this run for PARIVISION. To take down Spirit, to take down Team Dunk, so to speak, to take down Sway's former team, that's a massive win. Beating Furia, who by many is considered maybe the best team in the world, by many considered the most informed team the last 2 or 3 months in a semi-final, that's massive. And taking down Falcons in a grand final, also a big result, especially when you consider you do it in a 3-0 fashion. There's no doubt, Maui, PARIVISION were the best team at this tournament. No luck involved, no close moments where you could argue, it could have gone one way, could have gone another. PARIVISION, they simply outright just won the trophy.
I feel like so much credit has to go to James for me. I don't think that I would say that this is completely a vindication. I do think that in his time with VP, especially towards the end, he did need to update some things about the way that he called some of his tactics. But I feel like one thing that he is completely absolved of is that he clearly has better leadership qualities than the vast majority of Counter-Strike captains. This guy has shown that he can take a ragtag bunch, an underqualified group of players from the Russian scene, picking them with a fine-tooth comb, just being able to find these diamonds in the rough and then being able to just mold them into championship caliber players. It feels like a very similar story to what he was building with a Vanguard and later VP. He's one of the greatest masterminds that we have seen in Counter-Strike for quite some time. He doesn't necessarily have the trophy captain to go toe-to-toe with the greatest of all time, but he's opening up a very serious conversation.
And he's given us so many names over the years, right? Yakindar, Fame, Flit, the likes of which have graced the highest reaches of Counter-Strike. And now we've got 4 more, right? Sway, we knew. But 3 of these guys, players off the street, now winning a tier 1 trophy in a game, in an era where we think of it as being the most competitive, where the resources being put behind some of these rosters, namelessly, the team that was across from them on this stage, the amount of resources that they have is astounding. These guys are sacrificing, they're living together, they're spending a year in a boot camp together. James is staying away from his family, away from his wife, to dedicate himself to getting this team back to the point that it needed to be to accomplish this on stage.
Don't want to take anything away from James, because I agree with every single sentence you said right there, and the same goes for you, Mike, but most teams do that. Most teams are dedicating their entire life into Counter-Strike. They just did it a little bit better at this tournament. That's why I want to give credit to the rest of the players as well. Yeah, there may be diamond in the rough, but there's a lot of grind going into it as well. Noda, Shello, you name it, right? Players that we didn't really know that well coming into 2025 kind of made a name for themselves at the major a couple of weeks ago. And now in full force, we have to learn their names. We have to learn their qualities. Sway, you said we knew it. Did we really? You know, his time in Team Spirit didn't really give me too much confidence that he was going to be a, I don't want to say superstar, because I don't think he is, but even a qualified player to ever win a tier 1 trophy. Now he's done it in his very first tournament with his new team. I think it also speaks volume to the CIS scene as a whole. There's so much talent in there, right? I don't, again, want to take anything away from any of the players, but it does feel like you can build so many different interesting teams out of all the players they have in such a wide range of player pool, where you see countries like Denmark, Poland, Sweden, they struggle massively, even though they had a rich history in Counter-Strike. If anything, the CIS scene right now is thriving.
And in the little bits and pieces that we've heard of their mentality as well, so impressive that these young players, you know, the talent that they're showing, the way that they're beginning to spread their wings, they're giving the credit to the team. They're giving the credit to the organization, to the system. They're humble in a way that we don't always get by talented youngsters. They're willing to put that team first, and it reflects in their gameplay, and it reflects in everything we see from this squad.
And it's so bewildering. I mean, also, it's great to just see that they're coming from a fairly humble background. I mean, in a way that they're not getting too big for their britches immediately. They're not immediately just going to take all the credit for it. Everybody is so generous with their praise of Dastan, of James. I feel like they are really relishing this sort of opportunity that they have to play with 2 great championship minds around them and behind them. So I feel like when it comes to those guys, though, I mean, when it comes to people like Nota, even though though he was set up to win in some of these fights, he still did outduel people like Nico, people like Tessus, people like m0NESY. All of the credit deserves, I mean, he does deserve it today because the performances that we got out of him, that we got out of Cello, it is really spellbinding how incredibly that it came out of nowhere. It really just came out of nowhere.
Just to back up that point as well, we just saw it on the screen as well. They started the Budapest Major ranked number 23 in the world according to VIS. After today's match, after this trophy, they're number 4 in the world. It's a rocket rise through the leagues of Counter-Strike. We talk about teams who are trying to establish themselves in tier 2, tier 3. Then we give them maybe a year or a year and a half in order to climb the ranks, and maybe sometimes we can have a new conversation. Are they a new top 10 team? Are they a tier 1 team? PARIVISION did all that in a month and a half. That is a skyrocket career right now for that team.
And even the claw to the point that they were in contention for the major, that they were able to make it to the event, right? This is perhaps another great example of what the VRS can bring to the world of Counter-Strike, of these kind of rags to riches stories that we now can have in this unbounded open space we find ourselves in.
I mean, I would just give credit to the way that Valve actually decided to pull the trigger on disbanding the partner systems or really dissolving them so that we get these kinds of opportunities for these players. I mean, we're going to now have an opportunity because sometimes you would see these flash in the pan sort of moments for teams like PARIVISION, but now, given the fact that they've jumped up to 4th, they're going to be getting tons of invites. They should be getting on practically every tier 1 event moving forward, barring the exception that they decide to step away from them so that they can retool, they can rethink. But I feel like right now, I just want all of the PARIVISION that can possibly get, see if this is truly going to be sustained success, or did they just blindside people with some really hot individual performances?
I thought Dastan put it very nicely in that interview as well, right? This gives them belief. This gives his young players belief that they can take down the superstars, the legends of the scene, the names that they're looking at. A player like Nico, that I'm sure they've watched countless games of themselves. This is the first time they've taken down that star. This is the first time that they've really conquered this type of top-level competition. And sometimes all it takes is that one breakthrough to give you the belief that, yeah, you belong on this stage.
Yeah, but that's such a tall task to figure out, you know. How do you set expectations now if you're PARIVISION? Do you go into Krakow? Do you go into the next couple of tournaments thinking, we're supposed to be in the playoff, we're supposed to be in the semi-final, we're supposed to go far into the tournament? Or do you keep yourself at bay and be like, okay, we had a fantastic showing in the first tournament. We've shown that on our day, yes, we can beat some of the best teams in the world. They've done that in the quarterfinal, they've done it in the semi-final, even in the grand final, regardless of the standing. But is that to be expected every single tournament now? And especially there's, you know, us as experts and as viewers, there's the fans, the community. What do we expect from them? But internally, are these players now thinking to themselves, hey, we should be a top 4 team in the world, we should be a playoff team every single time? Or do you still think there needs to be a little bit more time? You know, they need to confirm that what we saw here is something that's gonna last for a longer time?
I feel like the way I see this team coming up right now, it almost reminds me, it's a little bit ironic given that it's the team that James defeated in the Rio Major Finals. I see them more like a heroic. I don't really see a true obvious superstar on this roster, but I see really great calling, really strong macro positioning for CT sides where how many times, even in that Inferno there, Falcons are going into a bomb site with 4 defenders. Like they know what's going to happen before it does, but sometimes the game plan's not going to go that well, and that's where you need the superstars. And for my money, I don't see anybody on PARIVISION as a top 10 player in the world today. Even though it was incredible what they did here, this felt like a win by committee. Even though Noda was a standout today, you could look at every series that they won throughout this entire tournament, and there was a different guy that stepped up, and that to me reads a lot like Cadian's heroic. So I'm not going to say, I would not bet on anybody being on this team in the top 10, but this team could be a top 5 consistent contender.
That consistency, right? The demon that haunts so many teams. We see it with a lot of the rosters that have disappointed in this one, right? Teams with lofty expectations coming into the year with strong finishes to 2025, trying to find that consistency once again. It's so tough to keep your finger on in Counter-Strike.
It's incredible tough to stay consistent in this day and age of Counter-Strike. All the teams are so close, all the players are so close. It's the small percentages from time to time, from tournament to tournament. I just want to say this, right, to also calm down the viewers at home, because I feel like if you raise the expectations to the bar, whether they're currently number 4 in the VIS, I don't think that's fair to PARIVISION. I don't expect them to be part of the playoff in Krakow. I expect them now to be a contender. I've seen them be able to beat some good teams, so I'm not going to say they don't have a chance to get there, but it's not to be expected. They need a bit of time to still reassess. They need a bit of time to find their stability, sort of, and then we can have this conversation in a couple of months. But if anything, they confirmed now that they are a contender, and they are a team that on a good day can beat some of the best teams.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to just kind of bring it down, but Krakow has the chance to be incredibly sobering for for a PARIVISION team that now everybody has their eye on. It was the only Tier 1 Counter-Strike worth watching for the last 2 weeks, and so PARIVISION has more eyeballs on them than ever. And even looking at how some of this tournament played out, I don't think people were game planning against them the way that they will now moving forward, and that's going to entirely be to their detriment. They're going to find out more of their tells, more of the ways that they like to rotate, that they like to gamble, how to fake out Jame a little bit better. And so it's going to be up to Jame and this ragtag crew to keep on innovating, to keep building on this kind of success. And that's why in Counter-Strike we care so much about sustained success, because right now I feel like they really caught a ton of teams by surprise. But now when the watchful eye of Xtaz and Apex are keying in to find out all of your weaknesses, are you going to be able to thrive?
I will say this, at least. I think they've firmly marked themselves as that classic Jame team where no matter their individual form in the moment, no one's excited to play this squad. Speaking of someone who was not so excited with how things went today, we are going to hear from Falcons with their exit interview.
Not the finals that Falcons were hoping, not the performance that they would have wanted to put up here in this situation. First of all, commiserations on the loss, Kicks, and thank you very much for talking to me throughout this. Just go through your mind of how hard it was in this final to play against a team like PARIVISION, like Jame, and just trying to rotate correctly, trying to mid-round your way through this. I can't even begin to imagine.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was not the best game. We didn't win a single map. It was really hard, especially like one reason is their playstyle, which is a bit different than most of the other teams, and second reason is that we were just a bit sloppy today on both CT and T side. We just didn't make good decisions. We were maybe a bit too slow to make decisions, and against a team like this, they will obviously punish you. So, yeah, I think that's the main reasons why this happened.
It also felt to me like in the first half of every map, you guys couldn't get going at the beginning. Like it was like slow to start. Maybe on the first map, you could see that's okay, and then you try and warm up into the series. But why did it kind of repeat? Do you understand?
Yeah, I mean, actually, we talked about it between the second and third map, because we had 2 slow starts on the first and second, and we tried to talk about it before the third map started, and I'm not sure what's the reason, but we could obviously see that something was wrong at the start of the game. I think on Inferno it was a bit better. We had 6-6 half in the end, which is not the worst, so yeah.
Just looking at this as well, you obviously had to play with Nucleons coming in. Just tell me what you thought of just his overall performance throughout this, because he's in such a hard situation, right? Filling in for Kioski, who's such a highly praised player. What do you make of it overall for the young player?
Yeah, I mean, it was not the easiest situation for him to come in and replace a player like Yosuke. He's one of the best aimers in the world, so we tried to help him and put him in the system as much as we could, but obviously on some maps, in some rounds, it was hard for him to understand what exactly he needs to do, and it's normal because he knows us for a week or 2. He has played with us for 5 or 6 days in total, so yeah, but I think he has a great potential. He showed it in some of the games, especially yesterday against Vitality, so yeah, I think he has a bright future.
Looking at just for you guys now being in this grand final, did you feel like you were favourites coming into this, even with the standard situation, just with how well you played, say, against Vitality, for example?
I mean, on paper, I think we were favourites, but we didn't think about it too much, or we didn't feel like that. Obviously, we played with a stand-in, so we were playing a bit more. Maybe the pressure was a bit lower, let's say, so we just tried to enjoy the game and play as best as we could, but unfortunately it was not enough today.
Can I also ask around if it starts to get in your heads when you're like down a map or down 2 maps about like maybe being cursed or not being able to get over the line in these finals, right? I'm sorry to say it, but I know you're laughing because it's just, we need to try and understand this. You need to try and understand this.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. I've lost so many finals in a row now, so I still don't have the solution, but we are working on it, and hopefully soon we'll win 1 final.
Thank you very much for your time, Kicks, and sorry for your loss, mate.
Thank you.
Smiling through the pain in that one, it has become an unfortunate trend here for this Falcons team. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Always having to watch another team lift that trophy on stage.
Yeah, they are consistently the best at losing grand finals, unfortunately, and that's not an attribute you want to have to your name, but they also do get into a lot of grand finals, so you can always look at it at 2 different sides. This time around, it's a little bit different. Of course, the caveat of having a stand-in, having Nucleons coming in, replacing Kyosuke as well. I think Dust 2 was the greatest example we had in terms of it's impossible to replace a guy like him. You take away the double AWP setup, you take away one of the best aimers as kicks and sets, so there's that excuse going with them. But the issue for me is when we talk about Falcons, they find a new way of losing every single time, whether it's a close game, whether it's an 0-3 fashion right here in Hong Kong versus Furia, where I feel like they lose 3-1, but they could have won technically all 4 maps. They were in contention for it, so it's hard to believe that it's all of a sudden going to turn around. And as Kixon said, he's working on it, they're working on it, we're working on it. No one seems to have the answer.
I would say with how fine the margins were, though, in this one, I know that they don't want to hear this or even think about it. With Kyosuke, they win this. Like, I mean, I think they win this one. Nucleons was pretty clearly out of his depth on this kind of game. I mean, it's a hypothetical that doesn't really need exploring because he's not here, but I feel like this was a pretty... I mean, with how poorly Nucleons did on almost every site defense, when everybody's trying to cover, say, we did this poorly, Amenstein between map 2 and 3 talking about individual mistakes. I mean, it's not that everything went according to plan because they didn't have all of their players that are supposed to do everything perfectly there. So they just didn't have the right guy in the seat today.
Always tough when you're playing a man down, when you don't have the full roster, certainly, but still going to be one that will haunt them, I suspect. We see the classic Hide the Pain Herald MVP from Nico, right? Just MVP award, consolation prize.
And in all honesty, that's a positive still, right? If you're Falcons, you're well aware that you didn't have Kyosuke right here. You're well aware that you started off online playing well, then you come into the LAN portion right here playing with a stand-in. They can take that, use that for Krakow, right? Nico can take some of that individual skill that he brought to the table right here, some of that individual form, and be like, okay, I'm ready for Krakow. Monacy, a little bit more hit and miss. I feel like it's been the case for him for quite some time now. I don't want to say he's inconsistent because he's not, but I would have wanted to see a bit more from Monacy at this playoff. That's a question mark for me heading into Krakow, but at the end of the day, there's always positives you can drag away for Falcons.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's kind of oddly disappointing that for Spirit, Vitality, and Falcons, all of their primary superstars had pretty bad showings individually in their exit games. I mean, even Molodoy too for Furia, I would say. I mean, it's kind of a weird situation, but to James' credit, I don't want to take away the credit that he obviously deserves. He makes it very hard to play against you. I mean, Monacy was sometimes just chasing ghosts. He did not know where the next action was in a round, when despite the fact that he had such familiarity against Vitality and was able to single-handedly win because he knew what Apex was going to call next, James keeps things so much more shrouded. He does such a great job of really just keeping you in the dark as to what his next move is. So I know I said that I think Kyosuke would have probably won this one for him, but there is an actually above 0% chance that PARIVISION still finds a way to eke it out because James was just in the zone for this tournament.
And we saw them do it multiple times, right? They made Spirit have Donk having pedestrian maps. They made Molodoy look mediocre at moments. It seems like neutralizing superstars might be a little bit of a specialty.
Yeah.
If you'd like to comment on what our specialties might be, you can hop on over to that survey link below my face. It just disappeared as I said that, of course. But let us know what you thought of this event, of the Bonanza. We've got some new profile photos being made behind us, I think. Some very happy PARIVISION players with their new hardware coming in. And so we are going to be bringing this bounty to a close. This is just the start of the 2026 Counter-Strike year. We'll see you next time in Rotterdam with the Blast Open. Tickets very much still available, so join us for that. And who knows, this might just be the first of many trophies that PARIVISION have in store. Good night, everybody.